o'clock, and welcome to our second annual plan workshop. We had our first one last Tuesday, which was more of an overview, and today we will be asking questions and getting some more information from our staff. Now I do have Councillor Gilkison is just running a few minutes late. She'll be here shortly. Councillor Everest will be joining. Here's an apology, but he hopes to join us online sometime this morning. We just won a silver medal at the Winter Olympics, which is very exciting. And just a reminder for everyone to speak into your mics, just so everyone can hear and those can hear at home. Mark sent through an email yesterday with, with the timetable and some information, and I will hand over to you now to kick us off.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Annual Plan Budget Workshop number 2. So for today's approach, we're going to give you a quick overview just on the different rate types that we have here at ADC, and then how they flow into the revenue and financing policy, just because you'll probably hear us alluding to that quite a bit in terms of how something is funded along the way and how the rate impact is landing. So just a quick 101 on that. From there, then we'll head into the actual activity budget. So we'll go through each section that you've got on Stella that we overviewed last week. The activity managers and GMs are ready to answer your questions and queries as we go. Ideally, we're looking to get a little bit of direction on whether what we've got is working or whether you'd like to see some change to what we're thinking. And also a direction on whether to include or exclude business cases for each of those sections as we go. At the end of the day, if we get through everything, we look to then have a quick sum up around what our overall position is looking like as a council. We'll have a discussion around what levers could be pushed or pulled from there. And then look at next steps. So we've got like a series of workshops to continue for the rest of February, sort of once a week from here on out, talking about the annual plan budget. So we've got time up our sleeve. But we also want to make sure that when we're coming to talk to you, that we're bringing you what the answers to the questions or the queries that we have along the way are. So that's our plan of attack for the day. So we'll see how we go based on that. In terms of the types of rates, so just a quick 101 on what our rating types are. You'll hear us talk about 2 different types of rates, one called the general rate and the different type being a targeted rate. So we use a general rate in one way using it as a capital value, so the higher the value of your property, you'll get charged a greater amount under that general rate using the capital value. We also have a general rate called the Uniform Annual General Charge, the UAGC. You'll also hear us reference that a lot. The UAGC is every property will pay the exact same rate, so a uniform rate. So you could be a small flat in town or you could be a large farm, but you'll pay exactly the same based on that. So it's not worked out based on your value of your property. Correct, yes. Yes, yeah. We're then diving into the inhabited properties on that property, but that's the general terms. Those 2 broad categories that fall under the general rate. Under the targeted rate, so this is where when you receive a service, that you'll receive a targeted rate. So your easiest ones to think about are your drinking water, your wastewater, your solid waste collection. And also your amenity type rate. So if you live in a particular area and you receive a certain service, generally you'll have a targeted rate applied. We can do a targeted rate 2 different ways here. We either do it based on capital value, so based on the value of your property, or we do it as a uniform charge as a targeted rate. So drinking water, wastewater, waste collection, they're all uniform charge targeted rates. But your targeted rate for a capital value, an example of that is your amenity rates. These are examples of the different types of targeted rates that we've got here in Ashburton that we currently use. Probably the one that stands out initially on that list is roads is defined as a targeted rate. We do it that way so that we can actually demonstrate on your rates bill what you're contributing through your rates bill to roading. It is effectively a targeted capital value general rate. There are maps that go with these, so that define the boundary as such, particularly when you think of things like a Methven amenity rate, a Rakaia amenity rate. There's an outline drawn on a map that basically the town falls into that. If you live outside of that rate, you won't receive that charge.
Have we got questions? Councillor Wilson.
Many of these targeted rates and those departments, by looking at that, I'd assume they're all fully funded by target rates, but they're not. They're also funded by the general rate. So a good example would be solid waste collection. It's fully targeted, but solid waste management is actually subsidised, I'd use the word, by the general rate.
Yeah, this is not a commentary about activity funding. This is just a description of the rate. So when we refer to a targeted rate, it means X. If we refer to a general rate, it means Y. The revenue and financing policy will dictate how a particular activity is funded across various rates and indeed other revenue like fees and charges.
So this leads in really nicely to the revenue and financing policy, because this is then how we actually work out how we're charging, how we are funding each of our different activities. I'll hand over to Mark.
Yeah, so the revenue and financing policy is very much around how council is going to pay for its activities and who should contribute to those costs and the reasons why we have chosen the mechanisms for particular activities of council. So in terms of what we have to do under legislation, we have to review, or we can review the RFP anytime, but we generally review it as part of the LTP process, which is coming up this year. And in terms of what the legislation requires us to do, it requires us to go through a two-step process. So for the first step for each activity of council, council has to consider what are called the sort of Section 101 tests in the Act. And so for each activity, council has to consider the community outcomes it contributes to, who benefits and how those benefits are distributed across the community. So whether that's the activity benefits the whole community or parts of it or just individuals, how long those benefits might last. So are they short-term benefits to those groups or longer term? So are we funding a sort of across generations and making sure we're meeting intergenerational equity considerations? And whether there's certain groups or persons that cause that activity. So for example, that's what's called the exacerbated pays principle. So for example, parking is probably quite a good example of that, where we might fund some of that through fees because of people breaking the rules, and also the costs and benefits of that funding. So that includes whether it's transparent and the accountability of that funding activity separately. So for example, is it easy for us to fund that activity through the mechanisms that we've chosen? Or is that too hard? Is there more cost than benefit in doing that? So based on that analysis, council comes up with the range that and the tools that each activity will be funded by, and as Tony mentioned earlier, either general rate or UAGC or targeted rates. And then the second test is around the overall aspect in terms of all those funding decisions that you've made. You sort of have to look at the overall impact of that funding approach on the community and whether it's fair, affordable, transparent, and sustainable. So in terms of our existing policy, this sort of shows the range in terms of the splits that apply for each of our activities. And as Councillor Wilson mentioned, some of them funded directly through targeted rates, some of them there's a mix in terms of targeted rates and general rates. Some of them are funded through UAGC, so you'll see there with infrastructure, a number of those are funded directly to the people who receive those services. But there's also a recognition of the community benefit of those services. So you'll see their general rate funded for waste management, footpaths and cycleways, stock water.
So when, on the previous slide, it said it'll be reviewed later this year, but obviously then it has to go out for consultation, and that's usually timed with the LTP consultation.
That's right.
And so we can't actually make any changes till
I mean,
yeah.
in theory you can, but obviously
Okay.
there's a consultation.
So you always have to consult with the Revenue and Finance Policy.
Generally, unless it's a very minor tweak.
Yeah. Hamish?
Sorry, just be aware though of those bands. So the revenue and financing policy has bands of revenue from particular sources. So if in wanting to tweak between rates and maybe fees and charges, you can budget within that range without any reference to the revenue and financing policy needing to be changed. And there was some discussion in that first workshop, you might recall, about where in the band are we around a particular activity. That gives you some leeway, and it may be as much leeway as you might be really quite impactful if the budget is created in a particular part of the range and you wish to move within that range. You do have some levers to pull without having to actually amend the revenue and financing policy. So just keep in mind the bands are there for a purpose to give you some flexibility between rates and other revenue, and between different types of rates.
Yeah. Councillor Ellis?
Thank you. And the ramifications if we end up outside this policy, and I'm looking at stock water there, and it's going to be quite hard, I think, over the next year, 18 months before we actually review this, maybe to stay in those bands because of the closure, the exiting that we're doing. So what are the ramifications if we do end up outside?
I mean, I guess it's a guide, ultimately. I mean, there will be circumstances where that does happen, but I mean, obviously we're trying to maintain that council decision that has been made at that point, and but obviously over time things do change. So where there's a recognition of something like stock water management that we're going to need to do a review in that space, we'll do that later on in the year. I mean, for example, one of the ones that we are looking at this year is the DC conversation around ratings. So that is because that's a new funding mechanism we're bringing in there. That's something we're looking to consult on.
Hamish?
And just refer to that specific question about stock water though, think about council's current policy decision, which is to exit the entire service by 30 June 27. There won't be a stock water rate on 1 July 27, because we're out of this whole service. So yes, there does need to be whatever residual ditch network there is for whatever purpose will need to be maintained to whatever level, and someone will have to pay for that. But it won't be via revenue and finance policy directive to the stock water rate, because we will not be providing that service as currently council's current policy decision. So yes, but I think the stock water example possibly won't be the one that'll exercise your minds around the revenue and financing policy.
Councillor Wilson?
But if council in its wisdom decides to go out, I understand when staff and you put the budgets to us, you have to remain inside the policies, but if council in its wisdom decides to go outside it, and by an act of God, I'll say it, we decide to, if I use an example of stock, solid waste management, we decide that 20% going on the generator is too high for the service that the general rate gets from it, and we decided to reduce that, increase the fees or something, and go outside the band. We have the right to do that, don't we?
Yes, council by resolution of council can vary a policy position. Our advice to you though will always be that the policy has meaning, and you should be endeavouring to stick within the policy, because it's a policy that council itself has set. So you would need to have some good reasons not to, but you are free to, as a council, to go outside it if that's your will.
And a good reason could be, just I'm giving you an example, that the costs have gone up by 30% or something. Therefore, the initial discussion and how that mechanism worked has changed quite a bit because of a material change in the budget or something from that part of the business.
Yes, whatever. that may be a reason or it may not, but in the end, you do have that ability to vary a policy position, but we're always going to be talking to you about the policy having meaning and living with the policy, and otherwise it's a free-for-all, and the policy doesn't have any impact at all.
I've
That's
two
okay,
quick
Mum.
questions, please. First one is, with the revenue and financing policy, when we have our annual audits, which I saw in the plan for Wednesday, they're incredibly expensive. When we have them, or the audit, do they look at the revenue and financing policy and whether we've kept within the guidelines? Is that part of that audit process?
No.
No?
No.
Carolyn, can you just move your mic closer, sorry, just for
Well, I
Julie?
sort of...
No, audit is not auditing council for adherence to its own
Okay.
policy position in this space. They are applying a different lens, which is the accounting standards, and do the accounts accurately reflect obligations and
Under
responsibilities
those
under the accounting standards.
Thank you. And my next question is more relevant to this conversation. The overhead allocation, like, for example, the Stockwater's a good one, they presumably have an overhead allocation to that business. Are we contemplating where that overhead will be apportioned? Like, if they're out by 1st of July, I mean, that arguably comes into next year's plan, but do we have some sort of plan as to where these overheads are being allocated? So they're not...
Well, they'll be redistributed as per the cascade.
Okay.
So if there's no Stockwater to wear a share of the overheads, then other activities will simply pick up
Okay.
the balance.
Are we discussing that today, where the overheads fall?
No, but we can have a conversation about overheads at some point.
Yeah.
But it is complex, and
I know that.
it
I
will
know
take
that.
So we tend to have a separate review of overheads when council deems it necessary. And I think I've said this before, everyone acknowledges the need to distribute overheads. Everyone wants it to be distributed slightly differently, so their particular activity or area of interest gets less, and it's not possible to achieve those things.
Yeah, I think it's important for the new councillors, and they're probably well aware of this anyway, but the overhead is significant. You know, and the overhead is the head office costs, if you like Hamish, the team, and that gets allocated per department, and that is significant.
So maybe we could look at having, and we've seen it before in previous, as the cascade model and how that works with overheads, and maybe get an update on that at some stage, not today.
Yeah.
Going forward.
That's right. And the thing to keep in mind is that the overheads have to be allocated. They have to be allocated by our rules and regulations. So while you might think too much is going to one of a particular activity, if that argument is won, then it just pushes the overheads to somewhere else. And so the level of overheads deserves attention, the actual amount, but in the end, whatever that agreed amount is, it does have to be spread across all other activities.
Right, back to you, Tony, or Mark.
So that's sort of the local infrastructure function. Then we've got public services function. So a number of these use general rate or UAGC because they're recognised as benefits more district-wide rather than to specific groups or individuals. So that's the current breakdown. And then the final group is regulatory services, which you'll see fees and charges obviously feature strongly there because those are viewed very much as services that benefit individuals or people doing pieces of work in the district.
Councillor Wilson.
Can you give us a ballpark number as to the UAGC, if it's over allocated, which it is over allocated? So when I say we're allowed to spend 30% of our total revenue, is it? You can inform me, is allowed to be the UAGC, and so we always get to 30%, and there's always money that should be in the UAGC pot, you'd say, but ends up having to go into the general rate pot because the UAGC is over allocated. Can you give me a ballpark figure as to how much that your UAGC is? You know, in a strict world, if we had no cap on it, what that UAGC would be potentially up around. Instead of 30%, it would probably be higher than that. Do you have an idea of what that number would be?
Might have to pass that on to you guys.
I'm casting my mind back to probably about 10 or 11 months ago, but from memory, looking at the numbers at that point in time, it was around about 34-35%.
Can you repeat that?
34-35%.
So just to clarify, that under the revenue and financing policy, if there was no limit on the UAGC by law, the way the revenue and financing policy is framed would indicate that about 35% of the applicable revenue would be in the UAGC. But we can't do that. By law, it can only be 30% as a maximum. So that other balance has to be funded then via general rates.
And we sit at about 29.99%, don't we?
Yeah, we understand council's policy position, which is to have it at the maximum allowed by law, and therefore we can't just let the revenue and financing policy dictate what ends up in there. We have to manipulate it at the end to comply with the law.
Right, who's next? Tony?
Well, if that's the 101 session, then we'll get on to the good part. So what we're about to jump into now is getting into the activity budget review. We are stacking the team with the GMs and the activity managers coming through, starting off with your documents that were in Stella's file from last week. So if you go to workshop B, I think it's called, and then we'll do drinking water, wastewater, stormwater and stock water while the team are in the room. So we'll get out of the way. Finance are going to stay sitting at this table so they can answer the hot questions as you're going, but your activity managers will be able to answer the specifics that you need.
Sounds good, thank you. So drinking water, everyone, this is what we did we sort of had an overview of this last week, so now it's a chance to ask some questions and to go into a bit more detail.
And Madam Chair, if I may, the intention here is to focus on just the budget. So there, for example, with water, there's a Water Services Committee meeting tomorrow, which will be focusing on activity in the current year and compliance and regulatory compliance. The intention here is to be thinking about the budget and get the explanations that you need to understand what is in the budget.
Okay, so are you, how do you want this to work? Are you happy with questions straight off the bat? Yep. Okay, so we've got kind of questions on the CAPEX program, the Montalto and the water meters. So we've seen in our documents here, there is 1.5 mil for Montalto, which is a project brought forward from 27-28. So I'm on 4.2 capital expenditure, page 5. There's a water meter rollout there of 3.5.
We're essentially just here to answer your questions. So we were very conscious at the budget meeting last week. There were a range of queries that councillors had that we couldn't accurately answer because the subject matter experts weren't in the room. So this is the opportunity to, reflect on the sort of things that you were interested in a week ago and to give you the accurate answers with the budget manager in the room.
Yep, no, perfect. Question from Councillor Wilson.
And with respect, I'll push back on that because last week we got the information at 10 o'clock. We had no time to look at the information, none whatsoever. There was,
So this is why we've got today. Yep.
the questions we had time to look at last week was ridiculous. It was ridiculous being asked to open something and then have a comment of any relevance to it. So now we've got to have time to go through each one, but not just the questions that were asked last week, because many of the questions, some of the councillors had never seen this before. So how can they have asked a question last week? So therefore they will have other questions this week and they need to have time to go through it. It can't be just rushed through.
Yeah. We're not rushing. We're not rushing at all. Did you have a question? No. Okay. Yeah, no, I understand that. And now we'll go to Councillor Cameron.
Thank you. I'm looking at income. Is that where we are? Budget information for drinking water.
So I'm on Stella,
I
page
can't, I
5.
can't comment on that because it's just written there and I assume that's right. I mean, what can I comment on that? I'd like to know, there's questions around that I'd like to know. Like, how was that made up? Did we have more than one? Like a whole lot of questions. Because we have to save some money. So we have to, and I know this is a water service delivery plan, but the timing, like what's the timing of it? Is the phasing all as per plan? Is it, like, there's a lot of questions that I have.
Okay.
And
Well, we've got some other lights on, so we'll go to those. Councillor Gilkison.
Hello. I would like to go to Montalto because I think that originally it was looking like it was going to be a lot more. So can you just flesh that out a little bit? Is what is budgeted enough to get them to the right level of service?
Thank you very much, Councillor, through the chair. Yes, we have reviewed the budget last year, and it's mainly based in regards of our conversation we had with Tomata Arawai, with the regulator, to give us some guidance in regards what needs to be done under the mixed rural water supply schemes, and they have lifted their requirements so that councils are able to comply with it and being as well affordable. So we have done a review in regards of that, and we were coming up with this 1.527 million, which includes site investigations, UV unit filtration systems, backflow devices to comply with drinking water standards out at Montalto. And we have just installed 3 trials out there, and we are receiving, and we will report back to the Water Services Committee in March with the money we have spent on the trials on the 3, and as well what we have seen on the outcome out of it. So far that looks really positive. The quote we received for the installation is less than what we expected at the moment, but it's early days. We need to see how the system behaves.
And so will you foresee that project will finish in the financial year, or will it take longer? Is this just what you've budgeted for the 26-27 year?
The trial is scheduled till June to get wet weather events in place, to get an understanding in regards of the source water and turbidity issues, and then we would be definitely able to finish that project in the financial year 26-27, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Ellis.
Thank you. I'm just referring to the email that Mark sent out last night, and 8 through to 12 are all going to be discussed during this workshop. So I don't know if you guys got a copy of that. First one was Montalto as well. And my question, how regularly, once these units are in, these ones you're testing, are you going to do water tests on those to get results? Is it weekly, monthly?
We are just in the phase that we are doing for that trial a telemetry connection, so we are getting on a daily basis information in regards of it. We still need to do the E. coli testing here in our lab, and this is an ongoing process as well.
Thank you. Number 9 that Mark had was drinking water safety plan, the business case, and the question was explain the need and why required. So I'm just going back to these questions that were asked last week. So yeah.
Yep, fair enough. Yep.
So the
That's not on, sorry.
You've got a microphone that's.
So the drinking water plans are required by legislation. We currently have some drinking water safety plans, but at the moment they do not cover the upgraded schemes. So this money is effectively allowing us the opportunity to bring these plans up and reflect the current upgraded status of the schemes. The upgrades are such that they've effectively rendered the existing plans very much out of date.
You're going to go through all
those
those.
questions, and then people can add on to them, I suppose. The
Next one's on water meters.
drinking
isn't
water
it?
meters. Rakaya and Ashburton. I mean, the question is this doable in the 26-27?
It's a really good question. So based on the budgets we have put together at the time, with the information at hand, mainly in regards of what we have done in the past in Methven in regards of water metering. We are now doing a new trial in Rakaya with around about 350 meters. It's a totally different approach. We are getting data already. We will report back to the Water Services Committee meeting on that one in regards of the results out of that trial, but this could change then how we would like to run water metering in the future, and maybe this could have an impact in regards of the budgets we have put in place at the moment. That trial will run for 12 months, and then we will make further decisions in regards of water metering, and we will come back and inform anyway on a monthly basis the Water Services Committee in regards of the outcomes.
So the information you get, that's connecting seamlessly with our IT in this building, because I mean that's what we're relying on for these new meters, isn't it? That live sort of data that's coming in.
Correct. We are getting already live data at that point of time. We have installed 120 meters currently, and we are getting data out of 80 as we speak, and this gives us an indication in regards of leaks on private properties. We are installing as well bulk flow meters in regards of 3 lines who are going into that catchment to get an understanding what our water losses is on our side as well.
And probably one of the biggies, what are the details of the plan for Ocean Farm?
It's a complex approach on our Ocean Farm. We have engaged WSP to help us out with our wastewater strategy for the whole district. Ocean Farm or Wilkins Road wastewater treatment plant is a big part of it to give us some guidance in regards of what kind of flows we are getting at the moment, what kind of flows we are getting in the future. Do we see more trade waste customers coming online, so industrial flows into the plant, which will be a driver? And we are under scrutiny at the moment with the Regional Council in regards of non-compliance on our sprinkler systems we have out at Ocean Farm. And we are looking here to get an understanding similar to what we do with water metering here for our communities. We are putting bulk flow meters in to get an understanding how the different catchment areas behave in regards of flow and pressure. And out of that one, combined with the strategy, we will make a call in regards of what kind of disposal area and field and systems we need for the future.
So that information, will that come to the Water Services Committee for them to then make a decision to refer to council on what system we ultimately end up using for, you know, the spreading of the nitrate load, basically, is what we're trying to solve, isn't it? So
correct. That's the way what we are going as well. We are doing a short trial with pole-mounted impact sprinklers, only 15, to see how they behave with the discharge quality we are getting out of it, because at the moment these pop-up sprinklers blocking nearly every 3 to 5 days.
We've kind of skipped into wastewater.
yes, we have.
Yeah.
Do you want me to put, because the trade waste fees, I think we'll be talking fees.
Yeah,
and
we'll
charges,
talk
so
them
wastewater.
next in wastewater. So the
Cool.
drinking water, there was just those questions. But can I just ask a question on, so the water meter rollout and the Montalto upgrade, so they're both funded by debt, but is there any impact on the rates? I'm just thinking if we did them in that financial year opposed to pushing it out, is there an impact on our rates? Because they're both, 5 million between the two of them.
Yep, so for the first year of funding a capital project, the only amount that we budget for is 6 months of interest. The principal repayment against those would kick in the 28 financial year, so the first year of the LTP.
Yep.
And if I may, Madam Chair, the rates are exactly as per the Water Services Delivery
Yes,
Plan.
I understand that.
So we had previously consulted on the Water Services Delivery Plan. We said the water charges would be X and Y. That's what is in the budget for the revenue. So we've committed the revenue to be in line with the Water Services Delivery Plan, as opposed to being a particular amount that is driven by rejigging the capital works program. And that's why by delaying the stormwater attenuation on State Highway 1 and bringing the other projects forward, the revenue is sufficient to be able to do those things as per our engagement with the community around the level of those rates.
Yep.
Maybe I can
Yes.
just make a short comment on Montalto. We are at the moment not complying with drinking water standards. In Montalto, we are on a permanent boil water notice, so we are under scrutiny here with Tomatarawai. So only keep that in mind in your decision making.
No, fair enough.
But just because that sounds a little alarming, we are working with Te Matawawa on an acceptable
Yes.
solution. They understand Montalto, they understand the pressure of
Yeah.
a very small number of connections and a very large number of money to become compliant. So while we are outside that at the moment, and everyone knows that, we are working hand in hand with Te Matawawa as the regulator to come up with an acceptable solution.
That's correct, yes.
Councillor Wilson.
I'll start with Montalto then. Throwing $1.5 million at 35 suppliers is a bit silly. So that's what I've maintained from the start, and that's why I see $1.5 million being put in here is ridiculous when it hasn't gone through the governance structure that we've set up to vet it and to say that, to call out the emperor has no clothes on effectively. So I know we're doing the work on it, but really to put $1.5 million in is ridiculous to start with when we've looked at on-site things. And until we have that trial done and we have the numbers to bring it forward, I don't believe we have the data or the design worked out to be bringing it forward. Bring money, we're putting a number in the budget, and it always concerns me when you put that money in the budget, it's assumed then we can spend that money on that project. And we don't have any, as a governor, we don't have any way of justifying that at the moment. So,
If I may, I think I understand the point. I think these big capital projects, we are making provision in the budget for work. And it is not true to say that we're going to plough ahead with that work just because there's a number in the budget. We are making what we think is a sensible provision for the work. In terms of, so generally, if it's in the budget, we get on with the work, but there are a handful of exceptions to that, and these big capital projects are clearly an exception. The governors have to be comfortable with that work. In terms of Montalto, though, it is a public water supply. We are the supplier of water to that public supply. We have obligations and responsibilities in law to providing safe water. And so while we are trying to do that in a cost-effective way, in the end, council will have to respond in a manner that is compliant as the supplier of safe public water. So we will be wrestling with that number, we'll be wrestling with the solution. We've been talking about Montalto for a couple of years already. We're hand in glove with the regulator, Te Matawawa. They understand this, 34 supplied households. It's a lot of money for those 34. But equally, our obligation is to have a compliant public water supply in the end. So all of the things you say are true, but our obligation to solve Montalto remains. And so that's why we're doing this trial. That's why we're working with Te Matawawa. And in the end, some money will be required. We think this is a sensible provision from the purposes of the budget, but there will be no commitment to the work without council's decision through the appropriate channels as you describe.
yeah, I accept that, but I accept too that the council should be making the ultimate decision. At the moment, it has no information to even contemplate that decision on. It was 7 million, which was the original number, which was ridiculous. It's ridiculous to the point of stupidity, and even at $40,000 per household, that's almost at the point of ridiculous. In the commercial world, no one would spend $40,000 on a because I've done that. It's been done all around the country rurally, so there has to be a bit of common sense come into it at the end. So that's where I'm getting at. And the Water Service Committee will look at.
Yes,
needs a chance to look.
They will.
But the 1.5 million in there is a number with no fact from the Water Services Committee's point of view, because they've never seen that potential cost.
Yes, but it's not a complete guess. It is based on the conversations and the work that we're doing with Te Matawawa as the regulator who require us to have a legally compliant water supply. So it isn't the final number, and in the end the Water Services Committee and then Council will need to resolve that matter, as you say, but it isn't plucked out of the air. It is based on our understanding of what will be an acceptable solution for our obligations as a supplier of public water.
Another question?
Yes, another question to do with facility cost recovery fees. Is Mount Somers, it's not listed down there, and I thought Mount Somers was, you know, if we look at page, and not in the I'm using the other one because it's really what we've, page 7 I think it is, or page 5, sorry, page 5. There's a list of Tates Road recovery, North Bank Road, Glassworks Road, you know, Hanrahan Beach, all that, and Mount Somers.
I don't know where you are, so
Well, in the previous stuff we had, because this is just question and answer. The drinking water, it's in drinking water, since we're doing drinking water, which is, yes, drinking water, the open one there, and it has a list of the reticulation facility cost recovery fees.
What? Yep. What?
And-
So,
and
what
Mount
was
Oh,
Somers.
so
I'm
you're
Mount
on
Somers.
fees and charges? Have you
Yes,
gone to
no,
fees and
it's under-
charges?
So,
recovery costs, so-
I think the council is referring back to the activity information in Stella, attachment B, and drinking water, and he is referring to information that straddles page 4 and page 5 of that memo. And there's a list there of
Yes, so that's,
Northwest Aspiration Reticulation Cost Recovery, and
yeah,
there's a
that's under
description.
fees and charges. Yep. Yep.
Yes, it is. Quite right.
Yeah, so I'm just interested to understand where the Mount Somers one falls in that thing, because I thought it was you'd say the outlier, was it, or am I correct there or not?
Andy?
Are you referring to the development contribution for?
Yeah, so that's different
Yes,
to
so
that.
that sits in a different schedule in the fees and charges.
Okay. So, but if a person wished to connect to those supplies, would they pay, they would pay, if I use Tates Road Recovery, they would pay $10,000 to join that, is that correct or not?
They would pay the reticulation fee as well as the applicable DC that applied for the scheme.
Okay.
Councillor Cameron?
Thank you. And Richard's questions are a good segue to mine. My first question is, with the water meters, which I understand are not quite complete in Rakaia, the installation's not quite finished, so they're a little bit behind. What is the, and I know it's a wee bit different in Rakaia, but so translate that to Ashburton, what is the ratio of cost a meter versus inputting them in, installing them?
At the moment, in regard of the trial, what we are doing in Rakaia, we don't pay anything.
I know that,
for
so I'm
the
trying to
meter.
think, I'm looking at Ashburton, really.
It will be, excuse me, it will be definitely more expensive in regards of reinstatement when you are looking here in regards of footpaths and everything related to it with concrete or asphalt, which needs to be reinstated when we are putting meters in. It's a quite different approach to Rakaia, where we have mainly as well grassed areas around where the meters are sitting. So I can't give you a definite number on that one.
So we've got in budget water meter rollout $3.5 million. So that is what? The whole of Ashburton installation and purchase of the water meters.
No, that's only half of it. So we have another roundabout 3.8 million sitting in the following year to do the water meter
7
installation
million,
for
and we
Rakaia.
consulted on that, didn't we? We consulted on the water meter. Yeah,
It's in the water services delivery plan
yes,
that you
but we
consulted
did
on.
consult the
We
community.
consulted on the whole plan, the
Yes.
whole water services
Yeah.
delivery plan.
I think Helen, your reference to $500,000 in this year's for capital, and then the interest on that's about 100. What is that? That's 15,000, is it, or what's? Yeah. Well, you had said you would have to borrow the capital would be about $500,000 in this year
For
for the water meter installation, as per your question earlier.
It's 3.5.
Yeah, but I know, but you
Oh.
said it's been rolled out to 27, 28, wasn't it? Didn't you say most of it was happening in 28 in the question earlier?
It's at the moment round about half and half in our long-term plan and water service delivery plan, or rather water service delivery
So we are
plan.
planning on spending $3.5 million on water meter rollout in Ashburton this next financial year.
This is what we would like to review when we are getting the outcome out of the trial.
So that
it's-
will, in the trial, the water meters are not installed entirely in Rakaia, so the trial, when will the trial results be?
We will do that, it's a year trial, so we will be end of this year, calendar year. We will get the results out of it. We are getting on a day-by-day basis metering results, but to make a final call, we need to work with you what kind of solution we are looking for in regards of meter installation. What we have in Methven at the moment, we have drive-by meters, so someone needs to go in a car, drive by, collect the data. The installation in Ricaya we are getting automatically, half an hour reading overnight. And there are other services we need to discuss with you at a certain time in regards of, for example, metering as a service, where then a party is putting the capital in and we are paying only operational costs per annum. So then we would not need any capital. But this is a discussion we need to have when we know how that trial works and to get a little bit more guidance out of that.
So this is like a bookmark. This is a bookmark essentially until we get the trial results and we decide. So this 3.5 million is a bookmark. It's not spent, and it'll come to Water Services Committee, Delivery Committee for discussion and review, and then it'll be a recommendation made to council. Is that?
As mentioned at the start, these numbers were put together based on our work, what we have done in Methven. And then throughout that year, we got approached to do that trial in Ricaya with a different outcome. And we need to review our thinking at some point of time.
Okay.
Yes.
So we may or may not spend this 3.5 million in the next, we're only talking about the next year, July 26 to...
I think you should be prepared to spend this money as per your commitment to the government and your water services delivery plan. This community said, we are going to put water meters throughout the district. That's our obligation. So it's going to cost something. We're making provision for what we believe it is sensibly going to cost. The actual cost will be dependent on two things. One will be the particular system you put in, and that'll be a council decision in relation to the trial information and whatever else you know at the time. And then we have to tender the work, and that'll dictate the cost. But it is going to cost some millions to put meters into the balance of the district, and we're spreading it over 2 years as per our water services delivery plan.
I understand that, and repeating it constantly, I understand it. I've got it. That we have a water services delivery plan. I understand it. But visualisation in itself is not the total result. You know, you visualise something constantly. It doesn't always happen, or I might be living in a different world. So I think we have to have a little bit of realism. But if it comes to water service delivery plan, but in my very limited experience to the front table with council, if it's in the plan, it gets spent. So my thing is, if we're just guessing, or if we have an expectation, if it's 7 million on water meters, and it's gone out for consultation, so I concede the community, and we've got to support the community. We're here to support the community. But I just want a wee bit of a dose of actual in here. My other question is the Montalto thing, as per Richard's point. That's a lot of money, and I thought you could get them, and I just heard Russell sort of murmuring, you can get them for a lot cheaper than that. Are we going to go out with the same situation? Because we were talking about clip-ons. I remember you and I, Liz, went to a meeting. Remember, we went to the Te Mata ROI presentation in Wellington a few years ago, and they said they are realistic about the small schemes and they're realistic about what they should cost. And they were looking at consenting little clip-on type of membrane-y type of filters. Is that the cost of those?
So I think you need to be. So I think you're right. That background is completely accurate. We are working with Te Mata Rai as to an acceptable solution. So the little clip-on-y things, as per the requirements for us to provide safe drinking water, we think currently are going to cost around about 1.5 million.
Wow.
So we're sitting side by side with Te Mata Rai, who are the regulator.
Yeah,
I know, but it's just critical to know that we're not trying to gold plate anything. We're not trying to ignore cost-effective solutions to have a grand plan. We are working with the regulator to have a compliant supply. Our best estimate at the moment is that number. In the end, there's more work to do, and council will ultimately see that all of that data and be the final decision maker. But that's what we currently think it's likely to cost to have a compliant supply.
Okay, so may I ask one more final question?
Yep.
If we have this amount of monies in the water service delivery plan to be spent in the next 12 months, is it assigned to this particular project? Like, my concern is this amount of money sitting here can be drawn down. It would be allocated to another project based on whatever comes up. This money, if it's sitting in the plan, has to be spent on supplying Montalto scheme
Yes.
or on the water meters. If
Yes.
it's in the plan, it cannot be defrayed on any other
No,
cost.
no. This is a critical capital project to have a compliant supply. It's not going to be taken and spent on anything else.
Because that's my worry, the overflow. Oh, we haven't got enough. Oh, we'll take it from that and we'll draw that down.
No.
So we will know through for the variance reports or the activity briefings or whatever, when any money from those projects is drawn down, we will know. Well,
Yes,
Russell's
it'll go
committee will know.
particularly through the Three Waters Committee in this case, because they are charged under their terms of reference with monitoring compliance to regulatory standards. So
Yeah.
we will continue to talk to you as the governors via the Three Waters Committee and then full council.
Councillor Gilkinson.
Just looking at the budget report, I think this one's probably for Helen, and it's more just for my knowledge. In the income, when you look at the actuals for 24-25, it's got a whole lot of different places for income. And then the annual plan 26-27, there's just general rates and fees and charges. Is that just because you can't budget for those other things? Like, what is that?
So you're on page 8
Page
of
6.
Stella, or 6 of the,
Budget information,
Yep.
section 6, income. So just the first 3 columns. So actuals 24-25, you've got a whole bunch of places where you get income from.
So I think, Helen, there's reference to subsidies in the current year, and there's a reference to interest and dividends, and those are the two that aren't reflected in the current
and-
proposed budget.
The subsidies would have been a one-off for a project or some of the government work perhaps that was done around the water services plan at the time. The interest and dividends, I'd have to go back and have a look, but there's nothing flagged in the current year, but we can go and double check that portion. Those are probably the only 2 main ones. The other receipts, there's an amount in there that is for water meters, which is actually a targeted rate. So that's wrapped up in the 10001.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. So it's just, when you've got your actuals, you've got that detail, but when we're budgeting, we don't really have that detail. That's just,
Sometimes yes, sometimes no.
Okay.
Yeah, sometimes we do receipt things that we don't know we're going to get, and that can flag a variance because it's just a one-off, and the subsidy would be an example of that.
okay. Thank you.
Councillor Wilson.
I'm talking towards the business case about the water source plans. I'd just like to reiterate that I'm happy with the plan, but I think we need to ensure that the landowners whose land is being affected is 4 months and is consulted at the outset. They're not just an afterthought once everybody's decided this is what should happen and then go to the landowners at the end of it, because it can impose significant effects on their use and rights of the use of their land. If we extend zones and go, get a bit carried away as it was, I'd say. So I think it's in there, but it's not. I think that needs to be the number one priority. When you start off, you're talking to them, not when you get through and you've decided what it's going to be. You then go to the guy and say, or the person say, you now can't run cattle on it, or you can't do something on it. They need to be consulted at the start, because they may have, some of them, they may want to plant it. There's options that could come out at the start which would help that plan.
So we did get the list of, that came through on Mark's document. Different business case. Oh, okay, sorry. Thank you, Councillor Ellis.
Thank you. Just a question on the second bridge water main, and there's 628,000, and it says Wilkins Road to Graham's Road. So is that the pipe over the bridge, and then is that from Carter's Terrace all the way down to Graham's Road? So is that going in at the same time as the new roads being built, or what's the story there?
No, so the actual description for that project should have been the second bridge water main only. So that the budget that is shown there is spread. There's 600 in the current year or coming year, and a further sum of money in the following year, and that only covers the bridge itself. And there's additional funding in the years following that to cover the new road right out to Graham Street. We would be flagging though that probably by the time we get into next year's budgeting, we'll probably have to bring some of that forward to align with the bridge program.
Yeah, because to me it makes more sense while the road works are happening.
Yeah.
There's machinery there
Absolutely.
to put the pipe in if that's what you're planning to do, rather than dig up afterwards.
Can I just go back to fees and charges, and under 15.3, right at the bottom, it looks like there's the Hanrahan Street wastewater pump station recovery has gone from 1,173 up to 10,811. I'm just wondering, it looks like there's an extra line gone in there.
Yeah, there are some typos in that schedule, Willicksford.
Yep.
They've shifted a line.
Yeah, so, yeah, good. Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
You've just lost my train of thought. I'll come
Oh,
back.
sorry.
Just quickly then, actually.
Okay, so we've, Councillor Hooper, you've got
Thank
your
you.
light on. We'll
Yeah,
go to
I'll
you.
just quickly hop in. Just on the back of Russell's question, the second bridge water main, is that mainly over concerns with the current? Is that the one that it's sort of we're worried about infrastructure and flooding going forward, or is this a totally different one?
Well, clearly it's a resilience project. It's going to provide a lot more security for the Tynwald and Lakewood networks. We have got the Tynwald bore operating over there. That's part of our resilience solution, but there's also water quality concerns with that Tynwald bore. So it makes absolute sense to have this extra connection.
So there is a main currently with the current bridge, right?
On the existing bridge on the upstream side.
Okay, and is that you worried about that?
Well, yeah, it was a source for some concern during the Canterbury floods because when we actually had it shut down for a number of weeks while they were doing their work on the bridge itself. So, yeah, big concern.
Yeah, and maybe in addition to that as well, with the new bridge, it as well gives us the potential for future growth. So we will see more people coming into Tynwald to have that ability to feed water from Ashburton directly into Tynwald has a lot of benefits for that area.
Well, so will that be like a bigger pipe, an upgrade in quality, etc., etc.?
It will be based on modeling. So we are doing a water model for that area to get an understanding where the demand is, and based on that we will size the pipe accordingly.
Councillor
Yes, I
Wilson?
found my question.
Yeah, good.
It's to do with that, the bit hanging on the new bridge. Have you been able to, it's probably an accounting point of view, have you been able to isolate that off the cost of that? Because obviously it falls into different departments. You know, some is the bridge cost, which goes to roading, and some is water, which is targeted rate to the ratepayers who get water. Have you been able to, isolate the actual cost of that as to, because have they apportioned some of the bridge costs to that water main hanging on it, or how has that been worked out? Because we haven't had a bridge cost. We don't have visibility around the bridge cost. So, is the bridge do they have to spend another $1 million so we can hang a pipe on it, or what's, able to see that?
So the budget we've allowed for is providing all of the infrastructure for that pipeline to be on the bridge. So there's no thought that the bridge cost is including provision for our infrastructure. We have to pay our own way.
Okay, we've got the business case there, and we've got the summary. It's 150,000, and I see right at the bottom it is required by legislation. Are we all happy to keep that business case in? Just either a nod or a not. Happy? Okay, so that business case is kept in. Thank you. Wastewater next. No further questions on drinking water? No, thanks. So we are in C, wastewater. And there was a question, yes, that went, That was on Ocean, well, there was two. There was the Ocean Farm one, which, were you happy with that answer? And the other one was, look at it increasing trade waste costs. Councillor Wilson.
Yes, Ocean Farm. I didn't comment before because it was in the wrong place. So we're in the right place now. Ocean Farm, I looked back at the report that was the only report that we've had on it back in 2024. And at the time I said there's a lot of holes in it and how it was looked to be built, it was over-engineered and some of the things in it didn't make sense from a, having, from an irrigation perspective, Mid-Canterbury is the centre of irrigations and this is what we're basically putting in. It may be a municipal supply, but some of the things in there were over the top, PN12 for supplying a pivot that you'd blow to pieces at PN12 and fibre optics to pivots. Well, no one would do that in the real world. Just some of those sort of things. So, and then the number just happened to be 5 million and that 5 million happens to drop in here. So my confidence level as to the rigour that's going to be put around that stuff and the decision that how it's made, I'm interested to understand because you've got to spend 5 million with, I go back to the previous decision, it wasn't made by anybody in this room, was the wrong decision with pop-ups. That was just ridiculous and I think there was some flagging at the time as to that and it's proven to be completely wrong. So we don't want to do the same thing again. So I think some rigour needs to be put around it and I'm concerned that you whack 5 million in, that indicates to the people that have put in that, they're going to do the $5 million project.
We are definitely not doing directly just something because we have 5 million in the budget. This is part of the wastewater strategy work, what we are doing. The 5 million coming mainly out of quotes we received from 3 or 4 of the irrigation suppliers here in the district, from Ashburton, from Rayner and Remain. So that's a middle one. This is the money we have put forward based on the work what we are doing at the moment with the bulk flow metering and as well testing pole mounted impact sprinklers, which will be the cheapest option if that works out. We will definitely come back to you with these results to discuss how we would like to proceed with the irrigation out at Ocean Farm. We need only to keep in mind that we are non-complying at the moment with the Regional Council in regards of the discharge, and we are working through an action plan with the Regional Council that they are satisfied what we are doing at that point of time, and that works really well. But I promise you, we will come back to you with the outcome out of it. We will discuss that and we will find then a way forward what needs to be done to come in compliance.
I'm pleased to hear that. I'm not against spending the money, but I think there needs to be a lot of rigour put around it and not just accepting that Becca, based out of Wellington or somewhere, decides to know the best about irrigation when there's a lot of, we're basically putting an irrigation system in. That's what we're basically putting in.
Fully agree with you, absolutely.
It doesn't
that
have
is
to
what
be
we are doing.
It's not a, it only needs to be at a certain level and cost should dictate that.
Yep.
Good point. Thank you, Councillor Cameron.
Thank you. So the renewals and relinings, what does that relate to under the capital expenditure, please? 2.5 million, 2 million.
Yeah, that's just part of our annual renewal program. So
Or just your normal
just the normal pipeline
updating.
replacements. Yep.
So you would have that in. Okay, so Ocean Farm is 500,000 for the wetland remediation. What is that? Planting more calyxes and putting. What is that wetland remediation?
Yeah, so the intention originally for this project was that we were going to progressively renew the cells within the wetland.
Mm-hmm.
Because we're in the middle of the strategy, it's probably likely we won't pull the trigger on that funding or that budget until we see the outcome of the strategy, because there is a possibility that the wetland won't feature as part of the future treatment solution, in which case we won't have to do any remediation.
Okay, so there might be a potential capital savings there.
There could be, but we think it's safer to put the money in for now, just in case, depending on what the strategy comes out with.
So when you, with regards to the irrigation, to redistribute the wastewater on Ocean Farm, when you decided the specifications for that piece of equipment or where did you go for that? Like, how did you decide how big the pipes were, what the pressure was? Where did you seek that information from?
My recollection of that work was back in 2024. We went and engaged our own consultant, Becker's been mentioned, and we asked them to use a local irrigation provider to help them with the development of the concept. That was brought back to council, and there was some concern around the limitation of that. So then the proposals were then requested from 2 further suppliers. They weren't necessarily hamstrung, they were just asked to provide us with solutions for the farm.
So they designed that, they
Effectively
quoted
carried out
on their own unique design.
Their own design.
And that, did that
And
agree
that's-
with Becker's in terms of pressure and in terms of capacity and that sort of thing?
I think Becker were generally happy with the concept proposals, but again, like, until you actually see it, you can't really comment.
Councillor Ellis.
Thank you. Rakaia wastewater and the sludge beds that are there, and we've had a very wet summer. Have they been working to expect? Because I see there's no money in there to alter them or maybe put a roof over so that we don't get rain. Because if they're not achieving what we want them to achieve, they're actually costing us money because we're not drying the sludge like we should be to transport it away at a lighter weight. So.
Good question. At the moment, they are performing as they should be. So we had good results in regards of emptying already some of the beds and bring that to a landfill. There are always then discussions in regards of what could we do to improve that situation. Roofing is one of them. The other one is similar what you are doing when you have a private pool. Put, if it rains, something over it and remove it then for sun drying options. Though there are some things around it, but at the moment they are working fine. Thank you.
Councillor Wilson.
With regards to the 2 business cases, they're obviously to do with the Tynwald and the high groundwater getting into the sewerage flows. So we effectively have no choice but to do those 2. And you're obviously confident that will result in good knowledge and being able to, work through that problem.
Yes, definitely. So what we are doing with a strategy to provide as well with the funding here, some really good flow data, what's coming out of it. We are looking for another option at the moment to get an idea in regards of wastewater levels rising in manholes attached with a software which is AI generated so that we get already early predictions if something happening in the network. So we are working through that. That will help us really to manage the network much, much better and provide then an earlier service and not coming to overflows.
Councillor Gilkerson.
That was my question, so I'm all good.
Good. So we'll just go back to the fee. Oh, sorry, Councillor Wilson.
It's fees and charges.
Fees and charges. Yeah, I was just going to go back to that. Your question.
Yes. To do with, because obviously anybody who's not on the town water has a septic tank has to be cleaned out and taken to the cost. And I see the costs of, if I worked it out, if I got my septic tank cleaned every year, it's almost approaching the cost of what the total cost of a person in town connected to the system is. And I'm just wondering, one tank, I think it's, I'll just find it quickly.
$62
septic tank per cubic metre. Yeah. A tank would be 4 to 5 metres, something like that. If you emptied a septic tank, they're about 2 metres long by, be something like that. So that's sort of $300, but that's not the actual cost. That's when the truck pulls up. So another I think I had one done the other was $600 or something to empty a septic tank. So I'm just interested to understand how you justify $60 a cube when in town someone's water going through the system will be cents in the cube rather than dollars in the cube.
Well, there's a few things at play. So we can't guarantee, because it's an unmanned site, we can't guarantee what we get through the septic disposal. So there's a bit of concern around the quality of it, whether it is just household. The other aspect to it is that if we were to set a lower charge, and we found this when we first commissioned these sites, because we had the lowest charge in Canterbury, we were getting a lot of cross-border usage from out of the district. So we thought the safe position is to pitch it close to where other councils are operating, which is similar to that sort of figure. I think Waimak are at 55 a cube. I think Christchurch City are a wee bit higher than that. So we're in the right ballpark so that we don't get too much influence from cross-district usage.
So the overall fees and charges increases 2.2%. Are we all happy with that?
Were we going to talk trade waste?
Yep.
So we're not agreeing for trade waste at
So
Councillor Ellis?
there was a question around the trade waste fee, and I can't even remember who asked that last week now, whether there was an appetite to increase that. Your thought, do you think the trade waste one is adequate or fair, or whichever way you want to say that?
At the moment, our trade waste fees are used quite in a limited capacity. AMP will be our first foray into a fairly large user, and I think we'll probably understand it better after that's been operating a few years. At the moment, I think probably just moving it by the inflation adjustments adequate.
Councillor Cameron?
I'm trying to toggle between the revenue and financing policy and like the trade waste and the fees and charge. Is that 100% recouped in the revenue and financing policy?
Helen, Tony?
Through the chair. Thank you, through the chair. So the activity of wastewater, we've got a 0 to 5% of our fees and charges. So it's
So
not
that comes out, trade waste comes under wastewater?
It does.
Okay, so mainly 100%. Yeah. So if the business case with regards to the trade waste, and we evaluate, you know, a big deal outfit out there, and that comes out as higher as a proportion, do we then review the fees and charges to make sure that that stays within the revenue and financing policy?
Yeah, I would assume so, yeah.
You assume? Do we do that annually, or do we do that when we know? Once that suddenly starts and you think, heck, that's a lot, we didn't anticipate that, can we review the fees and charges at that stage?
They're set for the year, aren't they?
They are set for the year,
So-
but usually you need more data than just the first little bit that might be a spike.
Yeah, well, 6 months might.
Yeah, so when we were negotiating with AMP, we made it quite clear what the fee structure was currently, and we did explain to them that these fees are set by council and are subject to change. The budget currently includes a few months of AMP operating, assuming we hit the first date of April or something for commissioning. So it does include some income arriving from AMP.
Yeah.
Time will tell as to what that impact has on the wider budget.
My only point is that we're nimble enough to react to that. You know, that's my.
Okay, so are we happy with the increase that's there under
One more
fees and
question.
charges? Yes.
Sorry, Madam Mayor. And will that come to Water Services Delivery Committee, Three Waters Committee, that sort of information?
We will report back when this is in place, and you will get all the information out
Just
of that.
noting, the Three Waters Committee has no delegated authority to consider budget and financial matters. So they are focused on compliance and project delivery at the moment. And I think there's a piece of work that is coming up to transfer, if you like, the Three Waters Committee as is currently structured with its current terms of reference from council into a more genuine business unit board. And that we'll examine the terms of reference, and we will examine the makeup of the committee, and there's been informal conversations about independent members on that, and there's a point where that committee will what's the right word, move into being a more genuinely governance board for the business unit. Now, remembering the business unit is not established until 1 July 27.
Sure.
So there's work and flow around that. But just in the meantime, we're mindful of the terms of reference for that committee, and that doesn't include setting fees and charges. That's council's purvey.
So that will that come to audit and risk then, so that we can get a recommendation and some visibility?
There'll be some process if there's a need to do that.
Because
But it's
we'll need
not.
an
But we
awareness
just
of
have to be
that.
careful of how we regard the Three Waters Committee as
Yeah,
it's
fine.
currently structured.
Yes, as long as it comes somewhere that we can see it.
The
Otherwise
ultimate
I'll have to
decision
write it
maker
down
in
on
this
my trusty little pad.
Yeah, the ultimate
remember.
decision maker is council in relation to
Yeah.
fees and
Audit and
charges.
risk might be a good outlet for that.
Councillor Hooper.
Thank you. Andy, the Ocean Farm wetland remediation, did you sort of toss around leaving that out? I mean, it seems like, the water quality's better before it's going in and when it's coming out. It seems like it's almost a given that it's kind of not going to happen. It's going to be bypassed, or could we take it out?
Well, we're hoping for an answer on that through the strategy work. That we're anticipating that will give us a view on what the shape of Ocean Farm, or indeed a bigger site, might be. So we'll understand a bit better once the strategy comes through.
Okay, so we're all happy with the fees and charges as they stand. We've got 2 business cases there. Are we happy for both of those to go through? General agreement? Councillor Gilkison?
I've just got a question on the second one, just between option 2 with no monitoring and option 3 with monitoring. I guess I just want to know more about the monitoring in terms of how impactful that will be, and what the long-term benefit will be. I don't know if I've questioned that well, but do you know what I mean? There's an extra 200K in there for monitoring.
Yes. So the intention is to do the interventions, and we need to do that. A lot of the concern or a lot of the issues that we've had is not being able to demonstrate the effectability of the work that we're doing. So if we include the monitoring as part of the project, we can get a baseline before we do the work, and then we can do monitoring post the actual physical work. We can then understand the value that we're getting from it and potentially focus the work better. So that's the intention of the monitoring.
So is the monitoring like a labour unit, so extra labour who's actually going in there saying, okay, this is actually the impact that it's had on this area? Or is there a technological...
It's technology mostly.
Mostly technology.
The only uncertainty at this stage is whether we're hiring equipment or putting in permanent equipment. There's still some discussion around which is the best approach.
Okay. Okay.
So we're happy with option 3? Yep. Okay. Any further questions on wastewater? No, we'll go to stormwater next. So that's under D. We'll do this and then we might have a break for a cuppa. So we're moving to stormwater. Oh, sorry, Councillor Ellis.
Thank you. And I have a question on stormwater, if that's okay.
Yep.
So,
I'm just waiting for that slide to flick over. Thank you.
just my question was, and I think it actually came up last week with the exiting of the stockwater races, and we may determine, I don't know, that 1 or 2 probably should stay open for stormwater purposes, but then they're going to have to fit into this budget. Has there been any thought or any work done around that? And because that impact's going to roll around sooner than later, so yeah.
I just need Andy answer to the work, but it doesn't impact this budget, because for this budget, the stockwater network is still in place. So for this budget, that's less of an issue than the following year.
Yes, but there will be some that may close that we find we need to retain for stormwater purposes.
Yes, indeed.
Next
But the closure
yes.
is not likely to have a significant impact on the stockwater function in this budget year. But the following year, absolutely. So
to know there's some work happening would give me some...
I understand. So that, so Andy can perhaps answer that, but I was just trying to point out the timing issue is much more the next year.
Yeah, so we've done some very preliminary work. But the sort of the direction of travel for me was that it would actually be a rural stormwater or drainage rate as opposed to affecting the urban townships. So I don't think there'll be too much happening in the stormwater areas necessarily. It might be a rural drainage rate, or we have got a rural stormwater cost centre already. I don't know whether the current rating format for that is compatible.
Councillor Wilson?
Probably, it's the same topic, but I approach it differently. We are shutting Pudding Hill and we will be shutting Methven Auxiliary, which will affect the Methven township and how, because some of the existing stock water supply runs through it. So is it a stock water ditch or is it a stormwater ditch or a town water ditch? So it's work being done on that, because it was one of the things we said that we would be, when the questions were asked around that, it was put to Neil McCann to deal with that. So has some work been done with that? Because September's pretty soon for Pudding Hill, and as the Stockwater chair, I'm hoping to, move forward on the other Methven one, because it's well through the program as well.
Yeah, so the Methven, the closure of the Methven Auxiliary would then trigger some changes to the Forest Drive waterways. So that currently runs full time. If the Methven Auxiliary is ultimately closed and we close down the network associated with it, then the Forest Drive race would be one that would revert to a stormwater function solely.
Okay.
And what that looks like, we haven't got any views at this point. The more weightier issue, and we are starting to look at it now, is that Methven currently benefits from contributing stormwater to the rural stockwater network. And that will have to be addressed as part of a future solution. So we're doing some work around that specific issue currently.
Is it not ECAN's responsibility, floodwater, as you talked about in the rural environment? There's a sort of a thing, you keep your own floodwater on your own property, or if it goes elsewhere, Dry Creek and that sort of thing, that's an ECAN thing. It's not our problem, it's ECAN's. It is our problem, I totally understand, with the roading network, if we have to put culverts in, but actually a lot of those culverts are there from past times, and it's just a matter of maintaining them, or some places improving them. But actually looking after stormwater in a rural environment is not our job, it's ECAN's job.
Yeah, look, you won't get any argument from me, but we do find at the moment that rural stormwater, rural drainage seems to fall down the gap between the two organisations. So who it ultimately falls with, the ratepayers will decide potentially.
Councillor Cameron?
Thank you. I've just gone through the operating expenditure. Can you please help me understand where the increases in the operating expenditure in all the waters come from? And I notice in stormwater it's up, I think, $380,000, or 0.38 of a million. Can you help me understand how that occurs, please?
There'll be a lot of, there are some changes. There was a small change with the allocation of costs between services. So we found some disposal costs were being charged to wastewater that should have been in stormwater. So that's made some change. One of the big drivers for stormwater has been the new stormwater engineer, which is that resource is solely being recovered through stormwater.
I ask a subsequent question. When we implemented or adopted the Water Services Delivery Plan, I think there were 6 additional staff members allocated in that. 4, beg your pardon, thank you, Ulrich, thank you. 4 additional staff members. Are we keeping to that level of 4 additional staff members? There's no staff increase in the water services area, waste, storm and drinking water?
No, not at this point of time. We are looking just for the 4. We have implemented 2 of them, and we are looking for someone who is coming on shortly in regards, hopefully, in the finance side, and then we are waiting what's coming out of the Commerce Commission requirements in February in regards of information disclosure, and this will be the other position we would need in the new financial year.
Thank you. So in the plan, where I see rises in operating expenses, that does not include staff or staff-related activities. Essentially, it's our allocation of overheads and redistribution between the waters increase on top of it.
The direct distributed costs contains those additional staff plus the support around those staff.
Yeah,
coming
but
on
nothing
board.
above what has been planned.
No, that's correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Gilkison.
Thank you. I mean, when we come to this, we are scrutinising all the money spent, but I'm going to do the opposite here, which is the money that is now not being spent. So in LTP year 3, there was over 7 mil, but we're actually, the annual plan, we're only going to be doing just over 1 mil. So can you just describe the rationale between those two projects that you've delayed?
Yeah, so we've struggled with our stormwater program for a number of years, and it is envisaged that the new role will help us get closer to achieving our program. What we've done with the program is just basically pitch it at a level that we think we can maintain and do, and that's seen the West Street project pushed out a bit further. We are planning to revisit the whole program once the stormwater engineer has been with us and got his head around what's required, and so that would come back to council through the water services strategy when we come to do that.
Okay, so for the most part, it's capacity within your team, and it's not a legislative requirement at this point.
So the program was originally put in place to address the land and water plan requirements, but the reality is the regulator is not beating a path through our door at the moment. They're not making non-compliances. Our only stormwater non-compliance currently has been that industrial sites assessment, which we've recently addressed. So we're in good shape at the moment as far as the regulator goes.
And from a community perspective in these areas, do we get a bit of feedback, or not noticeable just yet? We just know that it needs upgrading.
Well, the difficulty with these projects is that they are treatment related. Usually what happens when it rains is people just want the water gone, and these sites are working fine from that sort of level. What we're actually doing is improving the actual quality of the water leaving the system.
Oh, cool, thanks.
So, question on that West Street, was that just in our LTP or was that in our water services delivery plan? Both. So it's been deferred even though it was in our water services delivery plan. Right.
Yes, and it was a difficult decision for us, and we discussed it at great length before preparing this budget, but on the basis that we simply didn't have the capacity to do that work. It was kind of a fool's errand to put it in the budget and then just report on underperformance. But that did enable us to bring those other projects forward.
Councillor Ellis?
And with those conversations you had, did the second bridge and the timing of that come into those conversations because of the disruption to the state highway network, and there is a second bridge going to be, it's only another year after that again, isn't it? So.
Well, perhaps I could say yes, but in reality, we were far more focused on the capacity to deliver the program, and we realised that we needed to be a little more realistic. In the context of Andy's comment that we're not out of any sort of compliance, there's no the timing issue is not as big a driver for that project as it is with those other projects where compliance is an issue.
Has the question been, is everyone happy with the answer to the impact, the Stockwater exit impact on stormwater? No further questions on that. And happy with, we've got 2.2% fees and charges as per usual. Everyone happy with that? And there's no business cases. Okay, we'll move to Stockwater. Which is under E. And there was a question from last Tuesday that said how many people will be left on the Stockwater rating base next year, what assumptions have been made for this budget. And can we just move to the Stockwater slide, please? Thank you. Andy?
So I didn't make any major assumptions about the rating side of things. There is a small reduction in the operational cost, and that's just reflected by the fact that we anticipate a couple of intakes closing down with their associated main race maintenance. It's quite modest at this point.
Any questions on this, Councillor Maxwell?
It may or may not fall in this budget, but with the changing of the Pudding Hill Methven arrangement with the water, and if it goes ahead as beautification water, whatever, ecological water for Mount Harding Stream and thing, has there been anything allowed for in the budget for that consenting process due to the fact it could be very different with our change in regulation?
Certainly no budget provision made for consenting explicitly. We've got some additional budget in the district water management area, or the water resources area, to fund the exit and activities within it. So if there was a need to do that work, we've got sufficient provision there to do so.
Councillor Wilson?
As the process unfolds, the costs should reduce as we go through it. But from the rating point of view, just to clarify it, once we've set the rates for next year, everybody who's in the system, if you say, as at the 1st of June, the only ones that are out of it at the moment is Pudding Hill in September, and they're getting a free ride for 2-3 months. Everybody else will have to pay their rates for the full year of that year. So even if we can get some across the line, which we will get many across the line, they're going to be, effectively you'd say, none are going to be shut before mid-2027, effectively, from a rating point of view. Have I got that right?
Yeah, that would be my assessment. Yeah.
So just so everybody's aware, the budget's almost being set now. So even if we can shut them, they're still going to have to pay because everybody's been, the process is taking longer than we thought.
Hamish?
Well, the issue too around rates is that they're struck at the 1st of July, based on the rating roll at that time. So if there's a connection at the 1st of July, then they will have the rates for the full year, regardless of what happens during that year.
Councillor Wilson?
So if by miracle that could happen, we could shut 2 or 3 more, or divest of them, which was one of the options that we looked at initially, to maybe an irrigation scheme, divest of some of the bigger ones that have costs associated with them. We could be revising this budget to reflect the reduction in scope of the water race system before the rates are set this year.
That's right. So now you're tangled up in the yes, but process-wise, that's the annual plan, and the resolutions of council to strike the rates based on the information that's in the annual plan. So that's all sort of happening right now. So we'd have to be really clear what impact a decision was going to have and the timing of that in order to insert it into this current annual plan, which council will adopt by the 30th of June. And then, because that's when we'll strike the rates based on what's in that plan.
As the chair of the Stockwater Committee, I would like to be able to convey that to the parties that are involved with us, because that may stir them into action to move to reduce the cost to council of some of these intakes and reduce the cost and to take them over. Because at the moment it's a bit of a cat and mouse game, you could say, and we're putting this out, which does actually push the closure process right through till mid-year, which makes it difficult for us to.
Yep.
People will be closing but still paying their rates, so it's a bit of a.
I can see the theory, but it will be nearly impossible because we really will need to know that and have those decisions and understand the impact within the next month for it to have impact on the 1st of July.
We do have a meeting coming up, so we'll look forward to closing them by that point then.
And it's a Stockwater exit as well. And I guess from 1st of July 2027, there'll be no more charges, will there?
Correct.
Yeah, this cost centre will be gone.
And to Councillor Ellis's point, if there is to be any remaining work that this council intends to do to keep ditches open for whatever reason, that will then need to be factored into year 1 of the next LTP.
Yeah. Okay, any further questions on Stockwater?
Just one question.
Yes.
If through the process in the coming weeks and months, which is probably weeks, we do identify that there is if I'm referring especially to Mount Harding, if we can come to an agreement with ECAN that we can use some of that water to be dropped into maybe the RDR and the fish screens there and that sort of thing, which does fall within our existing consent, but that becomes an environmental cost, is there potential to change the mix of general rate to stormwater rate? Because obviously there is a component of general rate in the stock water rate.
Theoretically, yes. I would have no confidence that that complicated arrangement can reach agreement in the next couple of weeks to enable us to reflect it in the budget, however.
That won't affect the total budget though of this. That's only just manipulating or shifting around the numbers within this cost centre. So the cost centre itself will still have the same income, still have the same overheads. It's just a switch around of how that's funded.
Well, that's right, but that's the rates you're going to strike is going to reflect the switch around, because at the moment the people who are paying for the stock water are not the same people who would pay for amenity or ecological or stormwater values. So you've got to do all that work and then reflect that switch around in the annual plan and budget, which is getting to the end of its process. So theoretically,
only starting this process. It's only the second day we've done this. So
I know, but in terms of timing, we're February. Council will have to adopt this by the 30th of June. We will have to reflect that switch around by March, April. It's now February. So what I'm really trying to say is I don't have the confidence that you could reach agreement with another regulatory body around that switch around in time for it to impact this budget.
Okay. I think we might just break now for a quick cuppa, about 10 minutes. Three waters plus stock water all work through, so our next will be transportation, and we'll do that in 10 minutes. Thank you. with our workshop, and we're just jumping ahead to parks and open spaces, just to go through that. And thanks, Ian, for coming along. We know you need to get away, so we'll get through this now. So we have got the questions up there on the CAPEX program, which was the playground priority 1. Do you just want to go through that for us, please, Ian?
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, the priority 1 is rated from an independent assessment of playgrounds, which is undertaken every 3 years, and that depicts numerous aspects of the play assets and their current state of care and the life cycle of where that particular piece of equipment sits. So out of the assessment, which is done on site, on every playground site, there is a table that comes out of that that has the priorities for maintenance being priority 1 being more urgent, priority 2 and priority 3, which is okay and absolutely fine. So we've taken the priority figure for priority 1 in its totality and divided it into the 4 different areas, be it rural, Methven, urban and Rakaia. So that's why the number is the same, 39,000 inflated in each of those different budget lines. And once, and they're profiled in the long-term plan. So for the first 3 years we had in the long-term plan schedule mapped out the priority 1 costs. Then from year 4, it's the priority 2s, and we go on like that. So that's how the process works and how we, why we have a priority ranking there.
Thank you. Any questions on this? And Councillor Wilson first.
I'm looking at the Capital Works and Capital Renewals program. I see you've just lifted it straight out of the annual plan, our long-term plan, sorry, those numbers. Has there been any thought to reduce some of those costs? Because obviously there was a lot of, I would say from Councillor's point of view, controversy around the hard surface renewals, that we felt the domain was getting hard surfaced when perhaps some of the other infrastructure outside was missing out. And so I think it's 100,000 you've got written in hard surface renewals in year 3. You know, is that justifiable with the current pressure on the roading network? Because basically it's eroding, it's basically you're using the same materials and stuff that is being used by roading.
Perhaps, Madam Chair, I can answer that in the first instance. Our instruction to budget managers was to prepare this budget in consistent with year 3 of the long-term plan, because that long-term plan has been adopted by council. That's the intended program for this year. So we were trying to ensure that the draft budgets were consistent with the long-term plan. Didn't propose a whole lot of extra things, but neither did we ask budget managers to take a whole lot of things out based on their own assessment of whether it was worthwhile work. We assume the work is worthwhile because it has been previously adopted by council. If priorities have changed and council wishes to amend the program as per the draft budget, that's clearly what this process is for and for councillors to do. But we didn't ask our budget managers to put their own judgment across a work program that had already been approved in the long-term plan.
Richard?
So from that, we have to go through every one and get it justified. I know it's very hard for us to, because I'm trying to, make the budget work, because we do have, if I look at the base expenditure in open spaces, if I'm right, it's gone up from annual plan 25-26 of 5.6 or 24-25 5.7 to 6.1 million. So, that's a colossal amount of money and at 6.1 million not to be really analysed and looked at, because that's a big proportion of our rates. It's of our total rate bill, and to just be skitting around the outsides, we need to be analysing, because it's a unsubsidised 6.1 million. We talk about unsubsidised roading, this is unsubsidised. So I'm just trying to get to the point where we can actually make some cost savings here.
Yes, I understand the point. The issue, though, is that's what it costs to maintain the parks and open spaces of this district to the standard that they currently are. There are always increased costs associated with both inflation but also vested assets. So a subdivision goes in, it puts a new green space in, and it comes to council and we then need to maintain it. So there's always going to be pressure on maintaining or reducing a budget in this area because of the nature of how open spaces works between the community and council. If council require the open spaces to be maintained to a lesser standard, then that's the sense of direction we need to get from you, and the level of service can be adjusted to reflect the budget that's available. Until that decision is made, though, we budget to maintain the asset to the standard that we currently do, and that's what this budget reflects.
Tony?
Thank you. Through the chair, just to add to Hamish's comments, the 6.1 million that's being referred to is coming out of the urban beautification on the actual documentation here, but that includes the business cases for Lakehood, and they aren't proposed to be rate funded. So it's just taking all the OPEX and pulling it through. So just for clarification.
Councillor Cameron?
They're proposed to, I just can't hear very well, Tony. They're proposed to be what? Rate funded?
Through the chair, no, the business cases for Lakehood are not proposed to be rate funded.
How are they going to be funded?
Through the reserves.
What reserves?
Reserve contributions.
Do we know how much is in that actual money in that? In that fund, how much is in the reserves contribution? Because we haven't seen the funds that's in the reserves yet.
I can confirm that a bit later on today, but off the top of my head was about 8 million without this year's drawdowns out of there.
And where is that? Because when we look, can I just digress and ask you, when we look on the variance reports, we've got 4 million in term deposit. Where is the 8 million? Is that just an internal borrowing that you'll relocate out to?
It will be, yes, but the balance will be in the annual report for 2025. That actually says what the balance is.
So when that's relocated out to where it rightfully, I mean, it's sensible to use it on our debt, I understand that. And when it's relocated out, there will be an implication on where it comes from in terms of interest, presumably, because something will have to fill that void, won't it? If it's currently if it's an internal borrowing, it'll have to be, there'll be an implication on our annual plan. Beg your pardon, implication on our rates, because there'll be an increased interest component, or we'll be borrowing more to fill that gap, or whatever, external borrowing or whatever.
Potentially, that's part of the wider reconciliation of all the reserve accounts and the borrowing across council.
So we will need to see, well, I would like to see that. I want to know what the implication of moving that money out from wherever it is, and all the 40 million from wherever it is, move it to use it, which is I have no problem with, what that means for our rates. Can I ask my question?
There's just a point to note that we collect those contributions to be spent on in a particular way. The only reason we have those reserve funds is not to offset cash flow for someone else, a different group of ratepayers. It is to spend in the manner in which that reserve is controlled, which in this case is on reserves. So we don't collect it to offset debt somewhere else. We collect it and people pay it, knowing that they are paying it to be spent on the very reason that we're now trying to allocate it. So we can't just bank the money and offset debt with it. That's not why we collect that money.
I understand that, but someone's got to pay the debt when there's a gap. I understand that, but we need to know what that implication is for that debt on the ratepayer, because the ratepayer we don't make anything, we bill the ratepayer. So we have to find out how that's, I understand that, Hamish. And I want to go back to my question. So presumably we're collecting reserve contributions to pay for a man or a woman at Lakehood to do all the things that are listed in the project. So that's for a staff member, essentially, when you look at the business case.
Neil?
That's correct, yes.
That's correct. So we can use reserve contributions not for building a playground or building a mini golf course. We can use it for staff. That's a rhetorical question because we just had the answer.
Well, yes, as long as the staff is targeted to the work that the reserve contributions are collected for. You couldn't, you can't have a staff member in the water system.
Yeah, I'd like some definitive answer on that from the, if that is indeed the case, because I think that's a bit of a long straw. But can I go on to my other question and we can look at that later, please, Mayor? The thing is, we've got 1 point. I can't work this out. we've got, I'm shouting, I hate that thing in front of me.
No, but people can't hear, so.
We've got the impact of this activity on the total rate take results in a 1.76% increase compared to 25-26. So if we're increasing 460,000 over 5.7 million, how is that 1.76% increase? Because 5 million, 10% would be 500,000. It's about a 3% increase or something.
Gordon?
Can you just clarify, sorry, where you're reading that number? I'm just
Under
trying to find
overview. I haven't got past overview yet, so. I'm sure it's not.
So on page 1 of our Stella document, total operating expenditure has increased by 406. That's where you are, Councillor Cameron?
That's correct, thank you.
Capital expenditure, total impact of that activity on the total rate take results in a 1.76 increase compared to 25-26. Hamish?
Well, we can dive into some detail, but I think it'll relate to all the unders and overs in the budget. So the increased budget isn't necessarily the only impact on rates. So if there's less revenue from other sources, for example.
So this is on the total budget, not on the Parks and Reserve budget?
And the increase is describing the overall rate increase, yes.
Okay, so the overall rate increase of currently, was it 10.8? 10.2. 1.76% of that is attributable to Parks and Reserves.
That's correct, but that's unadjusted for the rates contributors. So there's 329,000 of rates contributors that went into this activity last year that we haven't accounted for this year.
Okay, thank
so
you.
So the true impact of the operational activity is less than that.
Okay, thank you. Fees and charges.
No,
it's the next paragraph down. Capital expenditure.
Yep.
The remaining fees and charges in the open space have been increased by 2.2%. What have we got in for our, our CPI? Is it 3 point something, for growth year on year? I don't understand why we're increasing it to 2.2%.
That was in the long-term plan, so we've just followed your long-term plan.
So we can revisit that to make it reflect the general increase in the rates take adjusted for CPI or whatever we use,
Yes, so you can adjust fees and charges, thinking about your revenue and financing policy implications, other than this particular number, but this is what's in the long-term plan, so we've brought that through.
So when we rate, we have our, we have the contributor, the rate goes up based on government inflation, don't we? We put that in.
The rates?
Yeah.
No. The rates is the sum total of your entire work program and all the unders and overs. It's not related to inflation per se.
CPI has a component of the rate intake. We add that in at the beginning, we say.
That's through the long-term plan process. I think we add that. Have we added that each year in the long-term plan process?
So we add inflation based on Bill through the long-term plan, but
Yeah.
if you recall the conversation we had last week, we basically started with a zero-based budget. How much would it cost to prepare the budget? Where managers have taken their capital expenditure, we used the LTP year 3 figures, but they were also revised. So we haven't applied a flat inflation rate to anything, apart from fees and charges where we've lifted them by 2.2, but others where we have we've reported it through to you that we have increased it by more where it was appropriate.
So the bill rate, I understood, with the rates, we're not covering inflation unless we reflect the rate, the bill rate. And we've had many debates over what rate to use, up and down, which one to. So where does that fit into this?
But we've zero-based the budget. So we've asked managers to budget based on the work program and the long-term plan, what they will need in this budget year. We haven't applied a cost-plus mentality to this budget.
Okay, so I'll take my question offline, but is that a realistic approach based on the inflation rate of what was it? The Reserve Bank put out 3.1, didn't they?
Well, it's not based on the inflation rate. It's based on the managers assessing the work program with everything they know about the cost of getting that work done for the period under question.
So it's inherently in that.
Yes.
Okay. Go to Councillor Gilkerson.
Thank you. This might actually be a question for you guys in terms of Lake Hood. I think what is in store for the councillors to get a wider view and understanding of Lake Hood? Because as it stands, I'm not really prepared to make any kind of even questions or decisions on what you've got in the business cases. I just want more information around the bigger picture of it.
Yeah, that would be a good idea.
And Neil and Tanya might need to leap in here, but essentially the background to the business cases is thinking about the growing impact of managing Lake Hood on this organisation, from both the maintenance of the grounds to the water quality issues, and to compliance with a whole range of consents. I think over 20 consents that enable that lake to operate, and knowing that the workload is becoming greater and greater because of the impact of all those matters, and particularly as we think to getting enough information together in relation to compliance with the consents, with a view to, I think it's 2031, where many of those consents will need to be renewed. How are we going to do that? And we don't believe we can with existing resource. So it's the increasing impact of Lake Hood on our organisation, and in order to provide that wonderful facility for the district and the region to enjoy, there are some obligations that go with managing Lake Hood. So that's what this is trying to reflect. We did take a business case to the previous council prior to the election, because we can see the looming work, and the council acknowledged that they could sort of see the rationale for it, but said we're not prepared to approve additional resource outside of the annual planning cycle. And because getting ready for consenting in a few years' time doesn't feel like it's going to be so urgent that between September and 1st of June much could be done anyway, we want that to go through the normal annual plan process. So that's what we've just brought that report back from the previous council through into this process, where you're now being asked to consider resourcing to manage Lake Hood, and we have suggested it be funded from reserve contributions. So that additional resource for Lake Hood is not an impact on rates. And I think there was a question over, whether it's a stretch or a long bow or something in terms of the reserve contributions, and we would actually say yes. We think that it is a stretch, but we think it complies with the rules around the reserve contributions. So that's now back in front of council to consider in terms of the overall budget.
Okay. I think I'd still like to abstain from making a decision today, seeing as we keep getting asked. So I don't know what everyone else is wanting to do, but I'm just going to say that.
Yeah, I'll go to Neil.
If I can just add, the scope of the work required to look at the resource consents, over 20 resource consents that need to be renewed. A lot of data needs to be collected, a lot of preliminary design. We need new intake, new outlet, need a lot of work to start soon to prepare for the new consent applications in 2031. So to support the consent applications, one has to do a lot of preliminary work and investigations, and someone needs to manage that whole process, and that's what this business case is for.
Can we have that report that went to council in October, I think it was in October or late September, recirculated to everyone, because there will be quite a bit of information in there that will be handy for new councillors, but also just to have a look. And we don't have to make decisions on the business cases today because we've got more workshops coming up. So, yeah.
We'll do that. We'll circulate that report.
Yep.
I think it went early October or late September.
Yeah. Can't quite remember. Councillor Wilson.
I'll talk to Lake Hood first up then. Lake Hood, the council had some proposals put to it and they were defeated, and then we tried to change it, but that was defeated, and then the original one was defeated as well, so we got absolutely nowhere with it. So no resources were put to it. And this is the this is the outcome from that. These resources are being asked for now in the annual plan, which is the right way it should be done, so we can balance it out against other costs and things. But my question is, the employing a permanent person there as an operations manager, that doesn't answer the big question, the elephant in the room of as Neil has talked about, the resource consent renewals and those sort of things, and how that's going to be funded, and if the community want to fund that going forward. Because it's not unseen, if it was $7 or $8 million to fund that, would the community want to do that? And so we need to answer those big questions before we just go down the path of putting more cost in and pretending it. So I'm happy to put the cost in for the annual plan, but it needs to be thrashed out in the long-term plan where the community can, and these costs are not embedded. The operations manager, my concern, that becomes a surrogate caretaker for Lakehood, which I don't want that. If it's a short-term fix, but then the long-term plan talks to the community about it, and if they're willing to put up a heap of money into it and if fund it, that's where it should be placed. But so this should be a short-term fix, but that has an end point, not a forever point. So just if you're going to rediscuss it, I'd like those thoughts put into the process of it.
Thanks. Councillor Cameron.
How much is Lakehood as a whole? I can't see it easily, and just to tell me how much does it cost for council's investment in Lakehood with regards to the weed harvesting, the lawn mowing, the whole overhead of Lakehood, excluding this thing.
I've got the cost centre there. Do you want to talk to Italia? Or?
So there's also quite a few components to it. So overall operating expenditure is 1.1 million.
On the now, Tanya, 1 million.
1.1.
1.1 million.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So of that is management and weed harvesting, which is approximately 530,000.
Sorry, can't hear you very well.
Sorry, approximately 530,000.
On top of that.
That's this. I'm breaking down that 1.1.
Thank you.
And obviously overheads in there as well. 20,000 on repairs and maintenance. There's insurance components. There is parks recoveries, toilet cleaning, security. I mean, we can give you a fuller breakdown if that helps, but the main component of the actual operating expenditure is that ACL maintenance contract and the weed.
How much is that?
It was 530,000.
Annual? 530,000 for ACL for the weed, did you say? And the
maintenance
lawn mowing
contract.
and all the rest of it?
Yeah.
Does that include the capital expenditure of the lawnmower or the
You just have to talk into your mic.
Does that include the barge component or paying the interest on the barge?
The weed harvester?
The weed harvester,
Yes. Yeah.
It does, okay. And that excludes the 400,000 for the extra person?
That's correct, yeah.
Councillor Maxwell.
Just checking, and I know I'm probably stating the obvious, but so what we're looking at is that if we didn't renew these consents by 2031 under the current legislation, we would then become completely non-complying under our current legislation.
You should have no entitlement to take the water to do anything down there at all to manage a lake.
Yeah, those consents can cover the operation of the lake as well, yeah.
Councillor Todd.
Thank you. Just a general comment on parks and open spaces. I agree with the budget that's there. I look at this area of expenditure as the shop window of our district. And in my previous life, I talked to a lot of people who shifted to Ashburton. Because of the ambience of the place, the tidiness, our parks, and it's a selling point, and it's something that we shouldn't underestimate. You know, you go through towns that don't mow their lawns and have weeds, and it. So you know, it's to me what we're spending here is an investment in our town and our district, really. So I am in favour of the budget.
Can I just ask a couple of questions just on some of the capital projects? So the Methven lighting project, I see that's funded by debt. I thought that was a targeted rate. Was that not a targeted rate going forward over the next couple of years?
Through the chair, my recollection of that is the operational costs associated with that are running through the targeted rate as an OPEX cost, but the actual physical infrastructure is running through as CapEx debt that hits the Methven beautification account.
So was it a split between general rate and the amenity rate, similar to what the Ashburton lighting project was?
I'm not sure what the Ashburton lighting project, how that was funded, but the way it's hitting the Methven beautification account, it will be funded 50-50 between a method targeted rate and the general rate. And that's how the urban amenity rate is charged for here as well in Ashburton. So presumably if the lighting has run through that mechanism, then it will have been charged the
It
same
would be
way.
good if they were a similar rating.
Okay.
And the flag tracks and the replacement of flag banners, so is that just because the current ones are stuffed and
Through
we
the
need
chair,
to?
we've had a number in town that have failed or have been clipped by high vehicles, so it's a replacement and repairing of those asset infrastructures that are attached to the power poles around town.
And how long have they been in place? How long have they lasted?
Through the chair, they certainly predated my tenure with the council.
Yeah, I'm thinking around 2018 to 2020, somewhere in that period.
Yeah. Another question from me, sorry Richard, I'll get to you in a minute. The Awa Awa Reserve bridge replacements, is that, how many bridges does that include?
Through the chair, that's one that we will flag to you that can be removed because we did an equation last year with the community group and we replaced more of the bridges. We had them staged over 3 years, but we've been able to leverage the costs in year 2, so that is definitely one that we can take out of this equation.
Is everyone happy that we take that out? Yeah. It's 27,000, that's...
That's correct.
Yep.
That was the Methven Lions that did most of the sweat equity in that project, and we covered the material cost.
Yeah, I'll be happy with that if everyone else is. I'll go to you, Councillor Wilson.
It's a greater question I have, that I'm concerned that all of the list of capital and capital renewals programs have been, because they haven't been can't be covered out of the existing operation budget or the budgets, they've just been stuck on the end and trying to be funded out of reserves. So I think this reserves being used for some of these here would be classed as just business as usual, and like so the West Street wall restoration being sent out of reserves, wouldn't that be just wouldn't that be done operationally as a long that's part of your operational budget?
Through the chair, no, that's a capital renewal. It's renewing the element of that asset that will retain it into the future. Without that work, the brick wall will fall down.
So what I'm perhaps getting to is that are the domains better than what they were 3 years ago?
Through the chair, no. This is retaining what we've got.
Yeah, but no, if I looked at the domains generally, are they better than what they were 3 years ago? So is it a better facility than it was 3 years ago, or is it exactly the same? Because if it's better, you should be using reserves to contribute to the maintenance and stuff of the asset, because we can't afford to keep just spending this sort of money on reserves, we can't, because we're running it. This year it's lucky that there's a anomaly in the roading which actually gives us space for the 1.7% of total rates increase in reserves. So I think I'm just concerned that we just keep spending more and more, and we can't afford to do that. So I'm looking at how is the domain, as it's improving, we should be using reserves just as an operational budget, because that's what we're having to do.
Through the chair, we are in a maintenance cycle primarily, and some of the renewal items are purely there to maintain the current level of service. The level of service that's currently provided is not hugely dissimilar to what it was 5 years ago. Yes, there is some newer assets. Yes, there is some replaced assets that now are newer, but they will have a comparable life of 10, 15, 20 years going forward. So these aren't things that we will replace every year. They will be ongoing. And we're happy to implement whichever way the council chooses to treat the capital schedule there.
Okay, sorry.
Last question, sorry.
Yep.
Can you expand on the hard service renewals? Because there was a lot of controversy with the last one, and I see we had nothing in the long-term plan for the last 2 years, and now we've got 100,000, so I'm just interested to understand what it is.
Through the chair, that is hard surface renewals at Davis Crescent, Clark Street Park, Harland Park, Argyle Park and Braybrook that all have roading quality asphalts or chip seals that where the surfaces are degrading and need some attention. The roading staff have prepared the costings and have done the base work that goes into the asset management plan that then drives where this number comes from.
Councillor Ellis.
Thank you. I just wanted to talk fees and charges, and I see it was up there on the board too. I just can't quite get my head around, the field sizes and how much they are, because it's hard to visualise and that sort of thing. And then we have Argyle Park and sports facilities use it. Do they then get the use of a changing shed and toilets and all that, as well as the playground space? And is that accounted for in these fees and charges? So I'm just trying to get my head around how they all work.
Through the chair, that particular item has been, it's worked its way through the reserve management planning process, and what's dropped out of that is that most of the current leases for sports clubs on reserves, the leases have been expired or on the verge of expiry. So we now have a project going on with our property department and division, which are working through updating all of those reserve leases. So a club that has a built asset, a club rooms, a changing room or the like, they will going forward have two components of charge from the council. One for the ground lease for their premises, and two will be the fees and charges related fee for the quantum of sports field of which they are occupying in their activity. To date, we've only got through the understanding of where that sits. Property are currently, I think they've dealt with the Methven Domains leases. They are now working on the Ashburton Domains leases. And after that goes through, that will flag the tag-on component of the field size figure to be levied to them on an annual basis.
So does that include, like, if we own the facility, the building, the Walnut Ave Pavilion, for example, and I don't know, someone's playing sport there and they want to use the toilets and there's 100 people there, that's a lot of usage, and so do they get an extra fee for that, or is that just a community thing that we say we'll do that and the general rate payer will pay?
Through the chair, with that particular example, we do have public conveniences in that Walnut Ave facility that are open for the general public to use. So some sports users and club users could use those. Alternately, they could book the facility entirely through Bookable, use the kitchen, use the other changing room facilities and so on, and that would be charged and paid for.
Just going back to the CapEx, so we took out the our reserve bridges. Is there anything else, Ian, that you think that possibly could come out?
Through the chair, we've also removed the Bremner Lawn Cemetery public convenience, and that was, I think, 296,000. So those are the two items that we've got that have come out, and that was a decision of council last year.
Yep. In Rebellia Park, that was a decision in our annual plan last year as well too, wasn't it?
Correct.
Yeah.
You won't see the Bremner Lawn one show up here. It sits under the community services chapter because that's where public convenience is report.
I'd seen it somewhere yet. Councillor Cameron.
With regards to Deb's view, I see that we lay on the table the proposal, because Tanya's just sent the email through, lay on the proposal the the table, the proposal for the Lakewood.
But that expires at the election. So the previous council let it lie on the table. All matters lying on the table when the council is dissolved at the end of the triennium disappear. So we've got a blank sheet.
So would you be happy if we just didn't discuss the business cases today and came back at our next workshop once we've had a bit more information? Are you happy with that?
I think that's only fair and reasonable given we have a significant proportion of council and new, and the ones that are left here had a view on the day of the business cases. So that would be, I'd support that if that's a possibility.
So is everyone happy with that? We'll just park the business cases on Lakewood. Tanya's just obviously, I haven't seen it yet, but sent through that report. We can ask questions and at the next workshop that can be on the agenda to discuss. Happy? Yep. Right, anything else on open spaces that anyone wants to talk about, Councillor Wilson?
It's probably, we've alluded to it by saying, what more can be taken out, because I feel that we've just been, a whole lot of them put in and we hope we approve them all. That with respect to the automation of irrigation, I see there's two, there's irrigation automation. Does that equate to a reduction in cost, or does it, because obviously if you automate something, you don't have to do it manually, therefore it saves you money. And I can't see the other side of the saving money because it's gone up, so I'd guess there's no saving money. But also automation, if you irrigate more stuff, especially in a park situation, you have to maintain it more, therefore there's more costs. So that's why I was never in favour of irrigating, especially Argyle Park, because it would just cost you a lot more money. In a year like this, you don't need it. And it's been there 100 years, so do you need automated irrigation?
Through the chair, the automation is in relation to the bedding plots that are in the towns and in the domain. That is the two line items that refer to that. Currently, those plots are irrigated by staff taking out hoses and flip-flop sprinklers on a daily basis, putting them out. They end up watering through the worst time of the day, between 8 and 4, where you've got evaporation, you get a lot of transpiration, and your use of water is far from as efficient as it could be. So by automating, by fitting in-ground infrastructure, it means that we can set the thing to water at 1 a.m. in the morning, and by 8 o'clock when the sun comes up, it looks like there's just been a dew. The water use has been maximised, and particularly in seasons where there's water restrictions flagged to the community, you will get a lot of complaints, and we do get a lot of complaints for people seeing us with a big flip-flop sprinkler using water at the inappropriate time of the day when we're telling the community to use their water between 6 p.m. and 11 p.m.
Councillor Cameron.
Thank you. And just carrying on from that, so there's an efficiency gain in water and watering in the evening when the transpiration is lower and when it's cooler. So where is the saving on the daytime rate from the staff? What is it proposed that the staff will do when they're normally lugging the hoses about in the middle of the day in the heat? Like, every efficiency gain has to come with a compensatory saving somewhere.
Through the chair, it's not visible per se around, is it a saving of point whatever off a staff unit? It is just definitely a saving of that time that then there is more litter picked up or other things done in the parks.
I understand that it's hard to quantify. I can appreciate that. I think, though, for every efficiency gain, every new IT proposal, every new increase in technology, there needs to be a compensatory reflection of where that is saving. Like using AI, we need to see, well, we're using AI, that means that the staff aren't using a calculator for every line or whatever. I just think, I think if you're going to do a true business case, there's always another side to it. It's not just always, you know, and I'd like to see that sort of going through the whole of the council to look at for efficiencies, and that's my only comment on it.
Yes, understand the point. I think in this particular case, the automating of the irrigation of, in this case, does not have a direct relation to having less staff, for example. It's not that sort of efficiency gain. It's better use of water, it's safer, and presumably there's other work that everyone would like to have done, that there's a greater availability for. This is not a big enough project to relate to a concrete saving in the number of FTEs, for example, that we employ.
Councillor Hooper.
Thank you. Ian, I just had a question around the sculpture trail and the signage implementation. What's going on there?
Sorry, what was the first one?
The sculpture trail.
Right, through the chair. The communications department is doing up an information flyer for the community to be able to take that and go for a walk around the Ashburton domain and understand, look at and admire the sculptures, of which there are quite a number in the domain. So we don't have them mapped or photographed yet, or the details of them. So it's a matter of building that up so that we've got some collateral to sell the sizzle of that aspect of the domain that's been there for a number of years. The latter one on the signage, that's the naming. So again, there's been a communications department. Janice and her team are running a process to get a palette of signage, a suite of signage that will be consistent with messaging across the district. So when signs come up for their renewal, we will then migrate them into the new palette of colour, layout, the icons of what is allowed for on that particular reserve. So that will be a migration of the older style signage, which some of it's wooden boards routed with a bit of paint, and a lot of those are degrading to the extent that they're not legible. But when they come up to be renewed, we will renew them with the new palette and the new design.
So how does that relate to the Ashburton domain, for example? Is that in front of some of the trees, some of the information about the tree, or how can you...
There's two elements there. One is the horticultural naming of the species and having that legible, so that's freely available for the people. The other aspect is some of the wayfinding signage which directs people around. You'll know we've got some boards there which have got, we've got three which have got a lot of information around where you are. This is where you are in the domain, this is where you go to find the toilet, the playground, the car park and so on. So a lot of that aspect is around wayfinding and letting people know where they are, where they can go, which way's town if they're from out of town.
Sorry, just one more, please.
Yep.
So have you or your staff had quite a bit of feedback about the sculpture trail, like the need for, are there people going to you going, oh, I wish I knew more about those sculptures? Or are they just wandering past going, that they're really lovely, or that's interesting, or...
Through the chair, this is an item which came up through the fully blown public consultative process around the domain development plan, which again predated me. I think it was in about 2019, 18-19, may be adopted 20. So it was certainly thrashed out by the council of the day at that point in time, and I dare say some of you might recall the feedback that you received from the community at that point in time. So we're just, as the Chief Executive has alluded to, we're rolling out what is in the agreed LTP and bringing it forward to you now.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Moffat.
My question is always also around the signage, the phrase signage implementation. So you were talking before about bringing all the signage in the domain to make it uniform, presumably, and I'm not talking about the species signage. So the implementation, does that mean making new signs, or is that basically $50,000 for a branding type exercise to make them more uniform?
Yeah, through the chair, it's the actual new signage. It's not the actual process to get there.
So that's the cost of making them and installing?
That's correct.
Councillor Cameron.
I'm in the weeds, probably, someone would say, but when you're looking at West Street, brick wall restoration, I thought that was done. I mean, it looks, there's no holes in it now as I drive down there.
Through the chair, it is an ongoing process. We've started probably 4 years ago, and we're spending $30,000 a year. The brickies have to go along with a grinder, take the grout out around each brick and replace it, and they have to do that on both sides. And there's about 1.5 kilometres of fencing up and down when you look, if you
Yeah,
were to walk
don't dispute the distance. Why are they doing that?
to retain it in perpetuity. If we don't, the old mortar that was there from the 1940s is letting go. It's got very loose, and the wall is degrading to the extent that it may become a problem.
So we're not replacing the bricks, we're sorting out the mortar, because otherwise
That's
it's
correct.
not an old fence, is it? So the other thing is, when we had the accident, someone drove into it, was that covered by insurance?
That's correct. That was about 17,000, which we got back from insurance.
Thank you.
Councillor Wilson.
It's a matter of principle. I don't believe open spaces should have debt because it's funded. It has reserves as a large lump of money that comes in if the town's expanding. Therefore, that lets growth of those reserves, and it should live within its budget. It doesn't. Its income stream is rates. It's purely and simply rates from people. So it doesn't have any other income stream. And to say that we're borrowing money because it's a long-term thing, well, it has reserves to cover that off. So therefore, it must be capital if it's a long-term thing. So I see there's a couple of projects that are funded out of debt, and I think we shouldn't be putting debt on open spaces, because it's basically all we're doing is, if it wants to fund it and it can't do it out of operation, it should lift its operation up and make the rates pay for that year. But to put it in debt when it's such a small amount, they're not massive. These aren't big, unachievable projects. There's a dog park at 20,000 in Rockyle. It's ridiculous putting it on debt. It should be funded out of operations or some other way.
So there's about 140k, I think, debt. I think, when I've done a quick add up. Any comments? Ian? Helen?
You were quick then. We're essentially following the revenue and financing policy, and where there are improvements and activities to respect the principle of intergenerational equity to spread the cost of those. So assets that have longer life, by funding it through debt, if it's something essentially new or an improvement, you're actually spreading that cost across multiple generations. Yes, we could choose to fund those out of rates. If we do make that change, that would amount 140 would go straight onto rates. So we were just looking at the best way to manage the budgets in perpetuity, I guess.
Thank you. Councillor Cameron.
When you talk about intergenerational, how many generations are funding the dog park in Rockyle?
It's actually a Methven.
It's a Methven,
It's
sorry.
a Methven one.
I was just
This next one is, yeah.
I think we've got it on the schedule, but off the top of my head, it would be 10 years. We wouldn't push it out to 25 or anything
Okay,
like
so
that.
it's
So
sort
we
of
look
part
at the
of
life
it,
of
about
the
a quarter,
asset.
yeah.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it would be a targeted rate on that particular area. Because why would the dogs that are going there presumably would be from Rockyle or Methven or wherever?
Depending on where the asset is sitting, which activity it's sitting in, which cost centre will determine how it's funded. So, yes.
So can we move the cost centres to another cost centre, or is it?
Well, you're back to your revenue and financing policy. The
Yeah.
revenue and financing policy will dictate how these activities are funded. And so we can look that one up, and you can see that it'll
Can we
probably
look that
be.
one up,
Yep, we can.
please?
We'll look that one up, and you'll probably see it's a share between the Methven amenity rate and general rates.
Yep,
And that's how we would expect it to be funded, either servicing the debt as a capital project or adding it to the rates if debt's not appropriate.
Our local government cost of funding, I think it had in here, was 3.8%. Was that right? I think that said at the beginning, 3.8%.
Yep.
So if you work that out with the, a cumulative effect of the interest, what does it end up costing us after 10 years at 3.8%? Must be like 30% of the cost of the activity.
We'd have to do that specific piece of work for you.
Yeah, well, it's a small thing, but I think my point is made, and I agree with Richard. I think for 100,000 we should
Add it to rates?
I don't know, but it just seems it depends how much it costs, over the
Well,
period
we
of
know
time.
it's 140,000. So if we're having a principal conversation about
Is it
this,
140,000, the Methven Dog Park?
No, the whole
list.
Oh,
Richard's talking about the whole list.
everything on the list that has debt
So
beside
if the
it.
philosophy or if the philosophical position is that these shouldn't be funded from debt and they should be funded from rates, then we can do that and we'll add the $140,000.
well,
to the rates.
I think a dog park should not be funded from debt in the domain. That's my view, but I I don't necessarily want to be responsible for adding 140,000 to the rates, but I also think a dog park in Ashburton should be a targeted rate on Ashburton Urban. Dog park in Methven should be a targeted rate.
But all of that is described in your revenue and financing policy already.
And I'll go to Tony now, she can explain that, yep.
Thank you. Just to confirm that, yes, that Methven Dog Park funding, the Methven Dog Park project is sitting in the Methven amenity rate. So that means it's 50% covered by the Methven community and the other 50% covered by the general rate. So yes, yeah, and that's how we do the amenity rating across the district.
So it'd be the same if we got, and I think in the past, each dog park has had a turn of having some improvements. So there's been like 20k in each year, and it's just been sort of improvements on each dog park. So it doesn't matter whether it's Methven, Rakaia or Ashburton, they'd all be funded that way. Councillor Wilson.
I'm still confused. Why would it? This is the tip of the iceberg, you'd say, we're talking about, rather than, you know, not picking on a dog park. Why is a dog park not funded out of reserves? We're improving the dog park. It's a park. It's. Why is it suddenly becoming debt? Why are we borrowing? Why isn't it coming out of reserves?
What reserves would pay for that? I couldn't see any reserves.
Isn't the property reserve where someone builds a new subdivision and you have to have parks? And isn't a dog park a park no different to people walk in it and do recreation and all that sort of stuff? It's no different to a domain. Yeah, but people, if I lived in Rakaia and I went to the park, many people would not go to the park with it. They would go to the dog park and they would class that as their park. That's right. And it's no different to the domain.
Let us have a look there. I understand the question. Let us have a look at the specific wording around what I assume is the reserve, well, one of those reserves, and see where dog park might fit. Just noting that the conversation about $140,000 in open spaces generally isn't, only one of them is a dog park. So there's a whole host of other things in this budget that are debt funded in the current budget. That answer doesn't necessarily apply, in a narrow sense around a dog park. But we'll do that research and get back to you.
The Methven lighting projects funded by debt, and so just a couple, and so it's the Ashton Beach enhancement. So there's a few different things in there.
So I would finish that conversation with saying I would not fund anything out of debt if it can't fit under reserves and it can't be done out of an operational budget. It shouldn't be done in open spaces, because I don't believe it's funding things out of debt is the right thing to be doing in open spaces.
So let's get a wee bit more information back, and we can circle round next workshop and come back to that. Councillor Hooper.
Just quickly, and Carolyn just echoed my thoughts then. What's the Ashton Beach enhancements?
Through the chair, that is a track and a seat up the Donga at the end of the road end, so it's improving the amenity there at the end of the road for people to go up and view the reserve across the river mouth to the north and east.
At Ashton Beach?
At Ashton Beach, yes. South side of the river.
Couple more questions.
No, I'm just querying that. Has anybody asked for a seat up there? If they're walking up the Donga, they're pretty fit. Do they need to sit up there? Can't they stand and look at the view?
Through the chair, that's either way. We're happy to deliver it or not.
Councillor Ellis.
Thank you. And ECAN have built a bird platform down there for people to stand on and get a view of the river. It's down on the flat, I know, but they do have built a bird viewing platform down there.
Okay, so maybe we just need to revisit the Ashton Beach enhancement. Do you want to take it out? Is there a view to take it out?
Can we just do we own that, Donga? Do we own the bit of land the seat's going to go?
Yes, through the chair we do. That is a gazetted recreation reserve area.
Yeah. Okay.
And you're out?
How much was it?
30,000.
As per the LTP.
Yeah.
And can I propose the sculpture trail as well?
14, sorry. And that's coming out of reserves, so that's not debt funded. Do you want to make a decision on this now? So Ashton Beach enhancements, Councillor Ellis.
Once again, when we put that in the LTP, it would have had a reason behind it. Maybe we just need to see that because we're just making a decision off the cuff here. But when it went in, there would have been a reason for that, I'm sure. It wasn't just plucked out of the air. If we could just find, and it can come back to us and then we can make a more informed decision than off just flying off the cuff here.
Okay,
But
and
we're back
the
down
same
to
with the,
talking rats and mice like we always do, and we leave the millions alone. But
Yeah, and no, none of these items are impacting rates.
no.
So they're not changing rates unless you decide to eliminate debt and fund those capital projects from rates, then the rates will need to go up accordingly.
Okay, so a little bit more information on the Ashton Beach enhancements, the sculpture trail, and also the debt for, which is, and the dog park's included in that debt as well. And that, and for the next workshop, and that's the time we'll talk about the business cases at Lakewood as well. Okay, thanks, Ian. I think we've covered everything. Do you have anything to add, or you?
Through the chair, just to note, there is an addition in there as well for the festive lighting budget in Ashburton, which was a council request for an extension of East Street lighting further down to the south end where the state highway crosses the railway line. So that is featuring in there at 40,000.
Okay. I'll note that one as well. Any comments on that?
So just to clarify that, so we're spending 40,000 on more lights and we're spending 70,000 on flags in the town centre. 40,000 on
Flags.
lights, and between the flag renewals it's 70,000. So that's what we're spending. Just to highlight that number so that everybody's quite aware that those are the two numbers that we're talking about.
No, I'm reading the flag tracks at 45.
Plus the flags, I think it's down to 2, isn't it? A bit more, isn't it?
The banners are 25, I think, as well.
Got it, yep.
Yep. Do we need more information? I mean, the festive lighting thing, I think that was a request last time.
The festive lighting has been a request since the festive lighting's been gone, which is probably about 5 years. The festive lighting hasn't gone all the way down the street past farmers and all down there for many, many years. And it's always been, and it seemed to have been accrued for various reasons for years. So, I don't know, there's nothing to suggest history will change unless we change it. You know, it would be good if it were already up there and people are enjoying it.
How's that been funded?
Through the chair, I believe that's OPEX.
OPEX?
Yep.
Okay. Councillor Hooper.
Ian, what's the lifespan of those twinkly lights? Rough figures.
I was going to say 5 to 8 years.
Okay. So at the moment, the budget includes it. If you want to take it out, you can either talk about that now, or we can leave that when we circle round. I think we're going to have a bit more discussion on open spaces at the next workshop. Councillor Todd.
All I'll say is that comment is made, why didn't the lights go right down to the far end? So all we're doing is completing the project.
Yep. Okay. So it seems like we'll leave it in at this stage. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, I would say that again, I'd go back. It's an operation. It should be done as an operational budget. It's tacked on.
This one is.
The 40,000
this is OPEX.
and
Yep.
some of these things are. We have a 7 million or whatever, millions of dollars spent there, so there is room within the budget to prioritise and shift money around to do the things that are seen as, necessary. Sometimes other things are done that some bridge renewals and things like that. I don't want to get into the weeds of them, but you put one at the top and say it's debt funded or something. It could have been. There's other ones that could be prioritised. So we guess that was. We can't see it. You've got a big budget there, so you should be able to accommodate some of these other ones.
Yes, but we can't do everything just because the budget's big. And what we've tried to do is propose a work program and propose a range of funding mechanisms that reflect some sort of rationale, your revenue and financing policy, intergenerational equity for CapEx, and we've tried to reflect a range of ways in which you might be able to do a particular work program. There isn't, just because it's a big budget doesn't mean we can put all of this CapEx inside BAU and miraculously it gets done for no cost. We've tried to prepare a budget to reflect the work program in a range of ways in which it can be funded to get it done. That's the reality of this activity.
Councillor Hooper.
Thank you. Can we have just, when we circle around, just a wee bit, even if it's a sentence or two, just, likes of, in the rural and urban beautification, the bridges, the fencing enhancements, the pond edge restoration, etc., just sort of where it is and what exactly is sort of happening, just so we've just got a wee bit more idea, please.
Councillor Ellis.
Thank you. And just with that, just staffing levels at the Domain, which I'm happy with, but I'm guessing that there's times when it's not fully staffed because a staff member will leave and you have to recruit another one and there might be a delay in that. There will be a little flexibility in that budget there to maybe do some of these other smaller things, because you won't be at 100%, I wouldn't think, for a 12-month period for what we've allocated for the salary budget.
No, but we don't budget for 100%. If you remember, we budget for, I think it's 97. So we assume that there will be turnover. We assume that there will be gaps in the resource, and so we're not providing that kind of capacity in the budget for those gaps as people turn over. So that's not really an opportunity budget-wise.
Okay, so Tony, you've noted everything that we are going to circle round and talk about at the next workshop.
Yes, we'll circulate a memo.
Yeah, great, thank you very much. Thanks, Ian, for your time. Oh, sorry, Councillor Gilkison.
Sorry, I was just checking. The LTP has all those projects in it, doesn't it? So if we want to look at the information, we can refer back to the LTP.
It's all in here.
Yeah.
Yes,
Thank
just
you.
whether it has sufficient detail if you, to get a deep understanding. I think that's the point we're hearing, that some of those projects just need a slightly greater explanation. We don't tend to have the LTP describing in great detail every $20,000 project. The LTP couldn't list it to that extent. So we'll do that extra explanation for you, despite the fact that it is in the LTP.
So some of the key projects have the explanations, but some of the small ones are just a line item, so, yeah. Thanks, Ian. Right, we'll head back now to transportation, and we've got Mark coming up. So that is F. So transportation, so the queries were obviously the CapEx program and the finalisation of costs with the 2AB, and I'm going to kick off by just sort of saying that the number that we have in year 3, which was 7.5, will be replaced with 20, so that I think there was a lot of people sort of questioning, is it going to be addition to, how's it all going to work? So
yeah.
If you want to just maybe explain that.
Just really briefly, so the final design of the road has not been finalised, although it's close, and you've seen the preliminary designs all the way through. In fact, there's a map of it on the wall downstairs. So there's been a lot of information that council and the community have seen, but the absolutely final design has not been completed, and we don't absolutely know the final cost. What we are providing in this budget is on the advice of NZTA, who we have contracted to procure the project, that we should sensibly allow $20 million in this financial year under question for the project. That isn't the final cost. It isn't in addition to 7.5 or anything else. It is the number that is being suggested to us by our expert advisors that we will need in this financial year. That's what the $20 million reflects. Very shortly, within the next few weeks, you will be hearing from NZTA in relation to the draft final design for your consideration and sign-off, and you will be getting further information in relation to the estimated final cost. But regardless of those steps, NZTA are continuing to confirm that we should sensibly provide $20 million in this financial year under consideration. That's what this budget is reflecting.
Thank you. Right, any questions? Councillors? Councillor Wilson.
Obviously, the roading budget's been affected. We were told by the way that funds are allocated from NZTA, of the third year of it being down. I looked in the issues notes that we had, and it said that we'd spent 35% of our budget in that one there. It had in the last year it had 35% in the boundary, which said so. If over the 3 years we spent X amount, and it said 30, but now I said that's where you've effectively been able to find money for the overall rates, reduce the rates burden, because the roading budget in the third year is less because supposedly we've spent all the money in the first 2 years. Can you just explain that a bit better? Because it's quite a significant drop in roading cost, and are we going to get the work done? Because I'm concerned that when someone says it's good that the roading budget's down because it helps rates, does that mean that the work's not going to be done, or how do you do that? Because obviously, if the third year we've got less to spend, that means work's not going to be done.
Correct. That is correct. Through you, Madam Chair, and Mark and Neil can answer in more detail, but the subsidised program is a 3-year program. The timing of being advised of those 3 years is always out of step with council's planning. So we adopted the LTP, therefore year one of the work program in the roading area before the program was approved by NZTA. No, you can't avoid that because of the timing. The council at that time was committed via various contractual arrangements to doing an amount of work based on what we had assumed we would get through that process. And secondly, because we got almost zero, not quite, but very little in the low cost, low risk area, council allocated that money that would have been our share of the low cost, low risk had it been granted to unsubsidised roading, so that we could still get some work done, half the work in reality in that area. But it did set us on a path to spend more than 1/3 in the first year, and we continued that in the second year, largely because of the time value of money. You get more work done, better value for money, if you like. It's complicated by getting some additional money, which we have matched with some of the unsubsidised money to get as much work as possible done on the roading. You don't know that you're going to get that money, but it was offered to us, and we had the ability to get more work done than had been intended. But when you come to year 3, the sensible way for us to budget year 3 is the remainder of the 3-year program. So yes, we have spent more in years 1 and 2, and that means we're programming, we're budgeting to spend less in year 3. That is less work. There's no question that it's less work. If you want to do more work or match the levels of work that were done in the previous 2 years, you would need to increase the unsubsidised roading budget because the subsidised program is set by NZTA across those 3 years. And as I say, it gets then complicated by additional money being available this year, and for all we know, we might be offered additional money next year, and so the overall picture is not as clear-cut as 1, 2, 3 equals 3. But that's how we've approached the budget. It seems that the most sensible way to approach the budget is the balance of the 3-year approved program. And yes, that means the budget is a reduction. And yes, that means less work. But that is as per the approved 3-year program.
So to expand that a bit, so that reduction wouldn't be in if I used sealing renewals, the program we've been doing, it wouldn't be a reduction in gravelling and grading of roads. It wouldn't be that base work that we have to do every year. We're not going to suddenly slow down the gravelling, the grading of roads, are we?
No, but just following from what Hamish has said though, we've got 16.9 million in the budget for roading this year.
we've got what's approved by NZTA subsidised. That's what we should be spending first, and then whatever's left. And so that's 69.9 is subsidised roading, overheads, and unsubsidised. So it has to be those three components. The ones we should be doing first, I've got overheads there, but the subsidised roading that's approved by NZTA that we get subsidy for, that's what we do first. So that's what our program works to. Whatever's sort of left over is our unsubsidised. I wouldn't like to see us having unsubsidised as a bigger amount and cutting back on what we can actually get from NZTA. So that's sort of how we would manage it. We've got the total budget and we'll manage the work that we do, not doing less grading or metalling or reseals or rehabs or drainage renewals or pelt hole patching. That'll all just continue as we have done. So that is how we would manage it.
Yeah. So when I look at the things, I see that targeted footpath renewals was up higher, and I was just trying to understand how that worked. I think there's one in there for that it was it's outside of the annual. There's a number there that's sort of higher. I think it is. I'm trying to find it. Where is it? So the extra subsidies money we got, it was, and this year it was spent, and that increased the pool. But has that affected the next year at all? That's probably what I'm getting at, because we'd made a decision to spend unsubsidised money on more reseals and stuff like that.
Yep.
And so that's carried through into the year we're going into.
Well, not specifically, but in our unsubsidised for the current financial year, we had $1 million there for reseals, or 1.1 I think it was, and $1 million and $500,000 for metalling. NZTA have since said that we can get subsidy for that $1 million worth of work. So we get subsidy for the $1 million and subsidy on the $500,000. So that's added to our subsidised program. Just means we're going to do less than the unsubsidised. We're not going to have it in there because we're going to spend our money to do it and get subsidy on it. So it doesn't carry through to the next year, although if we don't spend, over the 3-year program, what if we don't spend in 1 year for different work categories? If we underspend our total budget, we can carry that forward. In fact, NZTA do that automatically. We generally don't underspend though. We spend what we've got been allocated. We can't spend more, but we'll claim the maximum, and that's happened the first 2 years.
So probably that's what I'm alluding to. So if we look at footpaths and cycleways, 234, which is on page 8, and I see there the actuals at 583 for targeted rates, and it goes up to 773 in income and targeted rates. It's going up. So I'm wondering why that's gone up. I can't understand why that's gone up from the annual plan. Or the long-term plan and the annual plan don't. The annual plan is a lot higher than long-term plan year 3. Is that just because of the funding mechanism, or why is that? Because I thought the roading was pretty well set.
Essentially, we've taken the whole roading program as one, but what's triggering the increased rates there is just fully funding the depreciation in footpaths. That depreciation that's fully funded is then transferred over to the reserves activity. So you can see on the roads activity, you can see on the roads one there's a funding from depreciation, which is actually greater than the depreciation expense in that particular activity. So yes, it triggers increased rates in footpaths, but that money is then moved over to subsidise essentially the roads activity.
We've talked about DCs and roading. When would that come into effect this budget, or is that Tony?
Thank you, through the chair. So that is the intention, is that there would be, if with council support, that there would be a DC for the 26-27, from the 26-27 financial year. I'm not sure if we've reflected that.
And it wouldn't be in here, okay.
It wouldn't be sitting in here, if that makes sense yet.
So that's to cut, so we'll get more information
Yes,
on
there's
that.
another workshop to come on that.
Yep, okay.
This budget appears not to be providing for DCs in 26-27 yet.
No. Councillor Wilson.
The bridge budget, a large proportion of that was going to be used. I think we had 400,000 did we in for the rail bridge. Has that been nailed down as to what you're expecting that project to cost? Because it's going to be was it in this year? Because we've been waiting for the tenders to come in, and we hadn't heard anything on what the cost was looking to be.
This financial year, it's across 3 different work categories, with renewals and replacement things. So the tenders close this week. So next week, after the evaluation of the tenders has been done, we'll have
a report come to council or information come to council on what it actually is. If it matches the 705,000, I think we've got there at the moment, then we'll go through Neil and Hamish. If it's more than that, we need some more funding or get a decision from council, we'll do a report to council. It kind of depends on what that number is from the contractors.
So currently you've got 700,000 in for that. I thought is that higher than what we'd approved originally?
There's no specific funding for just the bridge, but it's come from our structures, replacements, renewals, and our maintenance. So it's across those three work categories, along with our other bridge structural work that we have to do.
Yeah, but if the bridge is dearer, you won't do other bridges. It's not an endless fund. So the bridge is a project in itself. That needs to be isolated in itself.
But it's not a project in itself. Bridges are interesting in that bridges, in terms of the different parts, but don't all age at the same rate. So you replace a rail, a deck, things like that. But the main structure can be there for 100 years, and you don't have to do anything with it. So depreciation on them for bridges can be done differently. We don't do it differently here, but some do. Each component has a different life and depreciate different parts of it. Because you replace, there's lots of bridges around that have got the original substructure, the piers, but it's got new decks and rails and curbs and things like that. So that's how this bridge has been done. It's different parts to it need replacement. Others just need renewal and a clean and a paint. But others are completely new bits to replace the rotten bits that are there. So it's a renewal. So, yeah.
But the public would see it as one project, as $1 cost to do the bridge. So we need to be talking at that number, and how we account for it and deal with it is completely separate to actually how the bridge is, what the cost is. So the council has made a decision to do the bridge or not do the bridge, and if it's going to cost $1 million to do the bridge, or $2 million, or 500,000, that would dictate our decision.
And that's how we'll report it to you. Yes, it's one project. And
this
how it's funded, this financial year.
This financial year, so, yeah. Councillor Cameron.
Thank you. Okay, when I look at, I just want to understand the transportation budget. When I look at targeted rates, our annual plan was $10 million targeted rates, and big pardon, 11 million in year 3. Annual plan was 10 million. So we're rating 1 million less. Is that right? Oh, I got that bit at the front.
So at the moment, we're currently rating for the 10.17 million, which is for the current financial year that we're within. The 10.4 would be what we'd be looking to rate for next financial year for 26-27.
But that is correct. I understand that because that's at the top of the heading, so I can read that. When you go then to long-term plan year 3, it says we're going to rate 11.5 million.
Remembering that the long-term plan was finalised, adopted and signed off before NZTA approved the 3-year program. So the long-term plan numbers do not reflect the approved program.
No. So the variance is $1 million. So we're rating less $1 million.
Yes, correct. In comparison to what we originally said in LTP year 3,
sure.
Noting what Hamish has just mentioned.
Yeah, I understand that. So then we go to operating expenditure. We're spending nearly $4 million less, is that right?
Yes, correct. From the 16.2 million versus the 17.3 on operational expenditure, correct.
And that is not a reflection of the grants, I'm assuming, because we're rating 1 million less. If it's 2 to 1, we'd be spending 2 million less.
So the breakout that you can see from the 16 to the 17, essentially the breakout between each of them, you can see the differences. So as an example, for the depreciation, we've gone from 7.3 million up to 8.7. Each individual operating expenditure category has a difference. Is that what you mean? Sorry?
Yeah, I just can't follow the finance of that. The consistency is what I'm saying. I can't see that it's consistent with regards to the income versus the expenditure. And I presume those contracts and consultancies are reasonably static. Finance cost, depreciation, all that would be pretty much
the finance
consistent.
cost has jumped quite a lot as a result of the inclusion of the second bridge in terms of the debt cost associated with it. So that's 6 months of the 20 million plus the full interest associated with the 5 million.
Okay. I'm asking another question, Liz. Yep. And this is alluding to the one you made earlier. The 7.5 million, and this is probably to Hamish, the 7.5 million we had aside many years ago, and for many years for the second urban bridge is inadequate. And we've got you alluded to it the other day, we're going to put a $20 million in. Is that inclusive of the 7.5 or exclusive of the 7.5?
It's a brand new 20 million.
So we're going to 27.5.
No, the 7.5's gone.
Where's it gone?
It was provision in a budget. All we were doing previously was providing 7.5 because we thought that would be our share. It isn't our share, and in this budget year we need 20. So the 7.5 doesn't get carried over. It doesn't exist other than in the budget. It wasn't money. I mean, it was all debt.
It's all debt,
so we just
yeah.
suddenly didn't raise the 7.5 because we didn't need the 7.5.
But I thought I read earlier in the budget that there was like about 4.5 million left or something of that 7.5.
Indeed, because we've bought property and we've spent
That's
money
right.
on business cases and we've done
That's
a range
right.
of things, but that has been, we have done that work and funded that in a particular way, but it doesn't relate specifically to the 7.5 other than the provision was that and here's what we've spent.
I understand that.
The 20 is not related to any of those things. The 20 is the advised number for the work program in this budgeted year. So what we have spent before we spend the 20 and what we have to spend afterwards will be the total cost of the new road to the bridge.
And that's to Richard's point with regards to the pedestrian bridge, which I support wholeheartedly, by the way. But that is the whole point. The 20, we spent 4, so when we come to add up the second urban bridge, it will be whatever it is. It'll be including the 4 we spent, plus the 20 we may or may not spend. And when are we going, and one more question, if I may, with regards to that, because it's sort of relevant. When are we going to change the district plan so that we can sell some of that land around that?
Separate issue. Nothing to do with
Is that
this.
under?
Nothing to do with this.
When will I ask that then?
Some other time. This is the budget for the 26-27 year. We are providing sufficient money to meet our obligations to the bridge project. How we think about land in the future is a separate conversation. This is the money that's required to meet our obligations to build a bridge and a road
Yes.
at Chalmers Ave.
Thank you. I just wanted clarification on the funding, and I will ask that in property under the question of have we begun?
It's not a budget question.
Councillor Wilson.
It's just it's a point of clarification in this annual plan, and it probably goes to the 10.4 million. I just want to be really, really sure in my mind that the total amount of our share of the subsidised roading, which is we pay, which is it goes to your point. They're in the 3rd year of the subsidised program. Therefore, we'll pay what our share of that is, and we'll get the work that's equating to that. Last year, we decided that because we didn't, or maybe in the year before, after it goes to Hamish's point, where it comes out too late. We've already set our budget, and the NCT comes out. So we had 2.5 million, I think it was, that we had said we'd spend, but it wasn't matched. And so we had quite a hearty debate around the table, and we went against what the officers recommended and decided to put it into some different areas, which we felt was a better outcome for the community. And it followed what the government was directing us to do too. That was what it was about. So in the 26-27 year, have we still followed that same idea with that unsubsidised pool of money, which must be in here? Are we still spending it in the same areas, like so that a lot was into reseals and that sort of stuff?
So we don't have a work program associated with that unsubsidised money because we respect and understand that ultimately council wants to decide the work program for the unsubsidised money. The complication is as per what Mark was saying in relation to if you have money approved for subsidy over and above the balance of the 3-year program, and this year's an example, they asked us, did we want to accept some more subsidy? We said yes, because we had the unsubsidised money that we could match it with, so we get twice the amount of work done, but it doesn't necessarily sit comfortably with the criteria that council might adopt for the unsubsidised money. And one of the, in this particular year, it wasn't too bad, as I understand it, and Mark and Neil can reflect more accurately, but the things that council had decided to do with the unsub money were broadly in line with the extra subsidy that we got. So we could see that it was a really comfortable fit. If council was to decide, for example, to spend the unsub money all in one particular area, and year 1 was an example of that around the reseals, if we got offered additional subsidised money that wasn't in that same work category area, there is a challenge to how we can accept the money and get more work done, because it would be in an area that was potentially not how council had resolved to spend the unsub money. So there's a little bit of flexibility and a little bit of agility needed to maximise the amount of money spent on the roading network as it becomes apparent from NZTA perhaps having some additional money available to us. If we're rigid around the unsub money work, if we're very rigid, then we may have to turn down additional subsidised money and not get the benefit of that extra work on the roading network. So that's the balance between a definitive we'll spend it on this and having a little bit of flexibility to respond to ongoing changes in the subsidised amount.
So from a ongoing work program point of view, I understand what you're saying there. That's the outward looking bit, but the internal looking bit, which is to do with how that money is potentially, the council gave an indication last year of how it wanted to spend. So I would have thought that would have carried through. That would be the starting point for next year's starting point. We don't start with a clean slate. We would start with last year's intention, and if we wish to change that intention, because that's a pretty standard.
No, the council decision around how to spend the unsub money is an annual decision. So it might be a guide in your minds, but we don't regard the way in which you wish to spend it in any one year is necessarily the same proportion for the following year until you get to consider it.
I find that quite confronting, because that means that we have to go, then every decision in that point we'll have to go and revisit, because we have to almost watch decisions that are made. If they're done 1 year, I would have thought that would be the starting point for the next. And if we wish to change it, you would go from the previous year's position and go to a new position. You wouldn't just go to something that you wanted. You would use last year's council direction.
Yeah, I understand. I think we end up in the same place. I don't think it's as big a problem. Year one, where council decided to spend the whole lot essentially on reseals, was not the starting point for years two's unsubsidised money, because there was a range of things that we hadn't been able to do in year one because of that decision that we were still recommending were a greater priority. And so council considered all that and resolved that was how the unsub money would be spent in that particular year. We would be likely bringing you a report for a balance of work, remembering that unsubsidised money originally was intended to match the low-cost, low-risk request for money from the NZTA, which wasn't granted. We're likely to bring to you a balance of work broadly in line with the low-cost, low-risk expectations that was had at the time for you to consider and amend, tweak or improve. But we wouldn't start with an assumption from the previous year as to what it was you wanted to spend the money on.
Councillor Ellis.
Thank you, and I agree with Hamish, because I think we did some lamppost replacements that, because they were in a certain state and we didn't get that low cost, low risk money, so we used some of that to do that. Well, they're done now, so unless more are identified by staff, that cost stream doesn't need to be there, and we can put the money somewhere else where it has more benefit to the community.
Yes, and that to me is a really good example, because I think their recommendation in year one was that we did that lamppost work.
Yes.
Council weighed that up and decided no, the biggest need was in the resale area, but it didn't mean that the need for that work disappeared. And then council considered a year on the urgent need of that work, and so it allocated funding to it. So there's just this iterative process we kind of go through, and in the end, the final decision on the unsub money is council's. So you will resolve it as per your needs. It's just that we wouldn't assume what you want to spend that money on in any 1 year.
Councillor Wilson.
Will you be coming to us with, before we, because I think in that process at the same time, some of the money had been committed, and there were some things that we had to carry on doing because it was so late in the piece, so we had no choice but to do them, because I think EA had started doing lampposts, so it was a bit of a case that we didn't have any choice in the matter. So would it not be prudent for us to start early on that process, like now, so that we can then have set it up going forward, rather than, because once you've committed to something or alluded that it could happen, it's going to happen. So, but if you don't start now, and I think probably my last point is that the low-cost budget was on the agenda of the Labour government, League government, and that changed with the national government. They changed that agenda, and that followed through into the subsidised funding, and that's how we used our unsub in a certain way, which actually followed the current government's agenda, and you could say we got the benefit of getting for it. So we don't want to return to the opposite of what we don't know what the next government's going to say, but
Just In terms of the quantity of that, we've got 16.9 million that we can afford in terms of rates and subsidy and all our income. Of that, we should be spending all of that we can as subsidised, and our overheads, and then whatever's left on unsubsidised, rather than saying unsubsidised is $3 million, for example, which wasn't in the long-term plan from the start. We had our low cost, low risk in there, and I'll just use year 3 of the LTP. There's 1.6 million, I think, for low cost, low risk. So our share of that is about 800,000. That's kind of the realm of it. So we will bring something back to you, what those numbers are, how it stacks up with what we've had approved by DTA, what we should be spending on all our subsidised work, and then what is left to do is unsubsidised. And I'd be surprised if it's going to be $3 million. I don't think we can afford that in terms of rating and everything, in terms of rate increases. I know I'm not being asked for any cuts in my stuff, so that's quite good. So, yeah.
And I'm going to ask the question, because I don't want to assume, but is everyone happy to keep our unsubsidised roading at $3 million? Councillor Ellis?
You read my mind, and look, this is the one area where it's easiest to save some ratepayers' money because of the 6 million, or 3 million, sorry, 6% we have in there. I'm comfortable with it, but this is, if you want to pick somewhere to save some money, speak up now or forever hold your peace, really.
I'm interested to see what Mark brings back.
I've been told all along the way that the annual plan is independent, and it looks at the long-term plan, it's independent of the other. So just to put it in correct, this year we're spending less on roads than we did last year. So we're spending less. So that actually, so the people that pay their rates, they're spending less on roads. They're not spending more, they're spending less. So they're going to get less money means less roading work. And we're using that to subsidise other areas which have had cost blowouts or we've had to fund because we have no choice. And we're coming to some of those ones soon. So I think that's where talking about the rates as a total thing is wrong, because in this case, if you reduce the roading spend, the rural people will benefit. They'll get benefits through their rates bill, will be less, but they'll get less service. And I'm pretty sure the rural people are happy to pay for their roading network. They just don't want to, they can understand it. So we've got the balance between how the rates fall. This is a really classic one. If you drop the roading rate, the urban people might notice $10. But the rural people would notice a big drop, but the service would drop. And I'm sure the rural people are happy to pay for their roads.
Good. Any other questions on transportation? No. Thanks, Mark. I think we break for lunch now, because I think next on the agenda is the wastewater, waste. Are we happy? I think we'll adjourn for lunch back before 1 o'clock. Thank you. everyone. So we are now on to waste reduction and recovery. So we have got the questions there and just some information or some questions on the fees and charges. Councillors, any questions on the CapEx program? One of my questions was on the 200, and this is under operating expenditure, was the 240k we're saving on existing transportation and disposal costs. So that's people putting more stuff in the green bin opposed to the red bin. Is that just an estimated cost? How did you get to that number?
That's correct. It really is just an estimate. We don't know until we actually are into the new curbside collection, and we can monitor and see that. Yeah, it's just the best guess, really.
Yeah, and the FOGO bins. I mean, that came through in our LTP consultation. I think it was around 80% of people wanted the green bins in. Is there, and it may be in here, and sorry if it is there a way you can work out the additional for the FOGO per rate payer so that, say, it's going to cost you an extra $140 a year or however much it's going to cost, and then, because I know that the private green waste company that I use costs me $20 per time I empty it, but it has to be full when it's emptied. So I'm just thinking value for money. The green, yeah. Do you see where I'm coming from?
I don't have the exact figure, but typically it will be far less. We know that people currently are purchasing an additional red bin for their green waste just over summer to dispose of their green waste, and it's cheaper than if they used a green waste service with a $20 pickup each time. So it does work out slightly cheaper because of the economy of scale.
Yep. Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
We can start on, we have to go through the whole thing from start to finish. So the first bit I would have said is last year, and the costs that have been the accounting problem, or whichever way you want to look at it, of 1.8 million we have to fund over the long term. I did some quick maths, and if I put it over a table mortgage, it cost $18,000 a month, which is $210,000 a year, and we've got 100,000 I see put in here as that cost. So what is the actual cost of funding that, and where is it funded? The shortfall from last year's rating, where is it funded? Where does that show up? Because at 1.8 million, if you go...
The current year, not last year.
The current year, 1.8 million, if you do any basic maths, if you say 4%, that's 72,000 plus if you're going to pay it back over 10 years, you're going to pay 180,000, or if you're going to do a floating mortgage, it's still worked out to be about 200,000 a year.
So at the current point in time, the assumptions that we've used is that the $1.8 million projected deficit will be paid off across a 10-year period. We have currently not allocated interest against it. So that's how we get the $180,000 a year. Excuse me. And you can see that coming through in the operation expense line within the summary reports. And the transfer to reserves and the reserve movements at the bottom.
So which part's it under?
So on the report that you've got in front of you on page 5, page 6. On page 7, at the bottom of the table, you've essentially got where it's got capital income, capital expenditure, and eventually you'll get down to a line where it says reserve movements. Oh, yeah. You'll note that there's $180,000, the top number in the green column. That's essentially the amount that we're going to pay back annually for a 10-year period to equate to $1.8 million across a 10-year period.
And one of the reasons that we've made it nice around 180 is of course the deficit in this current budget is a forecast. It hasn't happened yet. It's our best estimate of the shortfall in this current year's budget. So we've simply spread that shortfall out over a 10-year period to minimise the impact of having to accommodate that shortfall.
Wouldn't you just say that if you're going to do that, you'd put it like you'd assume it's a table mortgage or something over that period, and that would give you the cost, actual cost of that number. You know, because someone's going to have to stand the $1.8 million of interest, and that'll be the general ratepayer.
We can spread it in any fashion that council requires. All we've done is taken 1/10 and spread it over a 10-year period. You could spread it faster, you could spread it slower, you could assume that 1.8 might be 1.6, and we've really tried to signal is that it needs paying by the people who are enjoying the service. That a hit in a very short time has massive implications. So we've simply spread the forecast deficit over 10 years in a relatively simple fashion.
But I think unique, because if I take 1.8 million at 4%, that's $72,000 interest that someone's going to have to stand. And if you're going to pay 180,000 back, someone's got to stand that. So $72,000 is being allocated to the general ratepayer when it should be allocated in this. It should be on top of that. Or if you want to spread it flat over that time, it would make it more doable. So the numbers have to be more effective.
I'll go to Helen.
So from a cash perspective, we haven't allowed for interest. What I have seen as I've been working through some of the reserve account reconciliations is there are inconsistencies on the application of interest, whether an account is overdrawn or in funds. So for the purposes of this exercise, I just took it at the flat amount. You'll note if you look at the annual report, we have some water accounts, operating accounts, that are well overdrawn as well as they've funded capital and renewals. And I'm not seeing interest being charged against those, so I just tried to take a consistent approach at this point in time whilst we're working through all of those reserve account reconciliations.
Councillor Gilkerson.
It's just got here about the directed distributed costs. So 315,000 higher than budgeted in the long-term plan. So directed distributed costs are what the wage component and maybe a couple of other things. Is that correct? Is that you've got extra resource in this that wasn't planned for? What is that?
The direct distributed cost is just separate from the internal overheads and charges. So the internal overheads and charges, they're kind of your back office based expenditure. So those come through the internal charges and overhead line. The direct that reallocated cost, that is cost specifically related to the delivery of the waste function overall. So it will include salaries potentially related specifically to this versus like a back office function.
Okay.
Councillor Ellis.
Thank you. This is one area where we've obviously ignored the 2.2% increase all over the place. There's no consistent figure being used. I'm looking at Ashburton and Rakaia Resource Recovery Parks. It goes from 4% to 18%. Just a little explanation around why we've played with the figures in this and why it's different to all the other cost centres.
It's to reflect the actual costs of the collection, transport and disposal, including the waste levy. So there's actually quite a bit of adjustment to get them to where they should be, and that accounts for the increase in fees and charges. So going forward, we pretty much should be recovering exactly what it's costing. Yeah.
Just a question on the fees and charges. So electronic waste, flat screens, monitors, TVs, etc. Have they always been free to dispose of? I thought there had been a cost.
Yes, they have, and that was part of our waste management and minimisation plan to try and encourage people to bring them in and not to dispose of them, fly tipping, etc. It's something we have done for many years.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
I'd like to investigate. We talk of solid waste collection is what it is, and I understand that the cost is quite transparent because we have a bill and we get the bill and we pay the bill. But the untransparent bit about it is the reallocation of costs, which is effectively who pays once the rubbish is in the bin, when the rubbish is taken to the dump, how that cost transfer is done and the volume. You touched on it a bit before with Mayor Liz, but I think that I would have thought if you put another bin out in place, human nature is to fill that bin up because they've paid for it and it's effectively in their eyes paid for, therefore free. So they'll fill their green bins up and they'll store their stuff up and fill their green bins instead of taking it to the dump. So I would have thought the fees charges will actually reduce at the dump because less people will go there because they fill up their green bin. And I know it's been talked about that they will not be putting green stuff in their red bins, but by a matter of things, people will mow their lawn. If they were putting their lawn clippings, they'd do it, fill up their green bin and go, bugger, I've got too much rubbish. I'll keep that for next week. Whereas now they go, good, I can put it in my bin. That old cushion, I'll get rid of that. I won't take it to the dump. So I don't believe you'll see a reduction. I think you'll see an increase in rubbish because you've made, that's why you don't have big bins. You have small bins because people will fill it up and there's a bit of, what's the word for it? There's the fear of missing out almost. So at the moment, we've actually allowed them to have no fear of missing out. They can fill their boots in rubbish. So to say that the rubbish is going to go down, which translates through to if you go to solid waste management, it's almost a reduction. It is up a wee bit, but it's almost a reduction in the internal income and recovery. It's a reduction as a percentage. That's what I'm concerned about. You are transferring it out of the fee-paying customer to a non-fee-paying customer. Therefore, you're going to have less in the fee-paying, but then you've also said you're going to have less in there. So I believe we'll get to the end of this first year and find that the income stream's down from fees and the volume's up. So therefore, we'll have an unpalatable, So has there ever been any trials done, which is get 50 bins, empty them out and see what the mix is?
We haven't done it on this district, but we did reach out to other councils that have recently had FOGO collection and green waste collection, and we thought we'd draw a parallel and try and use those figures. But each council is so different in terms of how they manage the green waste and now with food waste as well. So what we had to sort of use as an estimate going forward is that we knew that roughly 30% from bin audits that have been done previously in the district, about 30% of our red bin consists of food waste. So if we do have a food bin, there's going to be an amount of food waste that won't be going into that red, so there's a reduction. We also know that, as I said earlier, that some red bins are being used for green waste as well. So when they have a green bin, then there'll be a reduction as well into what goes into the red bin. So we're anticipating a reduction in what goes to Cape Valley in our refuse. So that's why we've reduced that. It really is a guess, and we will only know when we into the next year.
Councillor Cameron.
Does that then what's the impact then on the rebate from Cape Valley? Is that anticipated?
Yes, so that is related to tonnage, and that would affect what we get back as well.
So what have we put in forecast? Is that in miscellaneous, or what have we put in forecast for the contributors?
We've done the same. Whatever we've reduced, we've looked at the
rebate.
The rebate as well. Yeah.
And that's on transportation, though, isn't it? The rebate, is that correct?
Yes, that's you're talking about the rebate from the Cape Valley agreement.
Yeah.
Yes.
Further to what Neil has said, we've also applied the anticipated decrease on the waste across just the residential users. So the residential users are the ones who will get the green bins. So we've actually broken it down based off what they will contribute versus the entire waste contract overall.
Oh, can you re-explain that for me, please?
So at the moment, the waste that currently goes across to the landfill, it's 100%. That is broken down between residential users and commercial users. We've actually, because we're anticipating a decrease in terms of the waste going across from the residential users, because of the bin, is correct. We've actually gone through and isolated it so that the discount is only on that aspect to make it as accurate as possible versus taking a generic one. So all the exercises that we've undertaken has been to make it as accurate as possible.
So just to expand on that, so the total tonnage that goes to Cape Valley in a year is about 15,000 tonnes. Of that, about 5,000 tonnes is from our curbside collection. So there's an internal payment from curbside collection to the management to pay for that, because the waste management pays for the disposal, and the curbside needs to contribute 35% towards those costs.
Councillor Wilson.
So are the fees that are charged, and fees and charges, does that, if I was to empty my bin out of my gate in town and take it to the dump, would I pay the same amount to dump my rubbish then as what I would if it was collected for me? So if I had 100 kilos of rubbish in my red bin and I put it in my car trailer and I trundle down to the dump and which every rural person has to do. So I'm not talking about just a few people. I'm talking every rural farm that is not allowed to have a hole now, so has to have a bin which is collected by a contractor. They pay for that collection. They take it to town or take it to an approved dump and dump it. So they're going to pay those fees. So I just want to know, is the rubbish that I pay the same price as what you pay in town?
I would think it would be close because it's based on volume and tonnage. But however, as part of a whole curbside with economy of scale and transport, there maybe it might be slightly cheaper. But I could do that exercise and find out.
That'd be great. Yep.
So you're up on the board there, you've got fees and charges, extra bin charges. So is this additional rubbish bin upsize swap going from 109 to 150? Is that what that
Yes. So
highlights?
What that is about is we're finding that people are opting to have an extra red bin for a few months, and then they decide they don't want it anymore. So we actually weren't recovering the costs of actually delivering and then collecting and then the administration of processing that and invoicing and taking them off. So we've lifted that to cover for that.
Councillor Wilson?
Where does that fall under income stream? So what volume of money would you get from other costs associated, the fees and charges? Fees and charges is a big number, but of that, most of that will be rubbish. It'd be great to understand how that's split up, because that, to me, tells me the makeup of those fees and charges.
Gordon? Yeah.
Give me 20 seconds and I'll just bring it up so I can answer your question straight away.
I've got one more point I'd like to make, that when the finance policy was set up for the general rate to pay for some of the waste management, solid waste management, not collection, it was set up at a minimum of 20%, and that was used as a mechanism to perhaps spread the load. But I would have thought now that the volume, the number that we're talking about is getting so great, because if you look at the contribution from general rate to the waste management section, it's $1.7 million, as opposed 2 years ago it was 200,000. So it's a massive cost to the general rate section that was probably never anticipated to that level when the finance policy was done. So I'd like to flag that needs to be looked at in the future, because it is, 1.7 coming out of general rates and UAGC. It's a colossal amount of rubbish when you can't tell me there's that much rubbish coming out of I don't know where it's coming from, because there's hardly any there. There's no rubbish stream that goes into, it comes from general or UAGC.
I'll need to check, but I suspect it could be related to the satellite recycling stations.
Yeah, that's what I thought it would have been.
Yep.
So all the rural,
Yes.
plus obviously Methven
Community
and
can
Mackay.
use those satellite recycling stations, which have, previously weren't. They've grown over the years, and that would probably cost pay for those.
Yeah. Gordon, did you have an answer to that question? Oh, sorry, Helen, did you want to?
I was just going to comment on Richard's comparison to the 2025 actual. There's actually rates contribution in there of 300,000 as well. I know there is still a gap, but it's not just the 260.
Gordon.
In terms of the fees and charges, so about 80% of the fees and charges are the amounts that go across the weighbridge at the tip. The residual is made up of people purchasing extra bags, for example, the costs associated with e-waste as well, so on and so forth. But 80% of it is at the landfill.
Any other questions on waste? No. All good?
Sorry, one question.
Oh, yeah.
Just while we're talking about it, the cost per household, because it's a flat cost, the ratepayers, I haven't got it on me, the dollars, but it should be if someone has a rates bill on them, they'll be able to tell me exactly what it is.
I had it.
So many $100 a year. So what is that going to be? Because 4.5% across the whole thing is not you could say 4% on $300, but it's not. So what will the waste go from? What will my rubbish collection cost me?
And we'll get that for you, and it is a significant lift, primarily because of the under budgeting this year. So the comparison shows a significant lift. But the way in which we've calculated the budget is to have a look at the new contract to carefully analyse the Transwaste contract, take into account the FOGO, 180 spread over a number of years from the shortfall, but the lift in the ratepayer charge, of course, has to accommodate the full gap in the current budget. So there is a significant lift. We'll get the exact numbers for you.
So I've just pulled up my rates bill. So Methven waste collection is $276.30. So I don't know if that is across the board. That would be so that's everyone's waste collection.
Except for the commercial.
Yeah. Thank you. And what's it going to?
At the current point in time, we're estimating it will be about just over 400. $120.
Including the new food and organic green material collection.
So $120 divided by, however many years, weeks that you, and this is a weekly collection, isn't it? So, yeah, per bin. Pardon? And the increase, yeah. Councillor Wilson.
I'd be interested to know if we said there's an extra $1 million on the general rate, how much is a percentage of general rate that increases the general rate to? Because for a big portion of the community, all the rural people, they're paying, the general rate's gone up $1 million. They pay 70%. So we talk about $120 increase to the urban person. Well, I'd be interested to see what on a farm, what that increase is per house on a farm. It may be actually more. So I'd be interested to understand what that number is.
When we come back with some IPAS rate modelling, we should be able to show you the impact of the increase on residential versus rural, and then we should also be able to break it down for you between small rural, small residential, large residential. So we should be able to come back to you.
Yeah. Councillor Cameron.
When is that, Gordon, approximately? What's the ETA of you coming back to us?
Sorry, what was the question?
When are you coming back to us?
In terms of giving you the rates-based information, we're hoping to bring that back to you either for the next workshop or later today, depending on how this one continues.
Okay.
Yeah. Great. So we're done with waste. Our next one on the list here is community services. So we've got community services. Is that right? Governments and decisions. So I'm just reading on the agenda. So community governance and decision making. Apologies, I was just reading the agenda that came through from Mark. There was a big sigh. Okay, so we've got a couple of things up on the slide there. Breakdown of general operating costs and democracy. Tanya? Yeah.
Through the chair, so that was provided in the memo that you got yesterday. So happy to take questions.
So, page 7 of the memo. Is everyone happy with that information? So it's on page 7 and then the top of page 8, and it splits it into council and also the Methven Community Board, and that's just a query on that Methven Community Board. I thought the discretionary fund is the current level only 25,000, not 35,000? It's what they've asked for it to be increased to 40,000, which would, I thought it was previously 35,000.
Just bear with me for a moment.
Just while we're looking that up, Madam Chair, note that we think we're taking out to 39,200 in the general operating expenditure to reflect the discussion at the last workshop in relation to some of the work the Merrill Forum had underway against the energy inventory and the regional deals work. So that's going to come out.
Yeah, so is everyone happy for that to come out? I think we talked about that at the last workshop, and that just leaves $6,100, which is to be part of Canterbury Merrill Forum.
I can answer the question. Sorry, it's currently 30,000, but there's 38. There has been higher amounts previously because of carryovers, so that might be where. So the 25 isn't correct. It's 30,000 in this current year.
So it's 30,000 this year, going up to 40,000. So it's a 10. Oh, okay.
The community board have requested 40,000.
Yeah, I know it's their request. Yeah. Okay. The Mayor's discretionary fund, has that been slightly decreased? Because which I think is a good thing, because I think there had been.
We've had significant carryovers year on year. So there's 15,000 carryover this year, so it's 35,000 this current year, but that includes quite a significant carryover. So.
Okay. Is everyone happy to keep that at 20,000, or do you want to see that go a bit lower? I mean, I guess it gets carried over if it's not used. Councillor
Well, if it's not, I'm just talking. I'm happy with that. I don't know what the Mayor's discretionary fund is used for, but the 15. If it's a carryover of 15,000, then the previous Mayor didn't use that 15,000, presumably, or the year before, or whatever. Mm-hmm. So why would we be carrying over another Mayor's discretionary fund to the current Mayor? Like, just the logical. I understand it's the Mayor, but it's a third. It's Mayor, the individual Mayor spent, like, you may not spend your same money on what Neil spent it on for whatever reason. I don't think that should be carried over.
So council resolution carried it over. So it wasn't a decision of a Mayor.
No.
So council carried it over. The question is what should be provided in this year, and one of the issues with these sort of discretionary funds is the attitude of the Mayor. So one Mayor may have had a different view as to how that should be used compared to a new Mayor. So council's carried the money over, and we're providing the same amount in the new money in the budget as we always have. And the question now is whether council thinks that's appropriate. Was it
35,000 annually, or has it always been 20?
It's always been 20, but there's been carryovers. Yeah.
The point I was trying to make is Neil didn't spend 15,000, if I'm correct, of his money. So now we're giving 15,000 of his Mayor. He was the Mayor, and it's a discretionary fund, so it was his money to spend as he wished in the community or whatever they do on the discretionary fund. So does Mayor Liz, is that, I mean, I understand carrying over for like water or roads or things like that, but do we carry over a discretionary fund? I do not think we should.
You already have. Council resolution.
Uncarry it over and put it back into the consolidated
I think
debt.
this is probably something that could come up in the LTP and maybe look at how much has been spent in the past, and then going forward to the LTP, seeing whether that is actually relevant or not. And yeah, well, who's got a question? Councillor Wilson.
Has the community grants been increased by the rate of inflation?
Through the chair, yes, it has, because it's pulling directly from the LTP Year 3 numbers.
Could we not do that? Because and this is a classic case of this money is used for you would hope, for the less privileged parts of our community, and indirectly it goes straight on the UAGC, because it's probably it comes off the UAGC. So in one hand we're giving them $1, and on the other hand, or them or us or whoever it is, giving $1, but on the other hand we're putting the UAGC up by $2 to pay for it. So why are we not saying that, sure, the grants are cut back, not cut back, but are not getting inflation, but on the other hand, UAGC is not going up to all of the people because that's everybody in the district, and it's the greatest percent. If you're looking at rates make up, on the lower valued houses, that's the biggest. The UAGC is a big portion of their rates, and that's where the most pressure is in our budget, in the UAGC and the general rate area.
if that's council direction, I can take it back to the LTP last year's annual plan grant levels.
Indication, what do you think? Councillor Hooper?
Dollar wise, what does that mean? Difference? Do you know off the top of your head, Tony?
Do you want to come back to us with that?
Just give me a moment, I've got the spreadsheet here.
Yeah. About 200,000? No? 20.
Must be about $30,000.
30,000.
Yeah, it's about 30,000.
Okay. So what are people's views on that? Take it out? Okay. Yep. I've just got a question. So I see we've got an amount there for subscriptions, which includes LGNZ, LGFA, the Aurora Medical Trust, MTFJ subscription. What's Generosity NZ?
Thank you, through the chair. So Generosity NZ is a database of grants that are available to individuals and community groups from throughout New Zealand. We've been working with Shelley in Economic Development, and we have reshaped our investment in that space. It's about $2,000 or $3,000, I think, from memory. And so we're just getting out of the Generosity NZ, and we're moving to a system called Grant Guru, and that's a far more all-encompassing database function that our community, us as a council, and also individuals will be able to use to find out what funding is available.
Yep. So we're not going to be paying that subscription anymore.
We'll still be paying a subscription, but it'll go to Grant Guru instead of us.
Got you. Thank you. Another question, sorry, I'll come to you in a minute, Phil. $18,000 for citizenship ceremonies. So this year we've decided to do only 3 ceremonies instead of the 4. So has that brought the cost down for that, or has it sort of stayed largely the same? I know it's offset by DIA, but is the total cost offset?
It hasn't brought the cost down per se, because we really budget on a cost per person, and that's offset by the DIA income we receive. So, yeah, it's really hard to judge because we don't know at the outset how many people we're budgeting for. Sure. It really depends in a year how many people are going to come through. So, we make an estimate based off previous years. Yeah.
Councillor Hooper.
Thank you. I just wanted to confirm the 53K climate change partnership, the 3-year commitment. When we questioned Mayor Nigel from Timaru about that, and he talked about, yes, we discussed whether that was relevant, etc., etc. Was that the same partnership plan, or was that something different? Because the way he sort of said it was, well, we sort of could opt out if we wanted to. Is that an opportunity or not?
Well, it happened in a slightly more complex way. So we actually provided in the LTP essentially $50,000 a year over the first 3 years for some kind of initiatives in the climate change area. So $50,000 a year. That's the inflated number. Why it's now 53. And then the Mayoral Forum came along and said we've got the It's Time Canterbury project and a climate change action plan, which the Mayoral Forum had supported, but was then subject to each council approving their share of it. And our share over the 3 years, because it was spiky, it wasn't equal, but our 3-year commitment was $150,000. And the council at that time said, brilliant, it's exactly the amount we've got, that's what it's going to be spent on. No other initiatives can be contemplated in the climate change space because we're going to spend our available money on the Mayoral Forum's 3-year work stream. And so we committed to that 3-year work stream based on the LTP having sufficient money. So that feels to me like we've made a 3-year commitment to the Mayoral Forum. I guess in theory we could pull out now and not be part of whatever that work is. It's slightly uncomfortable because it wasn't 50, the Mayoral Forum's need for money was not 50 each year over the 3 years. And I mean, I think 1 year was 70 odd and one was only about 15, and so it was
It was
quite
23,
it was quite
17.
spiky.
Yeah, you're right.
And so we've either enjoyed the peak or the trough over the previous 2 years of the 3 year commitment, and pulling 50 won't exactly match up to their need. But in the end, yes, I heard the same thing from the chair, but I would have described this as a 3 year commitment, and this is year 3.
Any idea on what practical things have come out of that investment? As in, I'm just seeing 53,000, I'm seeing 53 solar panels on top of our building that might give our ratepayers some relief as far as costs go.
No, we'd have to refer you to the Mayoral Forum's Climate Change Action Plan, which was launched by the chair of the subcommittee, Mayor Dan Gordon. The Minister of Climate Change, Simon Watts, attended that launch and all the rest of it. So there was quite an amount of hoopla when that program was launched. But we'll have to come back to you with the detail of that action plan in terms of how it directly translates to a specific activity.
So maybe that could be circulated to councillors, because some of the new councillors wouldn't have seen that.
No,
either.
and I think you'll expect to see that it's probably not linked to 50 solar panels in Ashburton. It's linked to this council standing beside our regional colleagues across the Canterbury region and advancing work in that climate change space and awareness and all the rest of it. So I doubt that it'll be that directly linked to stuff in the district.
Yep. Okay, thanks.
And I think it was more about everyone collaborating and putting small amounts in to make a big difference. Who had their light on? Councillor Cameron.
Thank you. I'm looking at operating expenditure and the general operating expenses of 315,000.
What page are you on?
I'm just under page 5. What is that?
But,
That's
on
gone up
democracy.
100,000, whereas everything else is pretty flat. What's gone in there? It's gone up 94,000.
Under democracy.
It's less than this year, but it's up against the LTP.
Yeah, that's right. I wonder what is that?
General
under-
operating expenses.
Under operating expenses, personnel costs, general operating expenses are up 94,000.
So just through the chair, that's the breakdown we provided in the memo yesterday that you asked for last week, the 315,000.
Oh, that's on that
Yeah.
memo that we got last night. Well, I got it last night. Okay. Then I have another question. The grants, a general rate, we rate for the grants of 1.3 million. Is that what we're rating for grants?
Correct.
And then there's an overhead attached to that, general operating expenses of 1.25 million. So so presumably that's what we're spending on the grants?
It is, yes.
So there's a gap there of 57.6, thank you. What is that for?
As you'll see, just further down from that 1.2 in the green column, there's 62,000 of internal charges and overheads that are hitting.
Yeah, I see that, but is that then, so we're double dipping for our overhead, or is that, how does that work? That's the portion that the grants get charged of the overhead.
That's right.
So they get charged, so what is that what's that of a million? 0.62% is it, or 0.06? What is that? Helen, Gordon.
Gordon.
62,000 over 1.2 million is about 0.05, sorry.
0.05, so 5% essentially.
Loosely.
So that's over our borrowing cost. So 5% of our grants money, which we put in this category, if we left it in the democracy category, that doesn't seem right.
Hang
But
on,
it's completely unrelated to borrowing costs. This is the cost of administering the grant scheme.
I understand that, but it's internal into money that were already paid for the staff and the overhead previously.
You haven't already paid it. This is the whole point with the overheads. This is how you're paying for it.
Yeah.
You haven't already paid it.
Well, it depends how you view it, I suppose, doesn't it? Because if we look, let's just look at this team down here. Let's assume they're all working, and I know they're not. So their personnel costs are included. So we paid for their overhead. They manage and implement the grants.
Yep.
We already have a direct internal charge for those people of $3 million. Or for that department, for that area.
It's paid for via the overhead allocation. You're not paying twice. That's how it's paid, via the overhead allocation system.
Gordon, do you want to comment?
Yeah, so Hamish is right. In the individual reports, based off all the different activities that we've got, most of the overhead costs are in the miscellaneous cost centre, miscellaneous activities, sorry. So the total cost of miscellaneous is then cascaded across all the other activities. For the grants that you're looking at currently, their portion of the total cost of the back office is $62,000.
Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah, so
Completely understand that. But that's for the grants. So
Correct.
the grants is a subset of the democracy, so they incur their own overhead, is what you're saying.
Oh, no. So in terms of the reports, for each activity, you've essentially got the group activity, and then underneath that, you've got a breakout of all the individual sub-activities below that.
Yeah.
So the waste is an example, the one that we're just looking at. That's got the total one, and then it's got the waste collection and the waste management.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's definitely no double counting there, I can assure you of
Okay,
that.
okay.
So
Thank
the
you.
grants,
I didn't mean to impugn your technical skills. It's my layman's language with regards to that. So I beg your pardon.
Tony, do you want to comment?
I was just going to, so grants is not a subset of democracy, if that makes sense. They're two separate activities that are catching
Yes,
their
I
own.
know.
Yeah.
Yes, I see that as that. It's in that. Yes,
Yeah.
I see that. But I just thought if we're giving it out, we shouldn't be. Anyway, I've lost that conversation.
So last question, up on the slide there, removal, reduction of contestable grant funding. So what's the total contestable grant funding? Is it about 400,000?
Yes, around about that.
Yep.
Yep, we've got 771,000 that's committed through our service level agreements.
Yes.
So
And it's about 1.3 total, is it? Or no, 1.1?
1.157.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, so we heard from our agencies last week, they are locked in on a 3-year, funding. We heard from Sport Mid-Canterbury who came in and they had some numbers, in their, report that, I don't know if they line up with what.
So they're seeking a 5% increase based on their current,
Okay.
their current budget.
Yep.
But we have only budgeted for a 2.2% increase. So we'll have a disconnect there.
And then we've just decided that we're not going to increase by 2.2%, so it'll be the same as what they got last year.
Correct.
Yep, okay. And then the 400K of grant funding is essentially what we are, just put some comms out about, with the biodiversity fund, the infrastructure funds, the event funding that is around that we do each year, and whether we reduce that or remove it altogether. So that's something we've got to weigh up because, as Councillor Wilson said, groups, etc., that may need that hand, and is it beneficial to remove or reduce, or is it better to just keep it in there? Councillor Ellis.
At this stage, I favour keeping it in there. Some of these organisations now, it's getting harder and harder and harder to find money to keep them going, and if we cut off our little bit, well, not a little bit, we cut off our money that we do, I think you'd see some organisations probably cease to exist, and they do a lot of good in our town, a lot of these different groups we give money to.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson.
I support it too, but I don't support adding inflation onto it, because I think that's one area where we can, it's only a few dollars, but it does signal that we're, but also I like the word there, contestable, and I think at the last council meeting we had, we have to stress that, and that will reduce our overheads too, if they come in at once, they're processed once, we do them at once, because I'm sure if a grant comes in and it's looked at and it comes to council, the cost and overheads and time and energy put into it far outweighs the benefit of it coming in outside. So we need to signal the community that we'll leave it in, but they are contestable. They do come in at certain times, don't apply other times. If you wish to, we have the Mayor's Fund. If she sees fit that that's a super warranted thing, she could use it for that. But otherwise, do it through the process, because the process will contestable. That's the key. If there's someone that will get the money to the right people, not just everybody who got it last year.
Yeah. And Tony, there is a discretionary fund inside the grants funding, is that right? Is that
Through the chair, yes, there is, and so that's in at $17,285. We could either, council could do anything, but you could either keep it in as discretionary but allocate it during the actual funding process, or you could keep it as we currently have the process where it's kind of kept aside for something as it comes up throughout the year.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hooper.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree with Russell. Like, I really like this, and you know, I think of the guy planting down at Trevor's Road and all those, you know, tireless people who do great stuff in our region. But also going forward, if we've got pressure on us around rates capping, then we are going to have to make some sacrifices, and it's going to be part of the education process for everybody in our region that it's maybe things like these that have to go.
Councillor Ellis.
Thank you. And I like the flexibility of having the discretionary one there, because you're right. If suddenly, for some reason, one of the particular grants that's ring fenced is over applied for, with that discretionary one, we can decide if we want to maybe just put a bit more money into it to try and help those people who have applied, because sometimes we have unders, overs, but generally most people want more money than we have.
So, everyone happy that we keep the contestable grant funding in, but it's not inflated? Yep. Yep, all good. Great, thank you. Is that all on the community governance and decision making? Any other questions? Oh, thank you. Thanks, Tanya. So are we on, what, am I following it's ED and commercial activities next? Yeah, okay. This timetable's slightly different. Oh, yeah. What's communities? Ian, have you got someone joining you? Just you? Yeah. Okay. And Renee. Right, so this, just looking at the slides, so there's a question, we've got some fees and charges, and there is a business case in here. So, kicking off, Councillor Cameron.
First page, well actually third page after the menu, after the the agenda or overview, total operating income 4.4 million, which is 5.9 million reduction on 25-26. Is that mainly because we're selling nothing out at the business estate?
Yeah, so the main reason for a decrease is that there's no anticipated sales at the business park. That equates to about 4.975 million of it.
4 point what, sorry, Gordon?
4.97.
So 5 million essentially.
5 million.
Okay. What if we get a sale at the business park? Like, are we actively marketing the business park, or
yes, we are. But for the purposes of the budget, any sales there goes to the property reserve, and then we allocate money from the property reserve to budgeted expenditure as per the decisions you make here. So you can put in, if you like, a different assumption around sales, and it doesn't immediately flow through to offset the budget because it goes to the property reserve, and that's how you utilise the property reserve that has the budget impact.
Yeah, I'm just thinking more from a pragmatic perspective. I understand what you're saying, Hamish, it's in a reserve, and I understand that. But I don't think we can have that asset out there, which we don't know what that asset is worth because we haven't seen that report, which we're looking forward to, without having any tension around without selling anything. So do you think we put a couple of sections in, or is that not?
We don't think you should, because there is very little activity in the market, very little inquiries, very little activity. So we're suggesting a budget based on what we're seeing in the market. In the end, you'll assess whether that advice is sound and put in what you like. But our assessment is it would be unwise to be budgeting.
Okay, and I'm just going to say one more thing. When I read the overview, our operating income is dropping 5.9 million, but our costs are increasing 119,000.
Councillor Hooper.
Thank you. Just on the back of what Carolyn was saying, do you think it's time that we approach 3 of the local real estate companies and said, can you please give us a full appraisal of our sections out there and marketing package and cost of sale?
So that,
We can. One of the issues for the business estate is that we are the only seller. And so it is relatively difficult to assess what is a market price because it's a unique development. And while there has been 1 or 2 on sales, they have been at the same price as we're charging anyway. So I don't know that there's an assessment that would say they're overpriced or they're underpriced, because it'll just be related to the market activity, which we can see for ourselves. So if we halved the price, would we suddenly sell a whole lot? Or if we doubled the price, would we get none? You know, it's a very bespoke market to judge. We could get some independent assessment if that was of value. And remembering the background to the most recent examination of the business estate involved one potential purchaser buying a significant portion of it, and us not actively marketing it in the context of the options that purchaser had, and with that arrangement altering, we're back into a more normal environment, if you like, for those sales. But the market is very quiet in relation to those at the moment. Is it price? Is it marketing, or is it just activity? It is a bit hard to say.
Yeah, I'm just wondering about talking about marketing, whether their reach and no cost to us is a couple of big ticks.
Councillor Maxwell.
I've just got a question for 4.2 on forestry. No one should be surprised. You've got your numbers here, but I want to know, have you budgeted for, because this will be a cost, the clearing and tidying of some of your sites for replanting for those that are pre-1990, or have you committed money for the fact that I believe some of those are coming close to their carbon commitments and you may have to pay?
So at this stage what we're doing is planning for what needs to be done. So where there's a failed planting, we've planned to actually replant. This is the operating cost of actually running that activity. So this is in accordance with our plan. So we're entering that period of 10 years of low harvesting returns, basically due to the age of the trees, but this is just the operational cost of maintaining it.
Councillor Gilkison.
I just will make a comment on the business case, which I think we do need to do, because I think a lot of the issues that since I've been here have been around the asset management and trying to get clarity on things. So just put that out there for now.
I just have a question on, so under 4.6 CapEx, the demolition of Balmoral Hall, which is 458,000, that's now gone into OPEX. And is that, So that's not in this I think I assumed it was in this financial year, but it's actually it's in the next financial year for that.
That's correct, yes, we've included it in next financial year, 26-27.
So if it's in OPEX, then that means that it will affect our rates. Is there any way of pushing that out?
Because we're talking in the commercial space, that cost is proposed to be covered through the property reserve, so there's no direct impact on the rates currently.
Okay.
Just regarding putting it into OPEX, it's the correct accounting treatment. So
Right.
anytime you demolish an asset, you put it through OPEX. You
Okay.
could still choose to fund it a different way, but that's just for accounting treatment.
So at the moment, it's been funded by reserves, property reserves. Councillor Wilson.
We talked about it a wee bit the other day, the Glasgow leases, and I put the parking in the same space because we've just talked about the demolition of Balmoral Hall, and I'm guessing property will pay to sort out the parking thing, and property will sort out the Glasgow leases, but the income stream is being put somewhere else, and I thought, reflected on it, I thought that the parking meter was talked about being put as another income stream somewhere else, not in property or roading or wherever it should fall.
There is a separate parking reserve.
Yeah. But the income from that was going to be used, that reserve was going to be used for, just to correct me, as a new income stream for...
Council can utilise that as they choose, as a transfer to the, so the income's going to the reserve, and then you can decide how to allocate money from the reserve.
Yes, I wanted that as the same discussion as Glasgow leases. The income from that was put out somewhere as an income stream. Well, I would have thought it was part of the property commercial activities. It's just no different to renting, is it?
The parking sits in the regulatory function, and you're correct, we were proposing to draw down $210,000 out of the year, so not out of the reserve as such, but in terms of an operating surplus from parking from the year to be used towards the rates contributor. The Glasgow leases sits in the commercial activities, and we were proposing to use the year's surplus from the Glasgow leases of $560,000 as a rates contributor, but currently that money is just sitting as essentially a negative rate or a reduction to the rate requirement. It still sits in the commercial activities.
This has exactly the same outcome from a rates point of view, doesn't it? Because, so what concerns me is that by transferring it out, then a council in the future can say, well, let's run the parking meter down to nothing. But we need more parking to do that. Therefore, we'll make roading spend more money on parking, because that's who will be doing the funding of the roadside parking or meters and that sort of thing, won't they? They'll be the ones that are doing it, but they don't have an income stream from it. So there's a disconnection between income and expenditure.
Well, it's true that some parts of the council don't have income compared to other parts. So I guess that is always going to be true. The way of allocating that parking reserve money and indeed the Glasgow lease money was a way of assessing the transfer from those reserves that looked sustainable. So if it's the surplus from activity in a particular year, and that's the amount of the transfer back out of the reserve, then you haven't impacted the fundamental level of the reserve. But the income from those transactions isn't flowing directly, it's just the assessment of the value of the transfer from the reserve.
Councillor Ellis.
And we have run the parking meter reserve basically down to nothing before when we did the town centre redevelopment. Parking reserve at that stage was quite healthy, so we used a lot of that reserve for the town centre redevelopment.
Councillor Wilson.
I still think it's if it goes into reserve, we've had that. The problem is our reserves. There's been no direct connection between income and the reserves and money coming out, and that's where the problem has perhaps occurred with. If I use the forestry reserve as the best example, forestry reserve built up and money was just taken out. I think there was $8 million taken out in total rates contribution back a few years, which had actually no direct link to what the income stream was or going forward. And that's the risk you do. A council of the day gets to take all the money out, which is we're the recipient of the downside of that. The money's been taken out and spent to subsidise, I'll use the word, rates in the past, and now we've come to the point where there's nothing left. So we don't want to be the council that scrambles around to clean the last of the cupboard out. We want to have things in place that are quite transparent and work properly. That's where I'm just saying that some of the activity should be going, and it's not hard to say if you get an income stream from parking there, it comes in as an income stream. You work out what you think it'll be, and then the reserve's just a floating from 1 year to the next. It shouldn't be classed as a clearinghouse. It's just, what is a clearinghouse? I'm just up and down for 1 year.
I think we're speaking exactly the same language. We too are concerned that the amount of reserve money that has been used in the last few years is unsustainable, and it cannot be utilised to that extent forever because the money isn't there. So I think we're, in terms of that sustainable approach, that's why we've suggested the transfer from the property reserve is broadly equivalent to the expected surplus from the Glasgow leases. It's sustainable. That's money that's earned in that year, and the same in the parking. But the reserves are a useful mechanism because in any 1 year you may have other transactions that you don't anticipate at budget time that can contribute to the reserves, and it does give this council and future councils the flexibility to utilise that in a fashion that is deemed appropriate at the time, rather than just restricting yourselves always to straight revenue earned at that moment. But for this budget, we concur with your summation and are trying to adjust accordingly.
Last point, if I may. Will it only be the income from the Glasgow leases? It won't be the capital from selling Glasgow leases?
That's correct.
Just up on the board, we've got fees and charges, so review of Walnut Avenue fees and charges. Oh, okay. Good, that's all ticked off. And was there anything else on the fees and charges that, don't need to worry about that. And we've got the business case there. So any questions on that or direction that we want to go on, Councillor Cameron?
Thank you. I'm not commenting on the business case, but when I look at the summary, does that exclude the business case or is that including the business case?
Business case is in.
Business case is in.
They're all in until we take them out. And if we want to. Councillor Hooper.
So initially $265,000, then 230, and then 200 a year for the next 10 years. Are there any savings along the way from any of the departments that are using this system? Is it freeing up any staff to do other stuff, or
not perhaps as directly as that question, but we are really hopeful that we'll have a more streamlined audit process by having information in a form through such a system, and we remain hopeful that the audit fees might be manageable because of the investment in the system, but it's not really an internal saving from it, no.
Councillor Wilson.
The local government simplification bill, I think I've got it's not quite right there. It's close to that.
Simplifying local government.
That was it. I knew it was something like that.
Yeah.
The logic in that is that councils get together and streamline thing and don't double up. We're putting a new system in. Do our neighbours have that system in? Is it commonly used? We don't want to be the one with the new Orthman as it was. So is that being taken into account?
Through the chair, so there's no system that has been chosen, but this work is needed so that we can actually collect the data that's required for a system. So irrespective of the future, we'll actually have the data to put into any future system. We will of course be looking at that type of thing when we are doing the system selection.
Councillor Cameron?
Just clarification from Richard. So there is no system selected, is this just a person?
Through the chair, no, this is a person as well as selecting a system. There isn't a system in mind.
So you've approximated your best guess as to what the system would cost.
Correct.
I think Richard's point was well made. If we are going to, allocations change and the region may change, will you do, before you invest money in a system, go and ask other councils what sort of system they're using and whether this is...
Yes, we can do that. We should expect to find that every other council's got a unique system as well.
Well, then that's a bit of a silly thing.
Yeah, indeed. but it'll likely be the situation we'll find, and then we'll have to choose the one that suits us.
I note that when you look at the business case for Lakewood, that includes a person to do resource consents and all sorts of other type of things. Is there any synergy between the two? Have you discussed your business case with Lakewood business case? Yeah.
You'd be asking a lot to have somebody that's specialised in asset management as well as do resource. It would be a lot for somebody to have that entire skill set.
Can I ask?
Short answer is no, we don't see them as that linked.
Okay. May I ask the Chief Executive a question through the Chair? How many new people are in this business plan, proposed? So we've got one person perhaps, maybe at Lakewood, one person perhaps maybe in property. Are there any other new people that are proposed in the business plan?
Yes, we've referred to that in a memo somewhere. My recollection is it might be in the whole of council memo that you got last week.
Okay.
And I could pull that up quickly and
I can do that too.
reflect on that number, but someone might find it before me.
Whole of council, I'm there now.
Okay, just while we're doing that.
Well, I'll carry on. I'll hang up and I'll go back on.
Yeah, okay, Councillor Ellis.
Thank you. I concur with Councillor Gilkinson. We're always asking for more information and we get frustrated when we can't get it and they can't lay their hands to it in a hurry. The more data and information that we have that people can lay their hands on, the better and informed decisions we can make. So look, I support this 100%.
Thanks, Russell. Tony's holding up four fingers.
Sorry.
Tony, did you want to explain? And then I'll
Sorry,
go to
thank you. I just had a quick count up through that memo, and there are 4 positions in the business cases. No, not in water. No, there's one for Lakewood. There's one associated with the asset management system. There's one as a graduate planner, and the other one is an information service additional staff request. What was the third one? A graduate planner. Graduate planner? Yes.
Yep. Graduate planner.
So who does that go? Who?
No, okay. Yeah, we'll go to Councillor Gilkinson.
I was just going to make a comment that just kind of carried on from that in terms of the asset base that the council has is probably one of the biggest opportunities that they have. So if it's not properly managed and we don't have that information, then it will just continue to dwindle and we'll never see that benefit realised. We don't have reserves, we can find some, and hopefully this is where maybe we can.
Yeah, good point. So we've kind of got 2 conversations going on. So one is, are you happy with this business case? And then Councillor Cameron, the question. So I'll go to Tony first. Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, similar to Deb really, is that we've got $474 million of assets we need to be managed. And I've always been a fan of embracing technology to make sure that we continue to run a more efficient business. So I'm definitely in favour of this project.
Did you want to go back to your?
Well, it's a continuation of this.
Okay.
We do have a lot of assets and we do need to manage them appropriately. Nobody is denying that. We also have an incumbent property team who up to now has managed them, and now they say that, well, now we've got the vibe that they haven't been managed to their maximum ability. So we're trying to repair that by managing them. Where are we making the savings in the systems or the staff or the operating expenses that go from the not managing appropriately to managing appropriately? Or is this just now we've discovered a new system, so we're going to invest more to manage?
We don't think we have the capacity to manage the asset base properly, and therefore this is a system to improve the way in which we manage those assets.
I would like to see that this system does improve the way we manage the assets.
Right.
And I wouldn't like to see it going out for 10 years until we can demonstrate that it is improving the way we manage our assets.
We can guarantee that having a modern asset management system will be infinitely superior than to a whole series of unrelated spreadsheets. We know we will do the management of our assets better with this investment.
Yeah. if
And
we
it
do
will be
not,
instant.
if we come and ask for a property report and we cannot generate that within, what, a year? Is that, like, I'd like to have some goals and some objectives in that management asset plan that we can say, well, come on, we want to know how much is in our forestry portfolio, or is in our property portfolio, or in our reserves, or whatever, and we can say, what is that? Like,
Yeah, I think it's a reasonable expectation that you will have information much more readily available and more accurate by having an integrated system of our assets.
and if we do not, can you say, well, and this is through the chair to Hamish, we haven't done, this is not turning out how we anticipated, we will revisit that and perhaps revisit the investment in either the staff or the capital that we have committed to dealing with that.
Absolutely.
So that means there may be, instead of going 4 up, there may be going 3 up, or two, in a year or 2 years or whatever.
Well, I'm not drawing that extrapolation. I'm just saying that if the investment doesn't deliver the results that we anticipate, we will, just like you, be very searching in the questions as to why not. But our anticipation is that we will be much better at managing the assets and giving you and us information that we should have easily to hand and currently don't.
Yeah, and as 10% of the people here that are responsible for managing the rate spend for our community, I think we really have to keep someone's finger to the fire for that, or because it has to work. Okay. Otherwise, we're just saying, yes, let's just do more, and nothing comes as a result of it.
Yeah, noted. Thank you. Councillor Gilkerson.
Hamish, you mentioned before that it will have hopefully some positive impacts on the audit. Will it also, do you think, have a further positive impact to support maybe some of the challenges that we've got in the finance area at the moment?
Yes, I do.
Because that's a big risk that we have at the moment.
Yes.
That we need to address.
Yes, we do.
Ideally, the system would talk to the financial system and process those transactions through as well, so it would be integrated.
That's great.
And I would also expect that it will provide you information around maintaining assets, which may be uncomfortable conversations with you as governors that we are not currently having because we don't see the state of those assets and have plans in place to maintain them and keep them up to date. So there could be a whole lot of ramifications from a better system.
So it looks like everyone's happy for that business case to stay in. Yep. I'm just going back to the notes we got, and there was a question, what consultants are used for what? And there was a response to be provided at the workshop. And I guess that's under economic development. Consultant spend.
Yeah, consultant spend. Looking through the budget for the next year, there's no big projects as there have been for this year, like with the one that the council considered a few months ago. So if there was, it would be assisting staff in reasonably minor projects. We don't have any commissioned at the moment, so they would just be taken on as needed to provide specialist advice. The idea is that predominantly we'll be working internally.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
That leads to my question, that this implementation will need to be run with a steering group, project sponsor and team from within the organisation to a deliverability. That's fine, but this is not, if we haven't got one, we've done it before, but it will have been done many times in organisations all around the place. So I'm just I'm not questioning the ability of people, but if you've never done something before, you spend half your time learning how to do it, and then you become an expert after you've done it. Whereas sometimes you're better to get someone in to say, well, you don't, browns, good, greens, to point you in the right direction. Otherwise, you're just wasting a lot of time and effort learning. Shouldn't be learning. This is not a place to learn. This is a place to do.
We do want to take advantage of that very thing. One of the things that is more particular, though, is our current state. So in getting a new system up and running, we need to make sure that the planning is to transfer what we've currently got to that new system. But there will certainly be those who, as you say, have done this sort of thing before and will have great experience to share with us.
Okay. And everyone happy with fees and charges? All good? Okay. Thank you very much. Right. So next is community services, is that correct? Yep. Okay, if we can change that slide up on the screen. So community services includes community safety, elderly persons housing, memorial halls, public conveniences, reserves and campgrounds. So quite a bit. Yes, Hamish.
Just one comment. There have been a number of discussions about some of these activities over the last number of months. Just note that an amount of that conversation is public excluded. Thank you.
Thanks. Right. So we've got the CapEx program.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
we have had some conversation. It will need reminding about what is PE.
Reminded. Okay, so we've got a few CapEx programs in there. The renewal for the elderly persons housing, so the refurbishment of units, and then we've got the Mount Somers public toilets, and the business case for the Hines Domain septic system. Any questions? Sorry, the Lake Huron toilets that are, is that in this year?
That's in the current financial year, yes.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ellis.
Thank you. A lot of public feedback following our decision to overturn our original decision and not put toilets at the cemetery. I just wondered if there was any will, since we're doing budgets, to have that conversation again, because there was a lot of feedback.
You're right, there was. Councillor Todd.
I was going to raise the same subject actually, Madam Chair. I just wonder if it was a mistake with the development of the Seafield Cemetery. Things are moving east from that point of view. The toilet is in the west. I went out yesterday to look at the toilet again, to be fair, and people who are my age or older that are in a wheelchair or a Zimmer frame would be very difficult to get into the men's toilet. So I'm just saying, is it fit for purpose? Are those toilets fit for purpose moving forward? So I believe that at some stage we should be looking at toilets in the middle of our cemetery rather than where the present one is situated.
So
and they would be maybe two unisex rather than men's and women's.
Yeah. So just to update the newer councillors, so this was removed in 2025. It was in LTP year 3, but it wasn't brought forward into this current year, is that correct? Is that why we removed it?
No, it's gone.
I'm just pulling up the report.
Just a wee bit of background so would be good.
I think maybe we're taking advantage of some other work. There was some reason to propose it at the time we did.
Yeah.
But council didn't approve it.
Honey? We can come back to it if it's easier.
No, there was. I can just bring you up to speed. So in that LTP 2434 contemplated 2 new sets of toilets in the Ashburton Cemetery. So year 2 had 288,000 for new toilets in the Seafield lawn, and in year 3 there was 310,000 for new toilets in the Bremner lawn to replace the existing toilets. So council decided not to go ahead with the, hold on, let me just get the exact resolution.
So maybe there's still one to go.
Yeah, so there were 2 sets of toilets in the LTP there's an, yes, councillor Cameron?
I think it just, this is not my question. I think we thought a good option would be to merge the toilets into one toilet in the middle. And then when we found out the cost of it, which I think was a lot, we determined no more toilets.
That's right. 310,000 and
Yeah, so originally I think we were
$509.
going to merge them because we thought, why build two new toilets?
Yep.
It's a pity we can't get any use data around the facilities. Like, I'm talking about Lake Heron. How long's the Lake Heron toilet been in plan for?
It's an LTP 24 project. They're a replacement of the
Existing toilets.
existing facilities. They're not new facilities.
So we go up there presumably to clean them or look after them.
There's a very bespoke arrangement with the Lake Huron
Yeah.
toilets, which was part of, I think, the discussion in the budget last year, because there is a, what's the right word? There is a private person who has a high role in maintaining them
Oh, so we pay someone to look after them.
without us paying.
Oh, okay, right. I'm done.
It's a very bespoke arrangement.
There's sort
around
of the
those
special requirements. Are they, like, I actually have never actually looked at them. What do they look like? Do they need?
It's not in this
No,
budget. That's already happening.
Okay.
Yeah. Tony, did you find?
I have,
Yep.
yep. So from the 16th of April 2025, the resolution, the matter had been left to lie on the table. It was uplifted. The resolution is that no further progress is made on the toilet project in the Ashburton Cemetery in the medium term, that some maintenance be undertaken on the existing toilet block from within existing budgets to keep it functional.
Okay. Councillor
As a
Wilson.
district, we've one of the most toileted districts in the country because we've renewed just about every toilet we could. And would it not be prudent to let this annual plan run, but look at it in the long-term plan and really look forward? Because that was part of our trouble, that the toilets were thought about a few years before, almost, I think it was in the previous long-term plan almost, and it was just a case of they were turning up in year 4 and being dropped in, and that's perhaps what happened in that case, that we'd sort of, it was a case of in the long-term plan, they've been put out far enough, the good intentions, but when it got to the point in time had moved on, and maybe that's a way of revisiting it through the long-term plan and reprioritise and have a look at again, because it's not that far away that we'd be looking at it.
And I recall a public conveniences workshop that we had, which sort of outlined what we were looking at for the long-term plan, and some of it related to the TIF funding that we got, which, Councillor Ellis, Councillor Todd, are you happy for that to wait until the long-term plan process? Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, so we'll just, someone can make a wee note of that for long-term plan. Yeah. Thank you. Fees and charges, is there any? And we've got all the memorial halls there, which I guess have gone back to the majority of the hall boards.
Where they exist, yes.
Yep.
Yep.
Great, thank you. Councillor Moffat.
I just had a question around the fees and charges for the reserve hall hires. Do each of the boards decide on that, or does council tell them how much to hire their halls out for?
We provide them with the fees and charges schedule with the inflation rate applied. Sometimes they come back to us and want to lift or change the rates accordingly based on they have a more intimate knowledge of their usage, given that they understand who's the more regular users are and what the peaks look like.
Are they requesting to up their fees at all, or is that something that staff decided on?
We've applied the minimum 2.2% increase, and we have been talking to them frequently about the need to keep the increases regular. It's very tempting to keep it low and static, but the cost of power isn't reducing, for example, insurance isn't reducing, so it's about little and often is our advice to them.
Councillor Ellis.
Thank you. Just wondering, is there any rates input to the Rakaia Gorge camping ground and the Rangitata Huts camping ground? And then I think exactly the same time last year, we just said we were going to have a discussion with the Motorhome Association about some of our camping areas, and just wondering where that got to really, since we're in the next budget round. So,
Certainly. So the Rakaya Gorge campground, it's privately leased, so there is no rates input for that one. The campgrounds that council manages is the Hakateri, which is unmanned, and then you've got the Rangitata.
And it does have rates input.
It does.
So the fees and charges don't cover the.
Councillor Wilson?
This also includes reserve boards, doesn't it, this whole department?
Yes, it does.
So there's been quite this is probably the one area where we actually have a large amount of the public actually involved in governance around our council through the reserve boards. And part of that has been setting their budgets. And that's probably been in the past has been not viewed as a strong thing that the reserve boards did. They just turned up when they felt like they needed money. And I know we've put a lot of work into it. Is that working? Because obviously that budgeting feeds through into our plans, and that should mean that we get stability around the reserve boards and what they want to do. Is that working?
For the majority, yes. We're starting to get some really well-informed boards that are understanding how the council process works and how to make sure that if they are wanting to do a project, that it's not just decide March, implement April, that they start, if they're wanting funding from us or support from council, that they're starting to plan ahead with that. It's an ongoing challenge, but also for some of our boards, they are so volunteer-driven and they are able to utilise the skill sets within their community to get things done relatively quickly. They can often just achieve an awful lot in a very short period of time.
So do we have the policies to back up that transition, I'd say, to a more budget-orientated reserve board, with what they can spend on or what they can't do, or their self-governance, is it strong enough to allow that to continue and happen how we want it to happen?
For the most of the boards that I'm seeing coming through now, yes, they are coming along really, really well in understanding how things work.
Councillor Ellis.
Thank you. Sorry, just on the Motorhome Association, sorry, I just turned my light off and then.
Sorry about that. Yes, we did have a conversation with the Motorhome Motor Caravan Association, and their typical model is not the caretaker type model as you've got at Rangitata. They had just been trialling it at a place down south, so it was something that they wanted to test out first before looking at that further.
I see on the notes we got, so the questions around the Walnut Avenue, the Ashburton State Highway 1 domain lay-by and the fees at Rangitata and Rakaya have all been answered, so everyone's happy with that. We've got the business case there. Any questions on that? I know there was one. Yeah. Councillor Maxwell.
Sorry, just going back to fees and charges. I'm assuming the boardroom hire for the Mount Hutt Memorial Hall is clearly a typo, because it's gone from $76 to $1,089.
Yes, that's a typo. We'll get that one sorted.
And the boardroom hire for a whole day is going to go from 163 to 78.
Leave that with us to review. We've clearly done something woofy with the.
Thank you.
So the business case is around the Hines Domain septic system. Everyone happy with that to go?
We don't really have a choice.
No, it's
it has to work, and it's very well used. Every time you go past, there's a queue of cars waiting to get in. It's yeah.
Yep. Take that one off.
Can we send the account to NZTA, because it's all with the tourism, because it's basically not used by anybody that lives in the district, it's used by people driving through. This is a direct cost to their ratepayers.
Yep. Yes. Okay, so any other questions on community services? Happy with that? The budgets? Okay. Thank you. Let's have a look. Recreational facilities is next. Where's she going?
Hi, it's not just me, I promise. My managers are just about here. Do you want one facility at a time, or do you prefer the sort of scatter approach of all people? Okay.
Sorry, one at a time would be great, thank you. You choose who wants to come up first.
Rockefeller is first on the list.
Okay.
Perfect.
Shireen, yeah. Kia ora, how are you?
Good, thank you.
Okay. So page 5, we've got the capital expenditure, so we've got the interpretation panels for the Heritage Working Group had been removed. We've got $10,000 to maintain the civic art collection. Assorted upgrades covered by depreciation. Any questions on those first?
Madam Chair,
Cameron,
where are
yeah.
the assorted upgrades, just to save me scrolling through 16 pages?
Oh, I've just read that in the CapEx line. Is that detailed?
Through the chair, sorry, was the question what those assorted
Yes,
projects are? Yeah. So there's a purchase of new data loggers for the entire building for the environmental controls. There is the renewal of our learning centre tables, and there is a plan cabinet to be purchased for our collection store. That's also a renewal project, and a fridge and dishwasher for the staff room. That's also a renewal.
Councillor Wilson.
Where has when we did the long-term plan, there was talk around the upgrading of the exhibition, it was 500,000, was a big number. Where's that settled out now? Is that out of being taken? I think we took it out initially, but where is that? Because there's nothing about that here. Where's
Through
that?
the chair, that's still in the long-term plan budget. I believe it was deferred to year 7, if my memory is working properly at the moment. But so it's still in the long-term plan budget.
Any other questions? And that, Councillor
Yes,
Hooper?
please, thank you. Maintaining the civic art collection, $10,000. Can you just explain what you do?
Absolutely, through the chair. So that was a sum that council decided on at the time of the merger, I believe, so that there was a amount put aside for the work that we do looking after the civic art collection. So that is the artworks that council own, not the works that the Art Gallery Incorporated Society own. So some of the works that you see around this building, the works that we commissioned for this building, and the collections that we hold in Rockefeller for you. So the work around it is reframing, conservation, if there's anything that you wish for us to do. So if there's a work you want us to purchase, it could come out of that budget or a separate budget, but it all essentially gets used on mostly conservation and reframing for the care of the collection.
How often does a painting, one of our older paintings, need to be reframed?
Well, given the state of some of the works, there's quite a cyclic process that we're working through. Okay. So we have a priority list. Mainly when this building was built, we did quite a lot of work at that time, and you'll see the works that are hanging around this building were all worked on. There was treatment plans for them and reframing, so they could be hung in a public space. Mm-hmm. And right now, I think we've got 3 going to a conservator now to get some treatment and some reframing.
So reframed, may I carry on?
Yep, of course you can.
Reframed painting, how long before that needs some attention again?
Through the chair, that's a good question. It really depends on how stable the original artwork was. So some of the works in the council's collection are works on paper, so either drawings or watercolour, and they're more susceptible to long-term damage if they're not looked after properly. So the work that we're doing now is upgrading the existing collection to archival material and archival glass, so that they can be in areas that are well lit or have some sun on them, and they'll last longer in terms of their care. So it's a little bit tricky because works that are paintings and oils, they last a bit longer. We don't imagine that we're repeating this kind of work over and over again, like every year. But there is over 200 works, I believe, in the collection, just under maybe 200 works. So there is a kind of continual work program around how we look after them.
Thank you.
Councillor Cameron.
Thank you. Thanks, Shireen. I can't see the capex for the aircon. Where is that?
That's actually through Renee's area of property.
Oh, so that's separated out through property.
Yeah, this is the activity.
Yep.
That's
Okay.
in the current year's budget, as a revised budget.
This year, yeah. Thank you.
Any other questions? Oh, Councillor Wilson.
The art grid is a wonderful space. I'm not getting at the space at all, but obviously, if we look at our income side and our expenditure side, our expenditure is going up and our income's going up, but it's coming from UAGC and general rates. How do you propose to drive forward the fees and charges of actually other receipts has gone down? So if we think of it as a business model, it's not a good business model. I know arts is that way, but I'm just saying, you know, you've digitised stuff. Is there a way we can monetise the digitised stuff? Because the world looks at stuff and will pay for looking. You know, has there been thoughts around how we can get more income streams? Because we can't keep this extrapolating out into the future, otherwise we'll be broke.
So just one brief comment. This is one where the way in which we're displaying the rates contributors has a dramatic impact on the rates requirement. So if you notice down the bottom of the funding statement, there's $500,000 that was allocated directly in the current budget, which isn't in this one. And we've talked about that a number of times, and it sits in that miscellaneous area for this budget. So of the increase in the general rates in UAGC, it's still a significant number. So I think your question is still validly asked, but just think of the increase as being almost all related to the way in which we're dealing with rates contributors.
Probably my question is really focusing on how we increase the income stream rather than, because we're always going to pay for it out, that's where it's going to end up. So that's a given, I understand, but the receipts, how do we improve the receipts coming in, the money in the gate as it was?
Thank you, through the chair. So there are some avenues available to us. So we, as you might be aware, we've got a small gift shop that operates in the facility. So there's some income from that. The drop that we've noticed of late is just a drop in donations. So that's had an impact as well. And our research and research inquiries, we have a 30-minute free window before a person gets charged or a researcher gets charged. And the majority of those research requests are able to be completed in that 30-minute window. So it's really quite challenging to project those fees and charges increasing because we don't really know the complexity of some of those research requests. In terms of the digitised collections, again, the ethos around museum and art gallery practice is that the hope is to make these things as accessible as possible, not to add fees and charges on them to restrict their use. So if we have inquiries about images for a major publication, that they might have a cost, but it won't be huge in terms of having a kind of a big impact on the income of the art gallery and museum. But the ethos is that it's as accessible and as free as possible.
Councillor Hooper.
Thank you. I'm talking the wee shop. You were going to go online with that. Has that happened? And you're expecting a nice bump in sales?
Yes,
Has that happened?
Through the chair, so that's currently in progress. So you might be aware that our branding project is underway at the moment. So part of that work is the new website and the ability to have our shop online. So this projected income has 6 months of that, hopefully the revenue increasing from the shop of us going online. So yes, that's definitely work in progress.
Thank you. Any other questions for Shireen? No, and the fees and charges are just 2.2% increase, is that right? Yeah. Great, thanks Shireen. Next, we're on Te Kete Tūhinga, so Ashburton Library. Got Jane here. And the CapEx projects are at the top of page 5, so book purchases, 162,000, and that's funded by depreciation. Any questions in the library? Councillor Wilson.
When we built the library, we weren't sure of what it was going to take to run it and manage it and do it, because obviously a bigger space and more demand and all that. And we had to put more resources into it to maintain it. And I'm just trying to see where those resources show up in the budget and how that timeline has happened. Because obviously when we started, there was concern around some councils at the time that bigger library more cost. And I'm looking here and I don't see the costs coming out in these numbers. So I'm just wondering where it's, because I look at internal overheads charges, they've actually dropped. So I'm trying to understand, where's that money gone, or, you know, why is it cheaper to run than it was?
They must be doing a good job. But resourcing up for a bigger space happened back further than the information that you currently have. So if you recall, during COVID, there was special grant money as part of the manner in which the government was dealing with a whole range of impacts on the economy. That's where we took advantage of that opportunity to get some additional resources. From memory, there was 3 extra librarian positions at that time. That money lasted, I think, for a couple of years. When it finished, we were only a year from moving in. Council of the day recognised that there was some good people there, that was better to keep them going in preparation for the new library. And so then when we came to the library in this building, we already had the capacity that we had intended to have to run the bigger space. So we've been resourced appropriately for a number of years, which is why you won't see a lift from the time that we moved in here. Operating costs, in a more general sense, other than staff resources, of course, have been subject to separate conversations around the running costs of the building, and those are higher than we had originally intended. And the library, of course, wears a significant portion of that because of the occupancy proportion that the library has of the overall building.
So just to understand, the 24-25 at 1.6 going down to the annual plan, I see it was in the annual plan and the long-term plan. Just is that shifting costs, or why is it such a significant change? Because it's quite a big drop over those periods. Because I'm trying to understand the
actuals for 25 included essentially the library share of the depreciation on this building. So remember, we had to record depreciation at actual cost rather than what was funded.
Okay, any other questions with fees and charges? So you've added a couple of new fees, I think. Any other questions? Yep. No. Thanks, Jane.
Thank you.
Richard, EA Network Centre. And we have got the CapEx on page 3, or Stella page 5, which is all funded by depreciation. And the spin bikes and the group fitness weights and bars have been bumped, I guess, to the LTP.
Through the chair, yes, and the chlorine analyzers have all been bumped and they'll be reconsidered through the LTP.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I didn't see that. Yep, thank you. Any questions on Councillor Wilson?
To do with depreciation, so because when we first did it, there was the depreciation was done on the whole building, not on separate bits of plant. We had plant blow up, which meant the depreciation wasn't carrying. Has that been sorted out with respect to, like, the air conditioning was the plant, and if we have different classes, has that been sorted out for this building going forward?
To answer your question in 2 parts, like the art gallery, this is the activity. So despite us fronting the request for additional funding for the air handling equipment at the facility, that was actually out of the property account. So yes, depreciation as a whole for the building is still a work in progress in terms of trying to unravel that. But in terms of the physical assets, if you were able to shake a building that fall within it, that's within this activity.
Councillor Hooper.
Thank you. The chlorine analyzers, what are they? Are they? I see the guards dunk the jug of water and scurry off to the office. Is it something different?
Through the chair, the pool plant system is a highly technical computerized system. The analyzers are the computers that essentially measure the pool water themselves and maintain it, so controls the amount of chlorine that's going into the pools. The lifeguards doing their testing that you're referring to as part of us being compliant with New Zealand Standard 4441.
Councillor Cameron.
Total operating, page 1, total operating income is 12.4 million. This is for the whole group as a whole, Sarah, not for just EA Network. This is increased from 10.475 due to a reduction in rates contributors. Oh, I don't, isn't
It's
it?
that same conversation about the contributors going to the miscellaneous account and not going directly to the activity. So you're seeing significant apparent increase in rates requirement for these facilities, but it's not real compared to last year. It's just that we're showing it differently through the miscellaneous account.
Yeah, but they're talking about income.
Absolutely.
It's 2 million is 2 million more when we're not getting the rates contributors.
Because we're not showing the rates contributors in the miscellaneous account.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Same thing, we referred to it a week ago, that we're no longer putting the rates contributors directly against these activities. So it looks like these activities require more rates, but we're showing the contributors that we do have against the overall requirement for rates. So they're still being counted for correctly in terms of the impact on the ratepayer, they're just not being shown directly against these individual activities.
Councillor Wilson.
With regards to the gym replacement of bits and pieces, I'm not a gym guy, but one of my children goes there, and he said they're very good quality. How do you balance out having a council-owned facility being able to beat the competition, I'll say, by having a higher quality of renewal, and the link between business profitability and cost is not as strong as if a commercial building, if he buys his spinner bikes too often, he goes broke because he can't afford them, whereas a council facility just goes back to the never-ending well of the ratepayer and gets some more money to keep the thing going. How do you balance out that renewal project, because you could always be the best in the business if you wanted to be. So how have you made that decision to put the spinner bikes back a year?
Through the chair, it's probably not my place to reflect on commercial versus not commercial. However, we work closely with the suppliers of our equipment to maintain them and to ensure that we are looking after them and replacing them on a recommended cycle, as opposed to letting them deteriorate to a point that they're simply not worth anything anymore and throw away.
Hamish.
There's an element of market appeal to a facility that has that balance right between equipment and environment, and if you let equipment deteriorate to the point that it is in poor condition, or it's people feel it's unsafe or not clean or whatever, they just simply don't come. So we don't feel we have sort of an inherent advantage to gold plate anything. We need to keep it appropriate so that we can continue to attract the clients we can get, so that the rates input is at a level as low as possible to sustain the building or sustain the whole facility.
The fees and charges are all there, and they look like they've just gone up to 2.2%. Yep.
Through the chair, the fees and charges are up 2.2%. Some of them have gone up a little more than that, using some different methodology, but the minimum is 2.2.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hooper.
Thank you. The dual membership, would you say that that's ticked the boxes what we hoped it would when it was first talked about and then implemented?
Through the chair, the dual membership is definitely reducing barriers for people to participation. Our membership is stable, and our income around membership is stable as well. But in terms of part of that project being reducing people's barriers to participation, that is absolutely being achieved.
This, can I have a follow on from that?
Yes.
So what about the numbers? Are they the same numbers? So it hasn't increased numbers or decreased numbers. It's just people just buy what they need to buy.
Correct. People were able to make the decision that they want to use the different parts of the facility. I don't have the current membership number in front of me, I'm sorry, but I would be happy to report that back if required. But the numbers have shown a modest increase over the recent times.
So the dual memberships really had no impact whatsoever on anything.
The dual membership had two components, and it was part of actually a new sort of membership structure. And one was to, I guess, if people wanted to choose, I'm going to say dry or wet or gym or pool, they actually had to choose, whereas the previous membership structure allowed them to choose one but get both. So we needed to change that. So there's been benefits in terms of accessibility to the right parts of the facility that people are paying for, or if they do want both, they do pay for both by the dual membership. So it had a combination in terms of drivers to introduce the change.
Councillor Hooper.
No.
Oh, good. Any other questions on that activity? And all happy with the fees and charges? Yep. Thank you. Thanks, Richard. Just under the, the meeting room charges, they all come under the library, or does that?
We do a combination. We want one set of meeting room charges sort of equivalent for both facilities, so hence they're in Richard's space as well. That was the intention last year, but just through an administrative error, it didn't actually happen. There was still sort of some differences between EA meeting rooms and Te Whare Whakatere meeting rooms, but we've lined it up this year, and that will be the way it is going forward.
Thank you, and sorry to pull you all back. Great, thanks. Okie dokie, we are getting there. Next, we are on regulatory services. So, got Ian, and you've got your crew coming up. Good. Hi, Michael. So we're going to start on building regulation. And the CapEx program, there's nothing in the CapEx program for, nope. Councillors, any questions? And we've got the list of fees and charges there, which I think have some gone up a wee bit. They've increased by 6% to cover true costs, which seems fair. Just double checking the memo. I don't think there was anything on there. No. Any questions? All pretty self-explanatory. That's good, thanks. Oh, yep. Councillor Todd.
Thank you. I just, it's one I've always wondered about. The mobile shop charge, $262 for a year permit, is very reasonable, isn't it? For a mobile shop?
So that's not...
Yeah, that will be Mr. Catchpole, who's coming in a moment.
Oh,
so
sorry.
you'll respond.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, stop, yeah.
No questions, Michael, thank you. Thanks for coming down. You get the star, Michael. So we're in district planning next. Brad? So there's a note there saying no material changes from 25-26. Councillor Cameron.
Just a question that arose earlier today. Have we started on looking at the land, what do you call it, district plan sort of review with regards to the new bridge? You know, the land with it.
So that's probably that. Doesn't
Well, that might
reflect
offset,
on this.
that might become a rates contributor.
It's not a budget issue.
Won't
And
affect
remembering
this
at the
everyone.
moment, the government has ruled out no changes to any district plan while the new legislation comes into place.
So I assume that answer is no, we haven't.
Yes.
So any questions there? We've got the fees and charges. And you had planning and resource consents proposed increases ranging from 4 to 19%. Questions? No. That we're all good. Pardon?
The business case was in there as well.
Oh, sorry. Gosh. Sorry. Fixed term graduate planner. Business case. That's for the graduate planner. And is that the one that's ticked required by legislation? Is that correct?
What page are you on this?
I'm on page 29.
Thank you.
So that's cost associated with this will be cost recovered through fees and charges, will not require any rates funding. Councillor Hooper.
Thank you. Is it likely they'll stay on after the 24 months, and will that continue to be recovered, their cost through fees and charges?
It's something that's very unknown at the moment. With the change of legislation, it would be impossible to look at what our consent volumes are going to be going forward. So, yeah, there'd be no indication that it would be a permanent role at this point.
Following on for Phil, if the person did stay on, that would come to council anyway, wouldn't it, as an additional cost to the, yeah, absolutely. I think I would support this business case.
Yep. Everyone happy supporting that? Yep, got the tick. Thank you. Right, move back up. Regulatory, is that right? Sorry, I'm just scrolling. Yep. So under regulatory, we've got alcohol licensing and gambling venue consenting. We've got animal control. We've got environmental health, and parking comes under that, as well as does civil defence, emergency management come under there as well? Yep. Okay, Councillor Wilson.
In animal control, with the rate to own a dog in town, I totally understand why it is. It is, an urban unneutered dog is $120, which is, I use the unneutered one because that's probably the people that may be more difficult to deal with. If you've neutered your dog, you've had to potentially you look after your dog better because you do all the things supposedly society does. When does the point get when it's too expensive for people to they'll want the dog, but they can't afford to register? When does that point? There must be a tipping point in economics where you get to a point that's so expensive that people won't do it because they can't afford to or they won't do it. And so you actually make a regulatory problem for yourself where your numbers drop off. You make it so expensive so people don't do it, therefore the cost to the rest goes up. Are we approaching that point, do you think, or where do you think?
Thank you. Through the chair, this is where we try to keep the fees low and then work with the dog owners, and where you get to that tipping point, that's where the infringements then come in, and the question of whether they should have the dog if they can't afford to have it. but we do try to work with owners.
Councillor Hooper.
Thanks. Just following on from that, so the reason it's $40 cheaper, $40 dearer for an unneutered dog, is that because it's almost commercial? They can breed from it, make some money. Or is it mean they get out more and they're harder work for our contractor? What's the reason?
Again, through the chair, again, it's really trying to give the owner that option. We would prefer to see dogs desexed. There's various educational concerns around dogs that are entire, whereas when they're desexed, they're calmer.
Yeah.
There's arguments both ways on this, so we just try to give owners the options.
Councillor Todd.
I'll ask my question about mobile shops now.
Oh, yes.
Is this the right spot?
It is.
Mobile shop, this is the install permit on 9.5. For a day, it's $56, but you can get one for a year, which is $256. So I could get one for a year and trade every day, which is a pretty good deal, isn't it?
Thank you again through the chair. We feel so. What we try to do with this, the fees and charges across the board here with hawkers, the daily permit and the annual is try to give them some options to work around. The hawkers is a historic permit, dates back to the 1800s, and over the years, this is where you would look into the good character of the person, and they would have to apply to the police for that permit. That's now gone, that side of it, but the hawker permit remains the same. So in with that is an itinerant person. So hawkers are a local person, itinerant, outside of the area. Neither of them have like an operation behind them, and so we have that stage, and then you get into the daily permits, annual permits, and these are registered persons. They have a business to operate from.
Okay. Yeah. It just seems quite reasonable for a yearly permit.
Councillor Wilson.
Parking, we're obviously running a trial at the moment where the wee man drives around his car and the person drives around in their car and takes a picture and sends the bill. Probably as quick as that. When does that trial end? And so, will we see a change in, because there was talk of doing that through the parking on the other side of the railway line as well. So, that's obviously, it's becoming a bigger income stream, which is where I'll class it. So will we see the costs reduce, or how will that unfold? And have you accounted for that trial finishing and then us deciding whether we want to go ahead with it full time or?
The trial's still in process, so we've paused to learn some things from the first part of the trial. The trial's going to recommence, and then before any conclusions are drawn from that trial, we'll be bringing out an all-encompassing report to council. So it's not clear how that will yet impact on the parking activity.
So what's the assumptions made in here is how have you assumed parking for next year infringements? Have you just assumed it off the previous cost income?
Correct.
Thank you through the chair. Regards revenue, and infringements, there is an increased non-compliance around expired WAFs and regos, and that we're seeing that continuing to climb. So the infringement side is allowing for that.
Ian?
Yeah, I think the other thing, just to follow on from what Rick said, is that at the moment the budget has been arranged not to consider additional revenue that might be generated from a parking trial or otherwise. It's just simply based on the behaviour that we're seeing at the moment. Is that correct? Right. Yes.
So just on the bottom of page 3 of the report, it says increase in commissions paid 25k. Is that paid that we are paying, or is that the commissions we're receiving? What's that?
Thank you. Through the chair, this is the parking commissions where WAFs and regos that are paid over the counter we're obliged to pay 50% back to the MOJ. In reality, it's us that gets the 50% because this is a police-led infringement. We do the work for the police, so we get the 50%.
Thank you. And I see there is $8,000 CapEx for CDEM, and that's funded. It's a renewal. Any other questions on that? No. Good. Thank you. Is that regulatory all done? Yes. Yep. Oh.
Thank you.
Thanks. Does that mean we are on miscellaneous now? Is that correct? Do you want to have a quick cover? Quick. Oh, okay. Let's have a 10-minute break and come back to miscellaneous. Thank you. We are now looking at miscellaneous, and this will probably take us through to the end of the day. Are we just, Helen and Gordon, you're taking us through this part, or have we got, pardon? Yeah. Okay.
Mayor McMillan,
Yes.
can you please call out the pages? Sometimes when we go through all the business cases and all the things with multiple agencies, it's quite difficult to keep abreast
We'll
of
do
it.
that. The overview on this, so there are 5 business cases that we'll talk about shortly. The fees and charges have been increased by 2.2%. CapEx is 96,000 higher than indicated through the long-term plan due to an additional 124,000 spent on plant operations. So I guess we will go to the CapEx first, which is on Stella page 7. And we've got information services. We have a few different items in there. Hardware cyclic renewals, which is a renewal, 429,000. New hardware purchases, 50, which is funded by debt. Software cyclic renewals, which is the aerial imagery, 100,000, and that's a renewal. And then plant operations, we've got fleet, 331,000 renewal. Open spaces, I guess, so that's plant for open spaces, so that's 289, and that's a renewal as well. Any questions on that CapEx? Gordon, do you want to explain anything?
Yeah, just
or,
just for from the information systems perspective, our capital renewals are basically a rotating timetable of renewals for either infrastructure or desktop networks, imagery, as was mentioned there. So we have a rolling cycle based on manufacturers' recommendations for renewal. It keeps it concurrent, it keeps it up to date, it ensures that we can maintain as modern an environment and secure environment as we can.
Councillor Cameron?
So if we're talking about information systems, hardware cyclic renewals, 429,000, is that, you were talking about what that is that basically computers?
Or switches, yes, it's a mixture of computers, network hardware, the bits that join us all together across the various sites.
So tell me what a network hardware is.
A switch.
A switch,
Yep,
yeah.
site
Do
switch.
they need renewals, like cords? Do they need renewals?
Yes, they do need renewals.
I've never renewed my power cord for anything. I've been in the council, I haven't renewed my power cord for 6 years. What's the renewal rate for that then? Like 10 years or 5 years? Or?
It's 5 years. We have a 5-year program.
Oh, well, I'm due a new one. So if it's renewals every 5 years, so that means 529,000 annually, ongoing, is that correct?
It varies from year to year, depending on when original purchases were made, when things were renewed. But throughout our LTP, we have basically just got a cycle of renewal through each year. So we're not renewing everything in 1 year. It's spread across a 10-year period.
One more question, if I may. And what is on the other side of that? When you, particularly I'm talking about the computers, when you sell them or send them away to whomever repurposes them and buys them, where do we see the income from that?
So if they are sold, that will be reflected within the cost centre account as income. If they are disposed of, then there is no value.
Of course not. So presumably some are sold. So where is that cost centre income? Is that on this page or where is that? Where would we see that if we wanted to see how much?
So if you look at page 16, I think it is,
Thank you.
under information systems, you've got some other receipts there. Not saying they're all from sales, but there's $7,200 in there of external income.
Operating expenditure, operating capital income. Sorry, I can't see it. Helen, where is it?
Oh, sorry, I'm referring to 2025. So we don't budget because it's not a known amount, but we did sell some PCs and things over the last year for a small amount, a nominal amount. There's $7,200 in 2025 actuals.
Otherwise, they go to the tip. Is it correct?
No, they will be, they don't go into the landfill, they get recycled. So, green waste, well, not green waste, but
I don't think you can claim
digital
green waste.
Digital green waste, I guess, you know. So there is a outfit in Christchurch that will break
Break the components down and
Yep.
rejig them.
Yep.
So that you presumably give it to them. So any income you do make, however small or paltry, that would go into this department. Is that correct? Okay.
Councillor Moffat.
Hello. So the software cyclic renewals aerial imagery, is that, excuse my ignorance, like satellite imagery? What is that exactly?
Through the chair, that's our, for our geographic information system, our GIS. So it's maps. So when you look at, if you're a member of the public and you go to our local, our maps for that, you can see that aerial imagery on there. On top of that, we layer information around properties, infrastructure, you know, water, etc. But it's the base maps or the base aerial imagery that you see. It's not satellite. Satellite is still not an affordable option for the scale of districts in New Zealand. It is renewed on a cyclic period. For urbans, it's every 2 years. For rurals, it's every 3 years. It's captured by fixed-wing aircraft.
So you buy the images on a regular basis, is that what you mean? Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Hooper.
Gordon, stay with me here. When I watch a toothpaste ad, I see them go right along the brush with the toothpaste. But I've discovered, being a very smart man, that you only need a tiny little speck of toothpaste and you get a good clean, not even a pebble size. So, are you really comfortable with the manufacturer's recommendations around our hardware? Could we stretch that out further?
Through the chair, I'm really comfortable with the recommendations. One, because it's around support. Two, around capacity. And like anything, if things do start to fail after that period, you are in a rapid reaction state and not a proactive management state. So, for example, you know, if a site such as the Network Centre, could they operate with at a reduced or in the worst case scenario have no capacity to do digital interactions?
Thank you.
Councillor Wilson.
To do with security and cyber attacks, now you don't know how bad it is until it's happened. Do you think we're in a position of strength, weakness, or, you know, where would you see us sitting? Because obviously that affects budget constraints. Would say you don't need to do that, but then you'd wish you had afterwards. You're the expert, so make a comment. You're talking to a 50-something person who doesn't. Security is you lock your door, not do your stuff on a computer.
Through the chair, there's always more we can do. It's about within the resources that we have available to do it and maximise that. There's risk, there's inherent risk. We see it every day on the news. It's you know, regular occurrence, and what we're trying to do here is protect us as best we can with the tools that we've got and the resources that are available. Can we do more? Yes. Would we like to do more? Yes. How do I feel about that? I would like to do more, but I'm comfortable in the approach that we're taking and the proactive stance that we've got with the tools available.
So there's a business case here for information systems additional staff, and it is on page 27 of Stella, 95,000. And there's some information there, and this does have a rating impact. Is that correct? Of 87,269, if I read that correctly?
No, there's no rating
There's
impact
no-
essentially from doing that. So what we're doing is taking it out of the renewals funding.
Okay, right.
You could say indirectly there is, but the funding gets charged through overheads, and otherwise the money would have just been set aside, funded but set aside.
Okay. Any questions on that business case? Councillor Cameron?
For the business case, what will that do? I mean, improvement in efficiency, I gather from reading the service response times will improve and things like that from the business case. Do we have any savings on the other side? Are there any savings as a result of the business case in any area whatsoever?
There's two things say that are driving this. The business and the business requirement for improvement, and also the things that they have to react to that are placed upon councils, say from central, in having to adopt or change their processes, and also the ability to be able to service that. So this isn't necessarily from driven from an information systems standpoint. It's more driven from the business and the business desire and requirement to continue to improve their internal services and in turn their service delivery to the residents and ratepayers of Ashburton.
So, thank you, Gordon. Are you looking for two staff, a business analyst and an application specialist? Is that right?
Just the one. Just the one position.
staff?
Yeah.
Oh, that's one person.
It's
got provision of two additional staff.
Yeah, but that should be just one resource, not two.
So we've got one additional staff.
Yes.
Yeah. The original business case that went up to the exec team was for 2 roles, and the exec team only proposed to put 1 into the budget.
And that is included in the 4 additional people that Tony mentioned earlier.
I was going to ask that too. That's correct. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
And this is a permanent employee.
Yes, it is. Yeah, we currently have a fixed term expiring on the 30th of June, and we're looking to make a permanent resource within the team.
So how big does that make your team then, Gordon, please?
Excluding myself, that will move it to 20.
20 people. Mm-hmm. And how, this is not, I'm just asking this almost out of curiosity, how does 20 people compare to other councils in the IT team? Like if you were looking at another council, how many staff do they have?
Well, if I compare myself to Christchurch City...
Yeah, I don't know you want to, because they've got 10 times a bigger, well, more than 10 times the population.
We can do some work if comparisons are helpful. One of the issues, of course, is who uses a consultant where someone else uses an
and that's
employee.
always a trick. Yeah.
I think better to focus on the merits of this argument and support it or not than focus too much on what someone else does.
As long as inherent in the organisation, and this is through you, Hamish, and I know it is there's a drive to efficiency and the drive to, maximise resource and ensure optimum usage of resources.
And there's some good commentary in this business case, I think, around the increased ability for the IT team to meet the needs of the whole organisation by having additional support. And I recall reading here somewhere there's the difference that the 2 fixed term roles made to the response times for problems that others have. So you see that efficiency gain by other people all over the organisation being able to fix their problems, get the information they need and get on with their work. Much harder to quantify exactly what that means in an efficiency gain somewhere else. But there's no question that the better the support from the IT or the IS team is, the better everybody can function. And then you've got to balance that with affordability and everything else, so it's a judgment call.
Councillor Moffat.
With the advent of AI, and it will soon be having its tentacles in every aspect of our lives here in the council probably, will this new person add to council's ability to foresee, to implement AI, to be gatekeepers and to use AI in the best possible way?
Through the chair, I think the improvement, as we see it, in the next decade, is intrinsically linked with AI as it becomes, as you say, more and more intertwined with the solutions and applications and systems that we use. So I think a simple answer is yes. As to the time scale and what that whole impact is going to be, that's something we're still looking forward to seeing what that will be.
Councillor Hooper.
So I'm just confused. It's one role we're talking about here, isn't it? With these, and then I'm reading about a business analysis, 91,400, and then 97,600 for an application specialist. Is that?
Yeah, we apologise for the lack of clarity. The business case that went to the exec team was for 2 roles. The exec team hasn't supported both roles, but has supported this one role. We've obviously put the business case that was submitted in that included sort of discussion of both, but that's not that's not the proposal in front of you. But do apologise for the confusion, because I can see how that's leading to that, that question. But it is only one role we are seeking approval for.
Just to clarify that, so that one role is funded effectively out of depreciation then, is that what you're saying? But does that depreciation carry on into the future, or what happens next year?
Yes, it does.
I've actually done the modelling through the rest of the LTP, and fully funding the depreciation allows, and being able to pay for all of the renewals that Gordon's asking for, plus funding this role as well.
So no rates impact?
Not directly.
No.
You're still funding the depreciation.
Yeah.
This is the other side of it. This is using the depreciation.
Yeah.
But pulling this out isn't going to affect rates.
Okay, so is everyone comfortable to make a decision on this business case? Yep. Keep it in? Yep. Okay, good. All good, thanks Gordon. So I'm just on page 9 in Stella, and we've got the activities. We've got. Do we want to go through? Sorry, I'm just wondering how we do this. Are we going to go through business cases, or are we going to go through each?
Probably would be easiest to go through each activity and then refer to the business cases for each of them.
Okay.
If we could do human resources first.
Human resources. Okay, so they are on. Which page is the cost activity?
Page 22, for the numbers, sorry.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, human resources, page 22, which is on Stella. There we go. And this is all internal recovery, pretty much. Yep. Any questions? Councillor Wilson.
There was some talk in open spaces around training with regards to traffic safety management and those sort of things that we talked about, perhaps bringing internal. Is training, because training is obviously a human resources department thing, has there been thought of, as we upskill, which we will be upskilling here, we do more internal stuff, because human resources and that sort of stuff was all new, so everybody had to learn, but now people have learnt, you can actually do quite a bit of it yourself, sort of thing?
We have a mixture now. We do have an internal training person that assists in a range of areas, and then and there's a balance that is outsourced. But Sarah might have a deeper answer.
I know. Just in addition to that, the traffic management, it's not a better answer, but in addition, the traffic management component, which I know that we have discussed about previous years, and it does cost a significant amount of money. There's been radical changes in that space of late. So there's very few providers nationwide that I'm looking over at Neil just to confirm this to actually do it. So for us to be a training centre in that, for the intention of just training our own staff, would be out of our realm, or out of anyone's realm. I'd suggest it at a local level at this stage. But it's never say never in the future, but it isn't possible at this stage.
Councillor Hooper.
Thank you. Katie, how many's in your team?
We have 7 and an FTE of 6.1.
Okay, and the contracts and consultancy line, can you tell me what we use consultants for in your department?
I guess it's for anything where we need perhaps an internal investigation done for an employment matter, or we need someone to come in and do a review of any of our services. Anything that's kind of additional that might need some independent perspective on.
Any other questions on that activity, human resources? Councillor Wilson.
Within this space, obviously some areas at it's obviously allocated a certain way, which is, whatever it is. There'll be some areas that have a lot more staff and a lot more demand on this sort of resource. Have you ever thought of, allocating to that place? Because some you'll never talk to that department ever. You'll never go near them, whereas others you'll be there every second week.
Yes, but hard to predict that that's going to be the case. So we tend to spread the human resources across the organisation based on the number of FTEs and the other activities. So the bigger departments get a greater share of Katie's team than the smaller departments, as opposed to historical use or problems that may or may not have arisen.
Any other questions on human resources? Nope. Thank you. Which one would you like to go to next? Which activity? So is property? Property administration, is that what we're on, page 19? Yep. And this has got the business case included, yep. Any questions, or Councillor Cameron?
Can you help me? Property and property administration. What is property administration?
Through the chair, that's the property team.
It's staff overhead.
Correct.
And your share of the general overhead? Okay.
So essentially what we talked about last week being the mothership, it's the mothership for property, and it's pushed out through the direct distributed costs to other activities across council that use property services.
And so that goes out to wherever the property, like Belmore Hall gets their share, elderly person's housing, whatever. Okie dokie. So we're looking at now, and I've lost it, page 19.
Yep.
Income, nothing, because it's all internal. So you've got 1.6 million in plan, or you want 1.6 million in plan to pay that overhead of the property administration. Have I read that correctly?
1.8.
Not quite sure which number you're reading, but
income.
1.549.
1.549, is that the one you're looking at?
No, I'm looking at
the green column.
Oh, annual plan 26, 27. I'm looking at the year. I'm looking at the long-term plan. 1.549. Thank you.
Any questions on that? Councillor Hooper.
Thank you. Hi, Renee. How many's in the property team? And the consultancy line, the 260,000, was that for the forestry? No.
Through the chair, no. So property's got 7 full-time employees, but we've also got a number of part-time roles or fixed-term roles. And the forestry would come under the forestry activity.
Oh, yeah.
So this includes the business cases that are being proposed.
So the 260,000 consultancy line?
Correct. So that includes the business cases that we're asking for.
Is there business cases, is there?
I thought there was, so property strategy developers one, what's the other one?
The backflow preventer and the
okay.
drinking water.
The back, yeah, so the two of them. Yep, okay.
Correct, 3 in total.
What was the other one?
So the drinking water and the
Oh,
backflow
okay.
preventer and the property strategy.
Sorry,
So 3.
apologies, yeah. So so maybe we'll go to those, so we'll go to page 31, and that's the first business case for that, and that's the property strategy development. So that's looking after all our property and all the Glasgow leases. Who does that now? How does that work now?
Through the chair. So we've got some of the team that are involved in that side of the business. So if you look at property, we've kind of got 2 parts. One's doing acquisition, sales, disposals, leasing, and then you've got the other side of the team that's doing the doing and the to be the asset management and facilities management ongoing. So we do have some of the team allocated to, because they're quite different skill sets. So what's being proposed is the property strategy. We'll look across our portfolio, have a look at what our future demand is, look at what we currently hold, and kind of determine whether our portfolio is fit for purpose and where we need it to be for now and the future.
Councillor Cameron.
Under property earlier, we just approved a business case for a person. So is that in addition to these people?
No, so these are not people. This property strategy is for the strategy development. So what...
Who develops a strategy?
So the one that you were talking about before is the asset management and person to help us do the data collection and work the asset management system. So this is for the strategy development. If you like, the two do work in conjunction with each other.
So this is a consultant, essentially,
Yes.
going out for we pay the consultant to do the strategy. So if it is a person, but it's an external person.
Correct.
So we're paying them 80, is it 80,000?
Correct.
Do we have someone in mind? Have we costed that?
We have gone out for some indication on pricing, yes.
And we've costed that?
Yeah.
And we don't have the skills, I'm guessing, internally to do that?
And it's also the capacity. The aspirations are currently exceeding the resources that we have available. So if you're wanting this done in a timely manner, and this is the way to get it done.
This is a look with the timely manner.
Councillor Wilson.
Can you assure me that if I look at the sites to be assessed through the self-supplied drinking water business case, that's I'm just using that as an example, not talking about that one. I could have gone through half those ones there and crossed them out and saved us half the money, because half them, you just know they don't need to be dealt with, or there's a simple outlook. And I'm concerned that this person's going to turn up and start going through properties and stuff that we know, we just know that there's no point in going through them because of the way that the property is, to tell us to come back to us at the end and go, well, half your properties you can't do anything with. But you know that. You could do that in 10 seconds looking at it. So my concern is that the scope has to be tight. It shouldn't be across everything, because 90% of our property we can't do anything with, just because of what it is. And anybody could do that. That's not rocket science. So we don't need someone to come in and charge us $500 an hour to bloom and tell us what we already know.
Correct. So through the chair, I did probably send out the long list for that water supply information. So 17 of those properties actually come off and shouldn't have been included in the list that was sent through. So what we're actually asking for is a much smaller list than that. I think the list that was sent through included 62 sites rather than the 45. But you're absolutely right. We do need to have something that is fit for purpose, and that's where we will be talking to you as councillors to help us develop that.
Okay, councillor Hooper.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm a wee bit confused about the property strategy development. Is that a person?
It's professional advice.
It's not a new employee, no.
It's a consultant. Yeah.
Right.
And is it, did I read that it's legislation too? Did I see that box ticked?
So because there's 3 business cases, this is probably where it does get a little confusing.
Okay.
So the property strategy is not a legislative requirement,
No.
but the other 2 business cases are for compliance.
Okay, and how's this funded?
Through the property reserve.
Reserve. Okay, so, right. Councillor Wilson.
You've got explanation of costs. It's 80,000, but the range is from 80 to 200. So you've picked the bottom number. Is that right?
Correct.
Which you'd say by thing, if you had the bottom number, they'll have some hidden costs which will bring you up, or that's just how it works, isn't it?
No,
So-
we will manage this project with the budget that you allocate. So it won't just be a starting point and go from there.
Sorry, councillor Gilbertson.
Is this business case in response to the meeting that we had where I think Carolyn made a motion and I seconded it that we wanted the strategy? Okay, well, I support it.
Councillor Cameron.
Is it the next 12 months? We'll have the answer in the next 12 months. The business case will have the...
So if the funding becomes available, that'll be available on the 1st of July.
Yes.
There's just a few other pieces of work that we just need to finish off, and so we can start when we've got the money. We can't engage a consultant before the money's been allocated.
No. But you are planning to engage a consultant in the 2026 year to have it finished by the middle of 2027 or?
Within the budget year, so
Within
from
the
1 July
budget year.
26 to 30 June 27.
Okay, so, okay.
Councillor Ellis.
I would support this up to 80,000.
Yeah,
My last question.
yes.
Who does this sort of work? What sort of companies do you employ to do this? Is it accounting firms? Is it property firms? Or what sort of resume do you need for this sort of?
Through the chair, there's a number of property through councils that are actually having this done at the moment. So Waitaki did it. They've been working on that for the last 3 years. This has recently been adopted. Waipa's currently working on theirs. Palmerston North's another one. So the consultants that they've used, that they're the type of people that we've approached to get a bit of a fee estimate of what it might look like for our portfolio for 1,400 properties.
So is everyone happy that we support this business case up to $80,000? Yeah, a few nods. Okay. Thank you. Right, next one. So the next one's a backflow prevention on council property, and this is on page 36, $75,000. Is this required by legislation? I see it's ticked, but the other one was ticked as well, so.
Yes, it is.
Yep, okay. Any questions on this one? Councillor Cameron?
I think we've discussed this before, haven't we? Did we discuss it last year or?
Through the chair, we've
Yeah.
received funding for the high risk sites. So this is the next step, which is doing the medium risk.
Which is what, sorry?
The medium risk sites.
Okay, so it has to be done.
Any other questions, or everyone happy to proceed on this
So
one?
even
Councillor Hooper.
medium risk have to be done as well as the high risk.
Correct.
Councillor Wilson.
I would question the list being that long, and the list is obviously related to. I know you've taken some off, but the cost per site will be what they do.
This is a backflow prevention.
Oh, backflow. Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Sorry.
Yep. So everyone happy for this business case to go ahead? Yep. No. Okay. Thank you. So the last one is the one that Councillor Wilson has just spoken about, which is the water consultant to assess council-owned self-supplied drinking water, and we had the list sent through in the notes. Majority were cemeteries, reserves,
That they are
council-owned
the ones
halls.
that should be taken off. So the
They should be
17
taken off.
should be taken off. So we're just looking at the 45, which is your rural domains and pools, the halls, campgrounds, hut settlements, and council property, rental houses, and there's a couple of public toilets that have got outside sinks. So what we need to do is determine whether there's a reasonable expectation of drinking water or water defined under the Act.
So all the cemeteries are gone. Good, yep. Okay. Councillor Cameron.
So is it $130,000 to assess the drinking water at 45 sites?
That's the cost estimate that we have received for those 45
So
sites.
I'm guessing that goes around filling a vessel with water and then testing the water.
No, so what we're asking them to do is to do an asset pickup, so to understand where the water's coming from. In some instances, we may not be the owner of the water, it might come from the neighbour. So we need to understand what that looks like. They will then do a condition assessment of the assets that we do have on site, a provision of a GIS map that shows exactly where all the water's being used on site, location of taps, confirming that water source and who the supplier is. Then the water testing to confirm the water quality, confirm whether the systems comply with the Te Mata ROI acceptable solutions for self-supply drinking water, and then provide budget costings for each site so that when we come back, once we understand what the capital or ongoing maintenance and compliance costs are, it gives you the opportunity to make a decision based on evidence.
Because can I carry on with
Yes,
this?
yes.
We have a water services group now as part of council, but ring fenced. When the consultant brings a jar of water in to assess it, don't we have the ability to do that ourselves?
No, we don't.
Why aren't we doing
and
our
this,
own
this is
water?
outside of the internal business unit, which is why there's a business case.
I think that's, I feel that's expensive. And a lot of what you said, Renee, I understand that you want really someone to go around and find out, is the water coming from us? Do we supply the water? Where are the taps? Sort of a reconnaissance sort of assessment. Pour the water and check that it's okay. Like we can look up the statistics and see whether it meets a standard, because it'll be pretty self-evident.
Someone has to do that. You say we can look it up. We have to look it up. We haven't got capacity or any resources to plan
It
this
seems a
work.
lot of money to me to go around 45 places. I mean,
Okay,
it's just
well-
my view.
Yep. Councillor Ellis.
Thank you. I do see the need for it, but the costs just. But I'm sure you could simplify some of this by talking to our water team, because some of those supplies that are talked in there, and they may now have fallen off the list, I don't know, but like Hakateri is actually now a council supply, so it's all tested, it's done. I can tell you the South Rakaia one, it all goes through council, it's tested every month. If you just talk to the team, they'll give you the results for the last 5 years there. So that one's done, because you'll be doubling up on the same work again.
Just note, this is not just about the quality of the
No,
water.
yeah.
This is the system to comply with the regulations around backflow.
Okay.
So you've got to do a whole lot of work to understand the source, how it gets there. The testing of the water is one small part of the exercise. Yeah.
Okay, so if we've got a toilet block and it's got an outside sink, is it not acceptable to put a sign up to say this water is not suitable for drinking water? Because
That may very well be the solution, and that's why we're taking those 17 out of the original list that I'd sent through. So what we're looking at and what we're focusing on are campgrounds, domains, rural halls. So we're not focusing on those things. Yes, they could possibly, that might be the acceptable solution, but we're actually looking at these sites, and so even for one site you might have multiple areas that actually needs to be checked.
Councillor Hooper.
Thank you. do we have to poke the bear here? Like, can we not sort of go along
It's
Russell's lines
legislation.
and
So you're never going to get advice from us to ignore the law.
I'm not.
So there's a legislative requirement.
So we, well, along the lines of the sign, at a camping ground, for example, we say, we have provided water here. It has not been tested. We think it tastes okay, but if you're unsure, bring your own bottles.
So it's not just the Waters Act that comes into play. There's other acts that then fall into place. So, for example, for a residential tenancy, you've got the Tenancies Act. For the campground, you've got the campground regulations. So if you're not called by this one, you're called by that one. And overarching that, you've got the Health and Safety at Work Act. So,
Councillor Wilson.
With respect, if you rent a house in an urban environment that's on a town water, you don't spend $3,000 to check the water. Nobody does that in their right mind. So I understand some of the difficult ones, and I think we talked about it in the reserves with respect to the governance of the reserves. A lot of these are reserves or hall boards. Well, a letter should be sent to them. They're in charge of those reserves. Like if I use the Hinds one, I use the Mayfield one, I use the Green Street one, I use the Linford one, which is under the Hinds. All of those are under governance, which we've set up. Well, those governors would look at it, and if they couldn't do it, they would put it in their budget, and they would look to doing something about it rather than us coming in. Because I know at Hinds, if you came in and tested their water and said it's not drinkable, and they didn't know about it, they'd say, well, you want to run the domain? Go for it.
Well, this is where there's tension, isn't there? Because those are still ultimately council's responsibility. So there might be another governance group, but if they say no, can't be bothered, it doesn't mean they're at fault. It means we are as the owner. So we can't. We can get assistance and help and support from others in the system, but ultimately the responsibility is ours.
Yeah, but I can tell you the Ealing Hall, there's a lot of knowledge. I know exactly where the water comes from, and it's been a lot of work done in the past, how it gets there and all this sort of stuff. But to get a consultant to come in, they'll spend a whole lot of time and effort and money. Well, they could have just asked somebody and they would have said, well, this is where it is, and we could have done that. We could have asked for a plan of your water supply from
through the
the
chair,
things.
that's not the only information that we're seeking. So this is the starting of our asset management data gathering, and what we're focusing on are the high risk areas. So you said before about a residential supply. We're talking about residential, not on the town supply. We're talking about residential properties that may be coming from a bore or another source that we need to confirm.
So this is loan funded. Is that correct? That's what it says in the little box there. Page 41.
That's correct.
Councillor Moffat.
So if council wasn't to spend $130,000 on doing this now, is it the sort of thing that can be put off? Or if someone drinks water from one of these places and gets sick because of it, what are the ramifications on council for that?
We can
I
look
know
up,
it's not a budget question.
No, we can look up relevant penalties and potential liabilities if that's helping you make a decision. I can't answer that off the top of my head. We know there's an obligation to do this work. And remember, this is just to assess them all. And as I heard Renee, it's then going to produce a report for all the capital work to actually fix whatever we find. So it's not a quick and simple one and done. So it's a big piece of work over a period of time. But we can see if we can give you some advice in relation to penalties and things.
Because there would be a cost in the long run if that sort of thing happens, if there's an outbreak of something.
Yeah, just like in Havelock North, and people died, and they died.
Exactly.
So I'm not sure what the penalty to a council is the sole judge of water quality, really. But we can do that assessment if you would like.
So a few more questions on the business cases, and then I'm going to ask if we're ready to make a decision on this or whether you want to park it for next week. Councillor Maxwell.
It's not so much a question but a statement. This is legislatively required, but also at the same time I know it looks very chunky just to start the process. But this will also, in my understanding, inform how whole property asset register and asset management, everything else. So while it is just this right now, it informs the bigger piece of work we've already approved to do. That's my view.
Councillor Ellis.
Thank you. I'm just wondering why loan funded and once again not out of property reserves. It's like, I just not sure. There'll be a
Feels a
reason.
reasonable question to me. I'm not sure the answer. Maybe capacity of the property reserve.
Yes.
It's an improvement to the property. They're not all necessarily all property reserve properties, so some of them may fall outside of the property reserve depending on where they sit. We need to identify exactly what those
You're
are.
right.
and
Some of it
feed
is
through.
private land, but that council has access to for water for whatever reason. So
Some of them are properties outside of
Yeah.
property as well, if that makes sense, within
okay.
council still as well.
still just seems strange, 130,000 to borrow it, but because then it'll just cost us, mind you, even doing it out of the reserve, it still costs.
Can you leave that one with us? I understand the intent of that question. I think it would be worth us interrogating debt as the appropriate way to fund that.
Okay. Councillor Cameron.
Is that in our water, is this in our water services delivery plan for the next 12 months?
No, this is not reticulated public supply.
No. Well, some of it may.
No, it's not. It is
Timber
not in the-
camping ground would
It
be.
is not in the water services delivery plan.
So what is the urgency to undertake this? I understand where the regulator needs it to be undertaken.
That's right.
Where does it say in the legislation it needs to be finished in this year? Like, are we at odds with the legislation, given that we have a huge water delivery, water services delivery plan to undertake already? Do we want to add to that? Like,
There is a legislative requirement for council to register all council-owned self-supplied drinking water with Tamara ROI by November 2028. So in order to do that, we actually need to know what the acceptable solutions are and how we're going to implement that. So we need to start this work now, because we won't have the time to then find out what needs to be done, make the decision on whether or not you want to undertake the capital upgrades to have safe drinking water before that legislative timeframe.
I'm going to park this until next week when we also discuss the Lakewood business cases with the information regarding it being loan funded or coming from property reserves. Happy with that? Yeah.
Could we get some more details on the legislation as well, please? As in, do we just have to register? Do we have to register and plan, show a plan of the source, quality, etc.? Could you just send us that piece, please, Renee?
Tanya's got her light on as well, so.
Yeah, like, obviously happy to provide a bit more advice, but just noting it is an offence to fail to register under the Act, and there is financial penalties for failing to register. So
Yeah, but is register just registering, saying we've got 4 fountains at the Timwell Golf Course to
register and comply. So I think you've got to register by 2028, and you've got to comply by 2029.
Right, so we'll park that. We'll come back with some of that extra information next Wednesday afternoon, along with the other Lakewood business cases. Okay. Thanks, Renee. We are heading back to...
We can jump back up to the very top if you want, in terms of going through them methodically, so business support and the exec team, if that's helpful.
So we've got exec team right at the top there.
Sorry, Mayor Liz, just
Yes.
a question that's come to mind with that water one. If it's legislative, why is it not in our water services delivery plan and fall into that area?
Because it's not on the drinking water.
Yeah, it's not, so self-supply is not the same thing as a reticulated public supply, which is what the structural reform was focused on.
Because they're only concentrating on 500 and above at the moment, aren't they?
Well, whatever the limitations to that were, I think it was way lower than that because it caught Montalto, so it might have been 20. But it isn't. But these self-supply opportunities, if you like, are not part of and they were never part of council's water team before the reform, which is why they're sitting there as unclear supplies somewhere in the property kind of general area.
Okay, so we are back up to page 11 on Stella. We've got the exec team there. Any questions? And that's all internal income and recovery. Councillor Wilson.
It probably equates to when we have most of these ones. We don't have a lot of insight into the costs right through because it's just a big number at the top. So I can't say, did you increase productivity? Did you, because that's really the question I'm asking all of them. It's easy to add more people on top, but in a normal business, you have to do some hacking and chopping and saying you're doing twice as much work and we're not doing that anymore. Have you done that? Because obviously productivity is the only way you can. I'm happy to pay the wages, but or increase the wages, but you'd expect some productivity to be done and it comes down to what's going to happen if in the future where overheads have to be cut because we can't. Overheads, a lot of some of these. When stock water goes, someone's going to have to suck those overheads up, or we're going to have to do some hacking and chopping. And so, have you done that here, or what's the story?
No, this budget doesn't include hacking and chopping. It includes tweak to the structure of the exec team last year to bring in a democracy and legal group into the exec team, and part of that exercise was the shift of open spaces to Tony's area because of the pressure and workloads associated with other members of the exec team and things that were being asked of them. So the rationale for the rejig and the slight increase was based around existing workloads and trying to share that burden across the exec team. I think the exec team is very focused on trying to efficiently deliver the work programs that council sets. No other members of the exec team have a secretary or support. They're very hands-on group managers in doing the work themselves. So there's an unprecedented volume of change right now, and we're trying to manage all that within the resource of the exec team. So no, it doesn't. It hasn't involved hacking and chopping. Some of those roles have come at some reallocation of internal budgets as an interim solution, and now we're just bringing to you the cost of that structure as we see it.
Sarah?
I was just going to say, costing to 130, which is just the page above 131, in part they can be pushed together, and that sort of dilutes the variances on both accounts, so due to the internal transfer of positions.
Okay.
Can I seek clarification on that, please? Hamish has got a slide. Sarah, so what you're saying, if I understand correctly, is because we're looking at the salary and wages and the increase in that pot. If you add the 224 from cost centre 130 business support to the exec team, is that what you're saying?
Yes, correct. The two cost centres, personnel costs are joined, I guess, because there's a zero in cost centre 130 this year for the 26-27.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. Okay. Councillor Moffat.
So I understand, Hamish, you just said that the exec team don't have, secretaries and assistants and they're doing the work themselves. And I'm going back to the AI, that is an assistant to them. So, and that was used, it was stated in the submission that we did on the rates capping, that AI was used in the submission. So can you kind of, is it possible to quantify if AI was a person, would it be half a job? What would it be?
No, I can't easily do that, but you are right. A number of people in this organisation, including members of the exec team, are starting to utilise AI to assist them in their work. What I really meant by being hands-on GMs is that they don't have traditional support from an executive assistant or a person that's managing their workloads in the way that an executive assistant might be seen in the past around another person. So some will have a little bit of admin support within their teams. Some will be utilising AI, as you suggest, to help them with their doing. But my real point was that the GMs are hands-on doers of work as opposed to in a helicopter just managing their departments or their groups.
Would you mind if we skip to comms on page 25, just before Councillor Cameron has to depart? We're all scrolling, so there we go. So we've got, and that's internal income and recovery. Tony, thank you. Any questions? Oh, and Janice is here too. Councillor Cameron, did you have a question on? No, you don't. You just wanted to. Yep. Everyone found page 25. So that's all cost recovery. Yeah. Councillor Hooper.
Thank you. Hi, Janice. How many are in the comms team?
Kia ora. Through the chair, there's 5 of us, all full-time.
I spoke to somebody in South Canterbury and they said down there in Timaru, I think they have 1 full-timer, maybe 2 full-time in their comms team. Why the difference between them and us?
And I did the same investigation, I suppose you call it, and rang the mayor down there and asked him, and he said 3 in their comms team. 1 just happens to be in the roading side of things but does all the comms for roading. But I think they possibly may have, they don't do any of their, what do you call it, design work. That's all consulted out, so yeah. But I'll let you carry on with the question, but I did do some investigation as well.
Yes, I can't easily comment as to why another organisation has a team the size they have. What we do know is in terms of our team, Mayor Liz is right, so we have a person that does a lot of our design and not every council does that. We believe that to be a very cost-effective solution for council by having an internal resource doing that rather than a consultant. And so one of the difficulties about comparing numbers of people is how you compare the work across a range of employees and or external providers. So you can imagine that you can have 1 less FTE by engaging a consultant, and it looks like you've got less people, but you've still got to do the work, and you may even pay. In fact, in most cases, you end up paying more. So it's very hard to judge or compare how other organisations do it. We're really proud of the regular comms that our comms team produces, and maybe other councils have a policy position where they decide to communicate less, and therefore they can have a smaller resource because they're simply not putting out the same amount of comms as we choose to do. So very hard question to answer quite as directly as you ask it.
So what's the 57,500 for consultancies in the comms team?
Kia ora, through the chair. So you'll see that there's a reduction in the general operating expenses, and and what we've done there is look to reduce the amount of spend in traditional media, and then we've shifted some of that money into a contract to help us move into digital solutions. And the idea for that is to just continue reducing the budget, but also increasing efficiency at the same time.
So does that mean, sorry to butt in, but does that mean, are you talking about, is this where Snapsend Solve comes in, or that's not included in this budget?
Through the chair, no. What we're intending to do there is have more direct messaging through email and digital means, rather than, and reducing our spend in things like potentially radio or newspaper advertising.
So that's the text alerts that we get regarding water or whatever.
Well, partly, but only a small part. So it's primarily around all our communication, starting to think seriously about upweighting digital and less on traditional media.
Yeah, okay. Councillor Hooper.
Thank you. Just another couple, if I may. So we've got 5 full-timers and nobody's up to doing the digital stuff that you're paying 50,000 for. Should we be worried about that?
Through the chair, the team are up to the job. It's actually just having some money aside there so that we can actually make the investment, because it requires extra capacity to make that change.
Yeah.
And that's why we've reduced our advertising and operating spend by 50,000 to make that happen.
Cool, thank you. And yeah, one more. The design element of your team with AI, and I know you say about other councils getting consultants to do their design work. I'd suggest that going forward, AI, please create a sign for me using this image, these words, bang, is going to replace all of that. Have you guys considered that?
Through the chair, yes, we certainly do use AI to assist us in getting more work done for less. But in terms of actually replacing a full resource or anything like that, it's still a long, long way off.
Councillor Cameron.
Thank you. Thanks, Janice. Thanks, everybody. When we're looking at general operating expenses, is that subscriptions where we put in the newspapers our weekly updates? Is that $200,000 a year?
So that includes the council brief in both newspapers.
That's what I'm trying to,
Yeah, and it includes radio advertising, so for water restrictions. It includes advertising for Have Your Say, consultations. It includes a whole bunch of advertising that we purchase.
So comms carries the advertising expenses for the whole organisation, and so yes, elections was covered here as well, with the exception that some of the facilities still do carry a small advertising promotion budget themselves for their
So the art
specialised
gallery
things.
does things, sends out things, postcards and stuff. Does comms pay for that?
No, they pay for that directly themselves. It was at the time when the merge of all the costs into one area was happening, there was a concern that the facilities, they're quite different to perhaps what a roading or a water team would need, so we didn't want to go and minimise what their requirements were as facilities for our community.
So if we look at the annual plan, 25-26 versus 26-27, it's gone up about $100,000. Is that right? Oh, that's expenditure.
About 5,000.
Oh,
5,000.
It's essentially
173.
exactly the same as
Sure,
last year.
Yeah, it's essentially exactly the same as last year. And presumably there's continual revision at whether it's fit for purpose. I'm talking about the operating expenses and the overhead with regards to the advertising.
Yeah.
And people are reading these things that go in the Guardian and the Courier. Like, do we know that? And
Well,
that
I
would
think
be
that's
quite
what you're
good.
hearing from Janice with respect that they're actually starting to explore upweighting digital because it's going to be better value than traditional media. So that's exactly what they're happening, and that's why there's that reallocation of that money.
and that could also come to, like, voice of the, resident survey. Is that an appropriate question, resident survey?
The trick with resident survey, it's funded out of Mark's strategy and policy space, is that a lot of our results from the resident survey are actually part of our performance measure framework within the long-term plan,
Yes,
which
yeah.
is then subject to audit.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. Okay.
yeah, if we can pass the audit test with an alternative, then
Yeah,
we would
okay.
definitely go there.
Sure.
All good for questions? You're all good for questions? Yep. Anyone else question on this? No. Thank you. Next, we will go back to where we were, and I think it was strategy and policy. Is that right? Have I got that right, or have I skipped? I'm getting confused with all the pages I have skipped because I think it was Treasury. But Mark, you're sitting there now, so we can go to strategy and policy. Thanks, Carolyn. What page are we on?
Page 23.
Page 23, thank you. And sorry, we have skipped everything.
Yeah, it's okay. We will work it out somehow. I've got a big list of how we'll improve this section for next year. Within the strategy and policy, just to point out, the business case for the climate change and sustainability strategy is sitting here. So this is perhaps the time to have that conversation
Thank you. Any questions? So the contracts and consultancy, now 85K was 15 last year. So what does that include?
So that includes largely the business case. So
okay,
the
sorry.
70K that's proposed as part of that. The overall cost in the climate change strategy for year one, I think, was looking at about 131. So at this stage, we've dialed that back to 70K in terms of what we think we should focus on in this coming year.
Okay, do you want to go to the business case and we can look at that? Now, page 42, thanks, Hamish. Any questions on that business case? So this is funded through OPEX, is that right?
Yeah, it's funded
Yep.
through Generate.
Councillor Ellis, sorry.
Thank you. Can I just ask Mark to do what we used to do and sell us this idea, if you like? I mean, that's what used to happen. These people came along and had to sell these ideas to us. So put you on the spot and.
Yep, sure. So, I mean, I guess ultimately this is the result of adopting our climate change and sustainability strategy last year. As part of that, we identified a number of potential actions over the next 3 years. And this is essentially around implementing some of those actions. So it's all been done largely in-house. We've got a team in-house that's working on it. And some of the work, I guess, that we're looking to focus on in the next year is a climate change risk assessment, a local climate change risk assessment, which is important in terms of identifying what the real risks are for our particular slice of the world. And the other piece is probably around the education piece and focusing in on that space. So ultimately this is about you implementing the strategy that you adopted going forward.
Thank you, Councillor Maxwell.
I've just got a question around 2.4a, and you've got educate and inform the community about scientifically proven methods, etc. Are you talking greater community or just straight agricultural community? Because I would put it to you that our supply companies, our levy bodies, and those of us who all belong to land care groups, etc., are all over this like mold on cheese.
Yeah, and I mean, it might be that part of educating is just making people aware of the fact that those sort of opportunities are available, so it might not necessarily be that we're doing the actual work.
Councillor Hooper.
Thank you. Yep, I'm totally in agreement with climate change, but I like to see practical solutions, and for me there's nothing practical here, and at the end of the day I just don't see it as core council business. So yeah, there's no question, sorry, I just wanted
No. So you're not in favour of the business case?
No.
Okay. Anyone else want to ask any questions of the business case? Is anyone keen to see this go ahead? Councillor Gilkerson.
I'm still processing
Yeah.
this proposal, so would like more time to consider it. But I think, from a wider sense, probably the Ashburton District Council is behind on climate change versus the rest of the country in terms of what our response might be. And, you know, if I was to take my role seriously as the youngest person on this council, then I would have to say that I need to support it because I know that young people do, and that it is something that they probably care about, that is something that they're not likely to actually tell council about. So in that view, I will still think about it.
Councillor Moffat.
I think I'm on the same page as Deb, although I'm a bit older. We talk about intergenerational things, and this is one of those intergenerational. It's not just financial, it's everything else. It's teaching younger people, going for what they are interested in as well. And this is, as Deb said, a big issue for young people today and in the future.
So if more time's needed, can we park this one and bring it back?
Is there any further information that would help you for that?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess, that there's three sort of key elements. It's about...
Sorry, I can't hear Mark.
I mean, I guess sorry.
Mark, you go ahead.
From my perspective, it's about, council as a community leadership role, but it's also about how we as an organisation operate in that space. So, there's a whole emissions conversation coming up as well. But it's also about how we deliver our activities from the climate change point of view and what sort of impacts are going to be on those activities, and making sure that we have the right information to help plan those for the future. So there's sort of those three elements that I consider when I'm thinking about this.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
I support the areas where the council's measuring its emissions and stuff like that, because that's sort of good, you could say, corporate good governance to measure and see what you're doing. But I think the bits that I struggle with is when you're going out and telling people that is to Councillor Maxwell's argument, where you're going out and basically just repeating the same thing to do it. And I do agree that the young people are very involved in it, because I read some the other day that that's one of the biggest things that is. So if we funded these things, it's great, but as long as they're put the same way, they don't just go for the easy target, which is go out and tell farmers to do regenerative agriculture. That's not going to go down well at all, I can tell you. But if it's going out to the schools and educating, there's some parts that make sense and other parts don't make any sense at all. So it's the way it's put in place.
Yeah, and our intention certainly would not be to establish things that are already happening. It would be to promote those from wherever they might be coming from.
Hamish?
As I consider, these things were all in the strategy that council adopted. So, in a sense, you've considered these, weighed them up, and decided they were important at the point that you adopted that plan. The rubber hits the road, of course, when you have to allocate the resource, and that's true for every plan or strategy that you adopt. As I'm looking at page 42, you can see there's a range of initiatives that have made up the 133,500 that is the business case. So if to the point that where I think two councillors have already spoken to needing a bit more time to think about it, The thing to be thinking of is, are any of those initiatives more appealing than others? And to the point that you may be able to support some of these at the next workshop. You may be able to support all of them, but there might be a way of thinking about this number that's a bit more specific in relation to those specific individual initiatives, all of which are contained in the strategy you've adopted.
Thank you, good advice. Councillor Maxwell?
So, in principle, I support this, but yeah, my main caveat would be right people, right place, right groups, so we get biggest bang for buck.
Yep. Thank you.
Mayor Liz, it's Phil.
Oh, hello. We can't see you on screen, so I didn't realise you were there.
I'll put up my question map before. Just a question. I mean, Mark was asking for constructive feedback, and I mean, I do take a little bit of umbrage from Hamish's comment that we approved a strategy that another council actually developed for us, but which I disapprove. But Mark, I guess the thing that I think we should focus on is our core business, which is actually waste minimisation, and I don't see anything in that project at all in terms of waste minimisation. So I think that's something we should be thinking about seriously, because that flows right down through our community's profile. Thank
you. Thanks, Phil. I was just about to say we have two councillors not here, so good idea to discuss this again later. But is everyone comfortable with that, or would you like to make a decision now? Happy to come back next workshop. I know some people have already made their mind up, but yeah. Okay. And good advice from Hamish, looking at that page 42 and seeing if there's anything that could come out. Were the water meters included in the strategy? Because I know they were included in the budget for the climate change budget, but I guess they're in a different cost centre this time.
Yeah, I mean, I think they are included in terms of an action, but obviously the funding is included elsewhere. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Moffat.
Sorry, I'm still processing, but I guess living in Ashburton and living in town, I'm trying to think of a more urban, perhaps, angle to the climate, what you've got down here, the initiatives. You know, a lot of it's about educating people about sustainable land use, soil conservation, regenerative farming. But in urban areas as well, I think we need, well, I would like to see a bit more on that. Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, the actions that are included there are just the short-term actions. So obviously the strategy has a range of other actions that are medium to long-term. And some of those would cover that aspect, including the waste minimisation side of things.
Hamish?
Liz, what I'm also hearing in this discussion is some questioning of the actual strategy and its relevance. And I wonder whether we can circulate a link to the strategy again to councillors and see what's actually in there. There's still the debate to be had around what you might allocate in next year's budget for those short-term aims. But it may be, I guess to both the last two speakers' point, it may be that this council wants to have a bit of a review of that strategy and make sure that it is a strategy that this council is comfortable with, because there seems to me to be some emerging comments around issues that are not as prominent in that strategy as this council might feel is appropriate. I think we might need to think about that, Mark. I'm not suggesting that we want to open up a review 1 year after we've just done something normally, but there is a degree of commentary that's suggesting that there may be things needed to think about that aren't going to flow easily from the strategy for this council. So it's just something for us to reflect on in the next month or two.
That sounds good. Thank you. And we can see you now, Councillor Everest, so that's all good. Are we happy to continue? We'll back up to page 12, Treasury. Sorry, all over the show. Oh, okay. Thanks, Deb. we'll do Treasury, then I think maybe we'll just call it a day. Yeah, maybe. Yep. Okay. Treasury, page 11. Any questions, Sarah?
Oh, sorry. Could we do customer services afterwards as well, please?
Oh, yeah, sure. Any questions on Treasury? Nope. What page is customer services on, Sarah? 22.
22 plus a couple, because 24.
24. Okay.
So this is a very stock standard budget. The contracts and consultancies just is a larger figure in the is for our after hours call centre. And then general operating expenses includes everything from EFTPOS machines to banking collections to phone photocopies and stationery.
Any questions on that? So 34,000 for the after hours services. That's that seems like a good deal. Councillor Wilson.
Has there been thought going, if I go to McDonald's now, there's about 2 people behind the counter and there's 10 kiosks. That's where the greater world goes. Has there been thought of that happening here? Because, you know, it sounds awful, but people cost money. But I'm sorry, but that's the guts. People cost money to run, and everybody's automating and all that. So
I understand. A really big part of this job is still by phone. We get a lot of inquiries from phone calls. We're constantly thinking about how can we be more efficient. There is potential to invest in different systems that might lead us down that path, but equally there's a lot of inquiries that come into a council, and there is a cost to managing those. But the workload is far more about emails being answered and phone calls than we get inquiries over the counter, if you like.
So when does the point arrive where if I try to get hold of Meridian, I will not get hold of them by phone? That will not happen. If I email them, I'll have to go through their automated system. So when does that point occur that the decision is not yours to make?
Well, in the end, the resources you allocate will dictate the manner in which we deliver this service. We from an officer point of view, we're very comfortable with the level of personal service that people who make inquiries to our council receive via this team. We are not in the process, and we're not proposing, certainly in this budget, wholesale change to the manner in which customer service is delivered at this point.
Councillor Hooper.
Thank you. I just wondered what the sort of percentage of inquiry outside of hours was.
I couldn't tell you that off the top of my head, but I would be able to get those statistics and just put them in an issue sheet if that helps.
That would be good, thank you. Any other questions on customer service? Nope.
Just for the hell of it.
Sorry.
So the customer service representatives on the phone, are they on a roster system? So some day shifts, some night shifts, and is there a different hourly rate for those shifts?
And the After Hours Call Centre is a contract to Palmerston North City Council, so they're not our employees, they have a contract with us, and then so our team downstairs work 8 to 5 or 8:30 to 5 depending on their contracts, and some maybe part-time as well. So we've got 5.1 FTE.
Right. Do we want to continue? There's a few more, isn't there? Pretty quick? Okay, let's go. Okay.
So you didn't say that with your light on, Helen.
My light's
So, sorry, did we finish Treasury or did we did Treasury? Okay, so next we're on page 13, rates. Councillor Wilson.
Can we extract any more money out of ECAN for collecting their rates?
Well, it's certainly a contracted arrangement with ECAN. Would they be happy for us to renegotiate it? It's worth a try. I don't know how they will respond. There's a balance to them believing it would be better to do it another way and us losing that income altogether. But is there upside in that? I'm not sure.
Any other questions on rates? No. Next page, dividends and interest. So are there two? Oh no, we've just got a double up of those, have we? There's two costs, one through four.
Sorry.
We thought it was such a good page, 'cause since it contributes to the rates, we put it in twice.
Any questions on that? No. So next we're on page 16. We've done information services. So page 17, infrastructure services. So $20,000 in consultancy, is that, or contract, is that? It seems nice and neat. What's that for, Neil?
It's just general assistance with odd issues that could pop up. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
So infrastructure services, just to enlighten me, if I look at that, I see some huge numbers changing, and that's obviously, if I see, going from 2024, 25, 4.7 to 5.6, and I'm just trying to rationalise that in my head, how that can happen.
This activity includes the additional 4 resources for waters. So you're seeing that coming through the personnel costs and then the associated overheads that attracts. So this is the cost centre that pushes out to all of the core infrastructure activities, in Neil's area essentially. So you've got your roading team sitting in there, all of your waters staff, they're all sitting in that space.
And I'm fine with that. I'm not criticising. I'm just saying that it's important we understand that it's a huge jump in cost, which has not been pushed upon us. But you'd hope that that does result in a much better outcome for the water and the roading. If it doesn't, we've done something wrong.
Councillor, sorry, Hamish.
A big part of that increase is water more than roading. The roading team is very stable. The water team is growing to meet the compliance obligations we have.
Councillor Everest.
Just, can someone help me? What's internal charges and overheads, please?
These are the core overheads that this group would receive. So these are things like IT, finance, HR, those core internal overheads that are charged through. And then these costs as a whole are distributed out to their activities through the direct distributed costs.
Councillor Ellis.
Thank you. So moving forward, the likes of this cost centre, water will be shown somewhere else, won't it? Because we need to ring fence that as we progress into our
Ideally
services.
for the LTP, I'd like to move all of those staff into that respective area.
Yeah, cool.
Yes, we'll have to, we've got to think about how we do that, because of course the water needs to get a share of the overheads that aren't contained in this current gathering place. So, ring fencing is the outcome we need.
Plant operation, page 18. Councillor Wilson.
I'm guessing plant operation is vehicles and stuff, is it? So there's been long criticism of us having, I go to the car park and there's 10 cars parked there. They're not all out in one day. So do we rationalise the use of them? Because now with, is that, and two, do we sweat the assets a little bit more? Like a Toyota Corolla will do a lot more Ks than one did 10 years ago now.
Yeah, we did this exercise with an external provider a couple of years ago. In fact, I think we might have circulated it to council really recently. It examined the usage of the fleet and the ideal fleet size for the work it was doing, and I think as a result of that, there was 1 or 2 vehicles that we dropped out of the fleet, and we moved to some hybrid vehicles at the same time. So we have done that work. We believe the fleet to be recently assessed for its optimal size, and you can sweat the asset if that's your desire, but we tend to find again from the work that was done at the time that the replacement programming maximises the return value for that fleet, and so the gap between you and what we get back from the old has a sweet spot around most of that fleet, and therefore the council's current policy around disposal is reasonably grounded in an exercise that was done some time ago. So there's a little bit of take some comfort that there has been some review work from external parties in trying to maximise the way in which we do utilise the fleet. And we do find also, I know in the open spaces, we a few years ago, I think when Steve Fabish came in, did a big exercise with Ian around the plant use, and there was a major rethink in the size of some of the mowers and the age of some of the plant and vehicles to make it more efficient based on maintaining and replacing that fleet in a more regular way than there was, and hanging on to old and putting up with the inherent maintenance and repairs issues and the lower value when you do ultimately move it on. So it could be up for review, but it has got some careful thinking in behind the current practice.
Happy with that? Oh, Councillor Everest.
Should our capital expenditure and depreciation actually equal each other or close to it?
The replacement of the plant and vehicles, it's not flat year on year, so there can be ups and downs depending on what's replaced. So in light of that, we're fully funding the depreciation here, but there is $77,000 left over that is transferred to reserve. The full amount isn't spent in the year, but when we've got one of those up years, that would mean that the funds are there to pay for that, so that we're able to fund depreciation consistently.
Okay, we'll keep going. We've done property administration. We're page 20 to Whare Whakatere. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, in the original business case for this building, because it's quite critical to the costs the council's now faced, was the depreciation factored into that business case? Because that would have led, because one of our problems we're facing as a council today is that overheads have grown, and this one here is the one that is contributing to a lot of those overheads, because you can't build a big building and it not turn up somewhere, so it's turning up here effectively, isn't it? That might be fair to say that?
So we've budgeted depreciation on what actual depreciation is being calculated at. That's showing as the depreciation expense, but if you look right down to the bottom of the table on page 20, you've got unfunded depreciation of just over $1 million. That's the offset, so we're not fully pushing that out to all of the activities. I understand council resolved just to increase depreciation funding by $120,000 each year through the LTP. So this year is planned to fund $240,000 of depreciation.
Richard.
Probably the question is that prudent? Is that, because obviously this building has lots and lots of moving parts as I look around it, and I think it's been widely that we've had to do some repainting already, which has been in the media and the thing. So I'm just interested to understand, do we have a strong asset management plan going forward as to what things we know need doing? Aren't sure.
I think the biggest difference is, to Helen's point, is the way in which we previously described depreciation as the funded depreciation portion, and so we were operating with a council position that regarded the building as new and therefore would require less funded depreciation in the early part. of its life, and now we're showing it with the full amount of the calculated depreciation, but showing the unfunded portion. And then council has previously said, let's gradually build up the funded portion. Whether you could fund more of the depreciation more quickly and build up a bigger fund, but that clearly has a cash impact on council's budget. So this is the balance again between what's sensible, what's appropriate, and what's realistically affordable.
Something I'd like us to think about, though, at the moment we have historically low interest rates. So part of the funding of the building is the interest debt that's associated with it.
Yeah.
And those interest rates being very low does allow for a low potential cost. And if you have your depreciation low and your interest rate low, when interest rates move, you'll have interest and you'll have more depreciation as the building gets older. So it's just something we have to be aware of, that we're not kicking the can down the road as it was.
Yeah, I take the point. And we saw that last year, or the year before, when interest rates started to go up and insurance went up and electricity went up beyond the rate of inflation, and we were caught with maintenance costs that we are a bit light on in terms of the budget. So we do the best we can with trying to forecast those things.
Councillor Everest.
So what is the depreciation rate for the building, please?
There's not one flat rate, there's multiple components, so it's componentised down and depreciated at different rates.
So for the bulk of that, 1.3 million as I read it, I can't work between the two screens today, sorry. We must be able to break that down to some extent. I need a better idea of what it is than just 1.3 million.
It is broken down. I don't have that information, and there would be multiple assets from structures to fit out right the way through HVAC. They're all at different rates. We can certainly come back with that information, but there's a lot of detail there, and probably a lot of that is actually contained in spreadsheets at the moment as opposed to the asset management system.
So I understand that, but I mean, it would be interesting to see whether their life expectancy or depreciation schedule from your asset tables. There's quite a difference, isn't there?
Hamish?
Yes, we'll circulate how the 1.3 million is made up so you can get the comfort of the various rates across the various asset classes.
Thank you. That would be good. Councillor Moffat.
Under operating expenditure, contracts and consultancy, 8,000, is that cleaning costs? What is that?
Through the chair, that's when we have things like the building management system. We might have specific consultants that we need to provide some advice on. So we've got aquifers, we've got the temperature through here. We would get those in when we had a problem that we don't have the internal expertise for.
Okay. Councillor Ellis.
And because we're in a relatively new building and a lot of this stuff is under warranty and various things, obviously we are aware of when all those run out, and because I just hear that consultancy thing, but I would have thought some of that management of air conditioning and that here might have still been covered by the fit out cost to make sure it is correct and all those sorts of things. But
yes, we're very conscious of the warranty periods, and we utilise them to their fullest extent, as you would expect. We're now moving into the third year of being in this building. Many of those warranties were for 12 or 24 months, so we are starting to live under our own steam a bit more now that we're entering that third year.
Okay. Well, everyone happy with, finish with those questions. Next is Parks Administration, page 21. Thanks, Renee. Any question on that?
Well, this is a particularly difficult one. This is a particularly difficult one to comment on, because with a $3.1 million effective wage bill in open spaces, and we don't have any visibility as to the efficiency of the because this is a classic one of movement and time and flow, and machinery and all that sort of stuff has to be the most efficient you can be. We perhaps alluded to it a wee bit with the watering of the things, but we were told that that won't, if you have automatic watering, you would hope you have less staff. That's how it works in the farming world. You put automatic sprinklers on, you chop someone back and say you don't have to work as much, and that's how you justify it. So I hope that the 3.1 million, there is some efficiencies. We have a bigger mower, therefore we shouldn't have as many people, not as many hours. It's not just the things to say that there's more work to do. Well, to me, that goes to what I said before. If there's more, if you're improving the asset, that shouldn't be funded out of operation. That should be funded out of reserves, or you're making the asset bigger and better, rather than it just be a case of the more efficient we get, the more we do. Because that's costing us more money as ratepayers.
Yes, I understand the point. So the personnel costs are very similar to a year ago. So there's a small wage round increase there. We've got ACC levies that are going up, and of course KiwiSaver has changed. So in general, we are budgeting for the same size of workforce as we currently have. That's despite receiving the vested assets from various developments and having obligations to mow and maintain a different amount of spaces on an ongoing basis. So the only other comment I could make in terms of efficiencies, we did have an independent Section 17A review a couple of years ago, which was that review is this the best way to deliver this function? And currently those 17As have been abandoned through the review legislation, but they were a requirement when we did it. And that independent review came to the view that maintaining our parks and open spaces by employing an internal workforce was the most efficient way to maintain those assets. So we took some comfort from that external perspective that our team is highly motivated to do a great job and as efficiently as possible, and that there is no better way to do it that we could see at that time.
Councillor Everest?
Yeah, maybe because I haven't been here for part of it, but I'm just concerned in terms of, if you look at general operating expenses, shows a big variance from where we've been in the past, as does related reallocated costs. But what I don't get is how the internal charges and overheads have actually gone down by close to 140 odd grand.
Gordon?
Kim, at the moment, I'd probably say it's not comparable, but we can come back to you with a more bit of a breakdown on that if it is helpful.
Yeah, that would be helpful. Happy with that, Phil? Yeah, good. Thank you. One more. Page 26, and it's legal. I think this is possibly, is this our last activity? Yep, good. Any questions on this? Pretty. So that's 2 FTEs, is it?
2 staff members, 1's part-time.
Okay, thank you. Any questions on that? No. Okay, so we've finished everything in miscellaneous, I guess. We've got another workshop scheduled for next Wednesday afternoon. We've got some business cases to recircle round. We've got a bit of information to come back to us. The modelling
Next Wednesday.
Will be happening next Wednesday, so we will get that information before Wednesday. Is there anything else you want to say or do to wrap up this session? I'll go to you, Tony, first, and then if any councillors have got any questions.
Okay. Look, thank you very much. I do appreciate everyone's time today. It's been a big day, but I think it's been a really useful day to dig in and understand what's going on in all the respective activities. So we've got a list here that we'll go away and get the information for you on. As Mayor Liz has alluded to, so that we'll be able to show you the rates modelling next week. We'll have a look we'll prepare a memo that includes all the answers to the different questions you've raised today so that we can explain what's going on. And it'll be a real conversation next week around where to from here.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson.
I'd just like to add into that next week the rates contributor and the relationship with the reserves, because we've had some money on the contributors, which is the investments in the different parts, but there was a question around the reserves still as to how that relationship worked, especially the forestry reserve and some of those other ones, because you still had some work to do, you said, on checking the reserves are right. So I just want to make sure that that's...
It's unlikely that will be ready for next week.
So when will that, because that's critical to how much we have to chuck in to effectively offset rates, when will we have that, all that?
I can't say at the moment. It's being worked on, but it's a massive piece of work.
So we'll have to make some assumptions then with respect to the rates contributors.
We already have provided funding in there from the property reserve. The work on the forestry reserve showed that there wasn't really any additional funds in there. There's probably not a whole lot of other reserves to draw on.
So could we, in the next one, have just a conversation around that reserve, just because we haven't, the first meeting was dropped on us effectively, so this one we haven't really delved into it, and it'd be quite a good one to have because it's pretty critical to the overall how we manage our rates, because it's one of the big levers we've had, so it'd be great to have a conversation on that.
Yes, and I think in particular as we think about the property reserve, we can give some estimations of where we might best forecast it to be, to the extent that that is not the final position. And some of the thinking that we had done in the lead up to coming to council was in and around sustainability of whatever the number was, and that's why we've used it in a more sparing way in this budget, because we can see that the level in recent years can't be repeated every year. So we can have that sort of conversation. I think it would also be useful if we can have the policy, what's the right word, language for how that reserve can be utilised, because I think sometimes we see the reserve and think it might be generally available for projects or for work where it might have limitations or restrictions. So we can bring that forward to you as well as a discussion about the financial levels of it.
Okay, thank you. I think we've done our dash today. Thank you very much for everyone's time. We're back here tomorrow for Three Waters and Audit, Risk and Finance, and then next week back onto the annual plan. Thank you all. Thanks, Phil.